nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand, but I'm broken. Your love will help me so near, never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted that I'd never share. Deep down I know how you care. Only wish I held shoes your fears. In the flames I feel alive, the burden in my hands. I'm climbing up to the heavens gates, defy the fates to show you who I am. My hand, NARAKA calls to me.
習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可攻，亦可守。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，武道即道。 真正的對手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。 李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。 幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
advertised, so you gon' get just what you see. I'm not you, not you. I'm M to the E, I'm me. Just as advertised, so you gon' get just what you see. I'm not you, not you. I'm M to the E.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Nbpl. My name is Hitbrain and I am joined by Seb as we're getting ready to go into our last chance qualifiers here for solos. This is the last chance for some of our players to make it to those grand finals coming up next weekend. Seb, how are you doing? You all right?
Yeah, I am really excited to get this underway here because this is some players' very last chance to make it to that grand finals, the thing that they've been building all season to get themselves a part of. This is the players who have not yet qualified for that grand finals. We're going to be going head to head. So our bottom 12 teams who placed in 7th all the way down to 18th, and only 6 will be moving on to our grand finals that we're going to be having in a week's time.
Yeah, we've got some really good games coming up as well. I mean, solos has been very exciting. The hero changes, the changes to the hero select, sorry, I should probably say, with the 1v1s at the start of the day into, you know, everyone playing a unique hero makes for a very diverse lobby, but also does allow it, well, it makes it a bit easier for some of the players to snipe down players who are potentially a problem because you know what hero they're on and they're the only one. But for you guys at home, we actually have some unique rewards today. These are the rewards for making sure you have your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account. If you watch for the allotted amount of time, you'll be getting these goodies, but also those archive treasures. You can see what you'll be getting on the bottom end there. So some unique treasures here today. So make sure you are linked up and get yourself some of these goodies before we get into not bi-weekly finals, they're done. Into the finals themselves, the grand finals. I can't believe we're already at that point. Yeah, Seb, I mean, so far it's been a really, really exciting season, and it's going to be interesting today seeing some of our kind of players who are a little bit lower down the lobby, like our kind of like mid-range players and our kind of bottom tier players right now, all fighting for those final spots with some of the big boys removed out of the lobby. One of the things that me and pretty much everyone I've worked with this split have talked about, or this year really, we've talked about, is how it feels like the quality of the players has increased across the board. So before you'd have, you know, a couple of players or in trios, a couple of teams that would dominate and everyone else was just kind of there. It feels like now even the bottom tier players are still capable of pulling a victory out of the bag. So I think today's actually still just going to be as intense as we're used to. You know, going up from what we've seen for the rest of the split.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think that even over on the LCQ side, like a lot of these teams, a lot of these players, they are incredibly good at the game, and the skill ceiling has really climbed. And even the players that are in the bottom spots like Lipo, Chuzhang, XXY, HM, Frostivus, even Pace, like these are all players that we've seen do really well in games in previous splits during the bi-weeklies. And it just so happens that they're unfortunately going to be down. Even Shenyuan going to be competing in these last chance qualifiers. So 6 of these 12 players that you've seen before, you guys, are going to be heading over to the finals. They have some pre-post points coming through, and I believe this is just the pre-post points over the entire bi-weekly split. All of the bi-weeklies combined, they have a few points of when you make it to the finals, and you get a few points after that. So this incorporates into that. Shenyuan is going to be our top of the leaderboard for the very first part, but we only have 6 games today. It's not going to be a match point format. It's going to be our regular 6-game format coming through, and at the end of these 6 games, 6 of these players will be moving on, and 6 players, their season is going to be over, and it's going to be super unfortunate to see. But
yeah, it's going to be really rough for them. Can see who has actually already qualified. Obviously, Spider and Mike up there. Edward from OA. I am now struggling to remember who else is on these on YCG, WBG, and TE. But, you know, these are 6 at least teams that have qualified through. Obviously, like you were saying earlier, 6 spots up for grabs. You can also see, you know, pretty much all those players either won or had played in every bi-weekly finals. And these are our guys playing today. You can see, you know, some of our players highlighted by the red, whether they have made it to a bi-weekly final. The gold actually means they've won one, which Chen has. So Chen, obviously, a rough start to the season, but has made it work for him towards the end. So it's going to be interesting seeing Chen right there fighting to try and get himself in. He's, like you said, started with his pre-proposed points, so he has got himself a somewhat of a head start, but he's in third right now, Zhanyuan in first. And, you know, Zhanyuan's on, what, 6.9 points on the overall standings, which, all in all, isn't actually the biggest lead. Like, it's a nice start, and it will take a couple of games for players to kind of almost overcome those points that were put forwards. And also, if Zhanyuan has a bad game, then maybe that will alleviate it somewhat, and kind of, he gets like one bad game in this way, right? Because it takes the sting out of one like 2-3 point game, because then you can just kind of count it. It's like an 8-9 point game. But yeah, regardless, I'm waffling. You know, the pre-proposed points I don't actually think are too much of a big deal. I think, you know, they give a nice kind of pillow for the players to work off, but ultimately it really boils down to your performance today is going to matter. Those points are not going to do much beyond like one game of terribleness.
Yeah, no, it really doesn't help these players too much. It you know, kind of gives you a little bit of insight into how they've performed throughout the season. Yes, it is unfortunate. So some of these players have never made it to a bi-weekly finals, but we could see somebody that's in the bottom 6 right now, in that 13th to 18th place spot, and they could still pop off today and climb themselves into a position where they're going to be able to make top 6. It is still anyone's game. I think Shenyuan is going to be a lock. I'm predicting my top 6. I'm gonna pick GG's Chen, DRG's XXY, then we're gonna have Frostovis in there, and Shenyuan, and then the last one, who's, oh, that's gonna be a close one. I think Wolves MTF is a very good shout for that. I think that he's gonna sneak himself in for the finals there.
I actually think it's very hard to predict this year. I think
100%.
like previous years have actually been relatively easy to predict, or not easy to predict, but like I felt like you have like a firmer grasp on rough power rankings. But I think right now, this year, things have changed so much. Like some players, like MTF is a really good example actually, because I think MTF has had some absolutely insanely good performances, and then some very mediocre ones as well. Like it really goes back to that old saying that we used to say back at the beginning of NBPL, but consistency is key. And I feel like everyone has stepped up the level of consistency, and then even everyone's also stepped up the pop-off. So we're seeing, you know, some victories that we were seeing last week during the regular season, or the regular part of the bi-weekly fours. We were seeing points getting smashed that were like, a couple of years ago, were like record level of points after a single game, and players were just like casually doing that every game. So people have really stepped up the ability to perform right now. And also, I think the big thing is you don't normally, well, what we have nowadays is we have like one person get like loads of points as if they've had an amazing performance, and then no one else would get like loads of points. But nowadays, everyone is actually scoring relatively high. So even if you have like a, you know, 15-point game, there's someone behind you who's gonna have 13 or 12 or even 14 or sometimes even 15 as well. Like, it's really, really crazy how all of these players are close to one another in current ranking and skill, and we'll get to see that because we are getting ourselves geared up for the 1v1s to make sure that we know who is picking what in what order throughout the day. If you win your 1v1, you will place first in your little ranking section, or your little picking section.
Yeah, it's the 1v1s. I think it's a really fun concept that they've added into the game here. They've put us in a spot where we're going to be able to see, you know, you get a little bit of fun, relaxing one-band time coming out here. So no ultimates, only F abilities. They change their Jades up to get themselves. It's a really cool concept that they have going in. But I think we might just be running it in.
Wait, we
I'm
go
not
straight to
100%
game?
sure. Are we going?
No,
yeah,
no,
we're going straight into game.
What?
No 1v1s.
Maybe
No
they did this.
1v1s.
Oh, do you know what it is? They're just using the points they've already earned.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Actually, that's a good way to reward people for playing well throughout the season. Yeah. Okay. Sometimes, well, I mean, unfortunately, guys, we don't get to run a show, so sometimes we're a little blind going in. I just assumed we were going to do what we normally did, but this actually does make more sense. Zhanyuan has been the most consistent of the players playing today, so of course he should be rewarded with getting first selection. which to me means we're probably going to be seeing that Lani. We did see last week a little bit of the changes on hero select, and certain heroes have moved around a little bit in the order of priority. Syra was one which was actually foregoed a couple of times in that first selection, but Zhang Yuan wants to lock in the Syra, gives over the Lani to Paste, and decides not to go down that normal angle. Instead, he goes for an untraditional line in the hero select. Third up, we got things like the Liam that show up. We see the Sheol as well. That's probably where the expectations are going to be going into this one.
Yeah, I think Frostibus has got the Sheol in here locked in 100%. Like there's almost no way he doesn't go for that. I think that we might be seeing Yodo coming up here. I love that we're seeing Yodo coming up a little bit higher in the pick rate. This is actually really cool to see here. And then we're going to be going into the next couple of picks as this goes along. MTF, HM, Chen, and XXY. Ooh. I think Shiel gets picked out, but MTF is going to go for the Kylan first off. I think it's a good shout, but I don't know. Shiel has just seemed to have fallen further and further down into the bottom of the meta. I don't think she's been tweaked too much. Players have just started to be able to find workarounds for it.
This is really bizarre.
Shiel. What? They
actually changed Shiel's ultimate, so it's actually easier as the Shiel to land the connections with the turtle stance. But what's bizarre to me is, yes, she hasn't had like the most consistently high performances, but she's a pretty solid pick. Ainur has been a bit of a personality pick. Kylin got changes. We haven't seen too much from the Kylin players recently because you can block the dashes on the ultimate. But finally, Chen gets his hands onto that Shiel. She slipped all the way into 7th pick. I don't think this is going to be a consistent thing we'll see throughout the day. But it's interesting for game 1 for Shiel slipped this far down the pick order. I expect this to probably be something like a Temi here or a Justina for XXY. No goes to the ACOS. We are really changing up the pick order into this game. So going into the final round, we've got Temi, we've got Justina. I'm trying to think who else is like some of the big players. I know people do like the Feria. Me and Moxie had I had a big rant at Moxie about how I hate Feria in solos. And if she gets picked, I'll talk about that later. But I think she's absolutely trash in solos. There's still quite a lot of solid picks up and available. We got the Wu Shen kicking about as well.
Yeah, Wu Chen is going to be an option. Lipo has been known to favor that pick before. So I definitely think that Wu Chen could be a good pick for him here. He still has a couple of other options available. Like you said, the Feria is going to be there. The Temi's available for him as well. He is going to go for that lock-in. We do have Feria and Wu Chen are probably going to be our last 2 picks. Unless anybody... we do have Valda. Valda.
How did I forget my girl? Okay, this should be Valda Wu Chen, please.
Valda Wu Chen definitely sounds
Charles, right. Do not pick Feria. Oh, I'd be so sad if he does it.
Here we go. 10 seconds to lock it in here, so we still have a little bit of time. He's just going to make his decision final once he gets ready. Oh my goodness. Feria over Wu Chen. And actually, Moxie and I had the same discussion. Feria or Wu Chen, who was going to be more favorable? I said Wu Chen, and then a Feria beat the Wu Chen out in the end circle for match point. So
yeah, so here's the thing, and this is exactly what my conversation with Moxie was. Poor Moxie had to listen to me rant. Feria is fine in final circle scenario. In fact, she's probably the best hero in the lobby right now for final circle. But that doesn't guarantee you get to final circle, because Feria doesn't have all of the extra tools. In a situation when there's still 7 players left, if a Feria gets forced to mech, she'll get targeted and run down by the entire lobby. You paint such a big target on your back. I had this rant like literally 4 days ago, so for the sake of the viewers, I'm not gonna have it again. I don't like Feria in finals. In solos, sure, fine in final circle, but pick for the whole game, not just for the last part, because you can't guarantee you get there. But regardless, by the way, we're heading over to Padoria for our first game of the day. This is a Firefly map as well, so we'll have some interesting stuff going off the back of that one. See where everyone drops momentarily, and we'll load out the running as well for their skills.
Yeah, we're gonna get to take a look at that in just a second here. We're gonna have to wait a second to see exactly what's going on. But Shenyuan gonna be F1 V1 on that Syra. Shuzhang gonna be F1 V2, F2 V1, F1 V2 for XXY on the ACOS. And I'm excited to see how ACOS is gonna rocket up to the meta when the new patch comes through. We've been playing on the new season for a little bit of time now on live patch, and a lot of players have been loving to run that ACOS. So I'm excited to see how that's going to be working out for them. See if they're going to try and go for that again, because oh my goodness, the new ACOS is so much fun to play. As we're going to be seeing now. Oh my, Spawn's coming through here, ladies and gentlemen, as we're seeing Imperium going to be getting Gigi's Chen. Jail's HM going to be on that right-hand side, just close. So he's going to be able to come through and loot that pretty quickly and contest Chen. And then down on the bottom side, there's a huge cluster along that eastern side of the map. That's going to be closer to the central side in that gold zone down by the large broken sword. And then we have in the other gold zone clusters and the Firefly areas, the entire rest of the lobby. Everybody's just clustered in that same spot.
I think what's interesting to me is no Volpine Essence. No one is going to be able to drop there due to the way the circle. Yeah, exactly, right? Like the map will not allow it. So we do still have the option of a gold weapon. We saw it last week, actually. Not gold weapon, red weapon from the center of the map. We did see one last week, and they lost, unfortunately, because of just the way that they played the final circle more than anything. But this is going to be a very chaotic hot drop, to be honest, off the bat here. Seeing lots of people dropping on top of one another. I can see GG Shard just getting themselves some goodies. Chen, sorry, get themselves some goodies and head straight into some action as Zhang Yuan just grabbing whatever gear they can off the back. Got some grey flying knives. Everyone obviously drops with grey armor nowadays, so we'll hopefully be trying to find a slight armor upgrade if they can. But for now, Paste and Arano finding each other, going look to go toe-to-toe. Paste losing half of their armor. Follow up with all of their armor. Has already used their combo breaker. Arano has used his as well. Gets caught there by the grapple tech, but saved actually by the terrain a little bit as Paste is now getting re-engaged onto. Both of them go for a cheeky armor swap out the halberds here onto Paste versus the blue flying knives onto Arano, as he is going to trade out. Both of them drop their armor once again. Nice little sidestep round the back there, Paste, just to evade getting caught. But Frostivus is looking to come in and play third party onto this fight. Both these players getting very low. Paste and Arano looking juicy here for Frosty. Arano quickly goes in for an armor swap. You can see Frosty was desperate to try and get those halberds off there with the blue focus, but it's going to be able to break away. Looks to try and catch here onto Pace as Arano wants to secure his kill. He's able to get it, and now Frosty is going to have to go toe-to-toe with Arano and those blue flying knives. Versus the blue armor, though, does have the ultimate. Isn't going to commit it yet. It's just going to throw out that combo breaker. Looks to find the cap here. Has got the ball, and Frosty's just going to play on the defensive, using the pillar, using the terrain to break away. Arano, can he find the cap on? He looks to find it. Isn't going to make the first connection here. Frosty's going to look to get a little bit more damage out onto Arano. Needs to be quick on the side steps. Plays the evasion game. Gets himself so low. Almost goes for the cap. Doesn't find it. And Frosty secures the kill.
Frostivus picking up a beautiful first elimination of his game here. That's going to be a 1 on the board for him so far, actually putting himself over SS1 Action. Now he is in qualifying spots, but taking a look at the score right now, it will give you a brief picture, but this early into the game, it's still hard to tell who is going to be qualifying it, especially this early into the day. But Xu Zhang going to be aggressing onto FunPlus Phoenix's Star. Star has ult available. He can pop it at a moment's notice. He's going to get the armor swap, biding him a little bit more time. Big parry coming through. F ability pops on to that side. Xu Zhang going to be able to back off of this as GG's Chen also coming through, completely stacked on loot for his early game here. He's got purple fist blades as well as some blue armor to be able to help him out there. SS1's Action actually taking a lot of damage here, but XXY taking even more. Action trying to go for that heal pot. It looks like XXY just in that Echo Assault going to be trying to kite out the situation. Down on the bottom, he's managed to find a pot here. He's going to be able to pot himself up. Ultimate is going to go down. Oh, big armor swap coming through as well. MTF going to be trying to see if he can still manage to secure the kill. He does have ult available, so he's going to keep line of sight on him. keep continuing the grapple chase over. Oh, Action missing a grapple is going to put him a little bit behind, but it's all good. He's still going to be able to manage to catch up. But it actually looks like XXY is out of this fight right now. We're going to see the no... Oh, what a smart kite. He's kiting over to that no ult zone to be able to get himself into a better position for the fight as we're flipping over to GG's Chen versus FPX Star.
It's actually a third actor in the area. Chuz is in the area too. Chen, with those purple fist weapons, we'll be able to do a fair amount of damage if you can get the sync in. Looks like Star's going to try and kite away. There's a trap over there, so it's quite hard to chase. Now switches out and picks up some purple fans as well. It's going to be nice and geared, but not able to secure a single kill off there. Again, another kind of scrap breaking out here. Interesting to see, you know, we have had a lot of action, but I honestly expected this to be more of a bloodbath at the start of the day. But actually, it's been a relatively chill one so far. Jin here with, right now, the musket trying to find the shots off. Got himself the longsword, goes for a quick stab down, gets some extra damage off here onto XXY. XXY nice and low. Jin looking to try and secure that kill for himself. Doesn't want to be giving it over as XXY is just playing the evasion game right now. That's going to be the ultimate committed. And it looks like it's just going to have to back off. NTF successfully bullies Shin off XXY. But XXY, with that ACOS and all the extra movement he's now going to be able to pick up, is on the run and should be able to find himself a nice spot to get some healing. Maybe an armor swap off as Lipo and Arano did look to go toe-to-toe, but honestly, it's a lot of like chest puffing and posturing and actually not a lot of committing right now.
Yeah, Circle's starting to close. Yang is starting to come up as well. All of these players, this is their last chance to make it in for grand finals, and it's going to be the end of their season unless they do end up qualifying for J-Cup. So it is a difficult spot to be in here. So they are going to be attempting to play extremely slow. As you see, there's only been 4 kills to have happened across the board here. Not that many people have gotten eliminated. First circle is about to close. These rebirths are going to go down. These players have to be careful because if they die without their rebirths available, they are going to be completely out of the game. So we are going to see GG Chen just looking for a bit of aggression, trying to see if he can pick up a second elimination on the board. There's only been 4 kills. There's literally Frostivus with 1, Star with 1, Chen with 1, Arana with 1. Everybody else has 0 eliminations on the board. We usually see a double pretty early into the game, maybe a triple every now and again. But it looks like everybody's just getting ready to go for that Realm of Yang as nobody wanting to go for that hyper aggression right away. We will see some mid-game aggression coming through, but they are playing it incredibly slow here.
Yeah, this is bizarrely slow, especially if I'm like one of those bottom players like XXY, Lipo, or Chuz. I'm probably just full sending it right now. I think playing passive plays into the current guys at the top's favor. They'll sit there, they'll happily get whatever little points they can, and as long as no one's hard popping off in the lobby, you know, if I'm Arano, I'm not overly sweating. Yeah, I've got a single kill, but you know, no one else is really popping off. No one else is actually having a majorly good performance. So yeah, a bit of a bizarre one. We're seeing the standard wait for people to go into Realm of Yang and then open up the vault, grab some goodies. Chuz, see what he gets inside this one. I'm curious what this vault's gonna look like. It looks like a runner's on the other side. Right, there's a door there. Oh, MTF just appeared out of nowhere. All right, it's a Soul Jade one, I think. Oh no, it's got Mora's Blessing inside as well. Okay.
Yeah, so when it comes to the caves in Immortal War, we do see the Mora's Blessing on the inside, and then they've got the extra soul jades and weapons. I don't believe we have like the different ones like we do in the ranked mode anymore. I think they're all pretty much the same. You get some soul jades. You might see one with weapons in it as well. I think it actually could be relatively changing, but we are going to see this Realm of Yang might actually be free for Shenyuan unless we're seeing some last second joiners coming through.
Crazy.
This is incredible. Okay, we're getting a couple of last second joins coming through here. Alliance is, okay, no, it's all full. GG's Chen going to be able to go for the uppercut combo. Oh my goodness. Gets the grapple extension into the 1-2-3, into the aerial. RMB tries to switch over to those fist blades. And it looks like he's just going to switch to that. He's got 3 purple weapons in hand here. He's got the flying knives and the fist blades. And then he's got the purple fan as well. Where now we're going to see that ultimate coming out. Tried to kite for as long as possible. Is going to be able to proc one of those shields now. Backs up. Sends the throw through. Going to back in. That's his second throw down. Chi-Chi's Chen going to take to the skies. Ultimate is now down. Tries to throw. Doesn't get the connect. We are going to see them coming through now. He does get the connect on the last spear here. Is going to be able to get a lot of damage coming through. Oh, big CLMB play coming through, but the F ability from GG's Chen, or from JL's HM, going to come through and help him quite a bit to be able to kite out this situation. GG's Chen trying to see if he can get the tech chase off. Looks like HM in the back end isn't going to be getting too much value. Oh my goodness, the Sky Punch coming in to be able to save. Now we're flipping over Frostivus versus Action on the second side of the Realm of Yang. Action going to be taking a lot of damage here. Misses his throws on the top of, oh my goodness.
You can't beat Yoto by kiting behind pillars. She just slices through. That was so nice by Frosty. He's having a really solid start here off the back of that one. And now we're on to the point of the game where I do expect to see a little bit more action. It's been way too quiet, for my opinion, right now. And Vermilion Birds might means it's risk-free fighting, but also the Remyang debuff means that these guys are desperately going to be looking for it. Arano, he doesn't have the debuff on, while HM does. So HM is going to be playing the hunt game onto Arano, who's just playing escape. Doesn't really want to get caught here, doesn't really want to get into a fight. Does commit the ultimate, actually. Looks for the cap off, is going to be able to get it. That's enough to kind of calm HM down. Throws him off into the distance. Catches him a little bit there with the flying knife. Forces HM to go in for the transform. He's going to go for the stab down onto Arano. Doesn't actually make that connection. Well, I say he doesn't, but he does there. Doesn't get the execute off most crucially yet, but Arano is slowly but surely being finished up here. HM is going to not secure the kill. Jin's going to be able to. And HM, he can't loot the Soul Bloom because he's transformed. So that was just a massive waste of resources, and he gained nothing.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate when that happens. You're in the ult, you're transforming, you're trying to cleanse that Yang depletion. A third party comes into your fight, steals the Soul Bloom. It's the least ideal situation, and it is the huge downside to playing Transformers when it comes to the scenario of solos. It's why we see it more often in trios. Enor has started to make his way into these solos lobbies, which I do love to see. I think he's a very well-rounded hero. You know, the combo break would be nice for him, but his kit is pretty well-rounded, as we're going to be seeing Valda versus the Alani coming out here. Pace going to be trying to go for some shots with the spear, or the staff, sorry. He's got jabbing on. We're seeing Action trying to jump into that, as now he's using that ultimate. Good dodge from Pace to be able to get out of there, popping that ultimate just to kite the situation even more into that goalie stance. It looks like, is Action going to just take his life into the zone here? They're really playing this one close to the vest.
Yeah, I think the problem is his ult was about to time out. That fight was getting a little bit too dicey. Pace, though, still being chased off here. HM got 1 minute left, well, 1 minute 50 left on his debuff. Was able to, you know, get close to securing that previous kill. Wasn't able to make too much of it. Now in the Forbidden Seal, is just looking to try and finish up Pace, who actually catches him with the aerial there in the staff, and HM is incredibly low. Both of these two are going low, but Pace is able to take it, and HM knocked out of the lobby. The debuff from the Romyang pays off, and he is cut down. Jin able to make his way back into safety, went the long way around, and that ate up a lot of his debuff time. So he needs to get in and find someone to take out real quick, because it could get dicey for him. As Star as well, 50 seconds left for him here to find himself a kill or a Soul Bloom of some sort, but unfortunately, I don't really foresee that happening. I don't think the Birdsmite guys really lost too many of their Birdsmite buffs either. And honestly, an incredibly bizarre game that we are playing here, actually. I haven't seen a lobby this tame in a very long time in solos.
Yeah, it is incredibly slow. Frostivus is leading the score with 2 eliminations. That's just to show you how slow this game has been. Nobody really taking their off-spawn. Star with only 15 seconds left on that Yang depletion. We might actually see a timeout coming out from Action as well. He's only got 53 seconds left. And these players are just not looking to give up kills. They need to make it to that grand final. This is what they've been working for the entire summer. So they are not going to try and give this up right now. It would be really unfortunate if they ended up giving these eliminations up right at the very end. We are going to take a look at a quick replay from the Realm of Yang when we have this break in the action. We're seeing this is going to be Funko Phoenix's Star versus Shenyuan. Star has ult available. We saw him not pop it earlier. He's going to get himself parried. Now he need uppercut almost happens there from the RMB. You see, doesn't even have Star. Why aren't we popping ult? Now we're flipping back over
I don't
to
know.
real time.
I feel like we've seen quite a lot of players being almost too passive sometimes recently.
100%.
Very, very bizarre. But here we are, Zhang Yuan inside the realm of Yang. Seeing the end of Jin as well. Actually, Paste took them down, so it looks like Jin went for one last attempt on Paste. Did not pay off. If Zhang Yuan gets a free realm of Yang here, I might lose it. Okay, cool. Lipo jumps in. All right, both of the realm of Yangs fill out. Thank you. I was genuinely starting to get concerned about some of these players. They're playing too passive, in my opinion. You still need points to make sure you qualify. Passive won't win you the final, so you need to just get your head in the game, get those fights in, get the points on the board. Make sure you look as good as possible going into those finals. Because right now, we're going to see Zhang Yuan hunting for the potential kill here. Scale Rush comes in onto Lipo, uses the F to break away, has got Wisps loaded up, looks to make a connection, just a light clang comes down, no parries or anything big here. Again, looking to connect onto one another. Just going to back off. Lipo getting chased up here. Is going to get himself caught briefly. Throws down the Dazzle as a combo breaker. Doesn't actually make the Dazzle connect here at all. Both of these players still sitting on those ultimates, waiting for a good window to use it. And I think it's going to have to be soon here from Zhang Yuan, although does find a cheeky with another opportunity to throw down. Does get the combo breaker out here from Lipo, catches him in the uppercut, keeps him aerial for a whole lot of time. The flying knives combo starting to add up a little bit too much. No ultimate necessary. Zhang Yuan will take the realm of Yang.
The shotgun burst is just so much damage coming through. It is really, really crazy how much they let this weapon absolutely dominate solos. The damage output that you're getting coming through from the from that flying knives charged LMB, it's crazy how quick you're able to shark down HP. And now we're going to be seeing him go through. He's got gold armor, some gold weapons coming through as well. He's going to see MTF. Oh my goodness, Shenny One's going to go on the hunt now. White Tiger's prowess available for him. And it looks like Frostivus has managed to win himself that Realm of Yang. Frostivus is on some other type of energy today. He's the only one with 3 eliminations so far into this game.
Yeah, well, he's going to get himself knocked back briefly here by MTF, still hunting to try and secure himself that 3rd kill. Try and put himself ahead of the rest of the lobby with a significant point at this point, especially with how passively everyone's playing. If you have a pop-off game here, you just put a massive, massive lead into the day, and it's only game 1, so it gives you such a nice cushion to play off as MTF desperately playing on that passive foot here. Loses most of his armor, just a sliver left standing. Has to swap out to the gray armor because his purple is doing him nothing. He is just being hunted by Zhang Yuan, who is hungry for this kill. MTF is almost going to get caught as actually XXY briefly finds himself in danger. And this is just full Kai Lin hate, to be honest. Zhang Yuan does not want to be dealing with him in the final game. Those dashes going to be too much. MTF still doing a good job of holding on to the dashes, but he is truly on the back foot, truly being hunted here as he is burning through grapples. Still got 21 actually, so maybe not as many as I thought had been burnt. He's using a lot of his weapon movement with that dagger to get away, and I think Zhang Yuan has finally decided to give up the hunt. I'm sure that was a frustrating moment there for Kai Lin, who had to swap out to having just the grey armor, lost his purple armor just because of the chase, and the chase is apparently back on. MTF interrupted here, caught by the grapple, forced to throw the ultimate out as he's using it as a defensive dashing tool, but he's inside the zone. He's getting too much damage thrown onto him by the corruption. He's trying to heal himself back up, but the interrupts are coming in, and I think these dots are going to finish him up. The pistol from Lipo secures the kill as he jumps in, finds himself the kill, the Soul Bloom. I think that was actually the cleanse there for Lipo, although I don't know if he did. No, he didn't get the cleanse, unfortunately. So Lipo cut short there on that one. It's going to just pot up and get himself back into the zone, although Zhang Yuan may play interrupt here onto Lipo.
Yeah, well, he knows he was trying to go for that Soul Bloom. So he knows he's probably one of the players who needs to cleanse. They're also definitely aware of the eliminations in the kill feed, as Lipo not going to be able to do that. He does get the kill, so that is going to give him a little bit of extra points, coming through for that, but Shen Yuan in at that first place spot already. Frostivus has climbed all the way from 7th place to 4th with those 3 eliminations on the board for him. GG Chen, ooh, that's Cyan Fang going to be coming up from Lipo with that golden staff, dealing a lot of damage coming through. He has the ability to try and go for the ult, but he misses. GG Chen. Chen's going to be able to find himself this tiny little slice of heaven to be able to get himself an advanced heal pot here. As we see, he's got that advanced heal. Jade, his shield went all the way up to 75%, but his HP is getting incredibly low. Focusing his attention and energy onto Lipo as he does have that ultimate available. It is going to go down pretty quickly, but it looks like he might try and keep up the pace into this fight. Lipo in the back end isn't going to be taking too much damage off of these cannon shots, but now he's got the whole lobby looking at him. Who is going to be able to claim that elimination? It's going to be Alliance's Pace coming into the back end, and we see the Kleds come through, but no, Pace going to be able to steal the Soul Bloom away from GG Chen, the one who desperately needed this. It looks like he is just going to remain with the Yang depletion for another minute. He's going to go for the all-in onto Pace now. We do see him get caught. F ability invested, though. Now we're seeing he doesn't have F available. It's not the best idea for him to go for an engage right now. He needs to find a way to get himself a Soul Bloom without becoming the target of the lobby. And I think with 58 seconds left, I'm not too sure it's possible. We're going to be seeing XXY and Xu Zhang down on the bottom side. Nobody looking to get active until these Spirit Wells start to drop.
No, it's definitely going to be a more chill moment here as Frosty does lose half of his armor, but he's okay. He's just going to be able to back off. Chen got himself healed up nicely, but 30 seconds, I think he's just going to have to run off. And people know. You can see they're all looking to jump onto him, try and find that last hit, secure that kill. No, there's not long left, although actually, maybe that's not what it is. Chen's just trying to get himself caught on to the Spirit Well, but ultimately, he's just fighting in vain at this point. XXY goes a little bit low, actually. He's able to cut through that health. Throws down the F there from XXY, but with 5 seconds left on the board, DRG's XXY is going to get his first kill here onto Chen, as Chen kind of just gifted it to him. And that is going to be the end of our second player, our second place player right now in the lobby. It's Frosty trying to just keep Zhang Yuan here off this Spirit Well himself. Both of them just fighting for it. Both of our golden armor players right now. Frosty just trying to get himself some pot onto the armor back up, but isn't going to happen. Just going to back behind this wall. Get himself another pot off in the distance. As Chuz and Pace going toe-to-toe now. Chuz, half his armor is going to quickly mount up into the mech. And like I said, normally this makes you a bit more of a target. You do have a bit of a shield, though, just due to the fact you're inside the dome. But Pace is just going to play evasion onto him. Doesn't want to get hit by the cannon shots. Is just playing pure evasion. Again, another cannon shot goes wide. And as soon as this Farrier transforms, you see the lobby all jump in, knowing that once this Farrier jumps out of mech, it is going to be so hard for her to really do anything. Chuz jumps down, no ultimate available, and is now just incredibly exposed. Pace is going to look to jump onto him. Chuz is taking shots from within the dome as well from Zhang Yuan, and that is Chuz going out of the lobby. Told you, Farrier sucks.
It's going to be ASE's Shen Yuan, who managed to claim the first Spirit Well, was going to be able to claim himself that second one. It looks like Frostivus didn't get hit with the Yang depletion, though. I think he was
miles away because he was
outside of the zone. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Perfect. So Shen Yuan going to claim both buffs. He's got the red tome. He's got all the gold armor in the world. He's got the weapon swaps. 2 eliminations on the board for him. Paced with 3. XXY actually managed to pick up his second elimination off of the commotion of GG's Chen trying to cleanse. As we now see coming through, Alliance's Pace going to be trying to make a play. He's only got a blue longsword in hand, but he's got engraving. He's got another Soul Jade that's purple, and then he's also got that Phoenix Blast coming out here as we are seeing him try and release that into DRG's XXY. As these are the 2 players with the Yang depletions. They're going to be going at each other. Big Parry going to be coming through. Pace going to go for the pickup on that blue longsword. As both of these players in quite a lot of trouble. Frostivus with 3 eliminations on the board, trying to come in for the third party. We've got one more player. Oh no, this is our 4. This is our entire 4. Pace is allowed to get a heal off, but he doesn't get too much coming through. We're going to see XXY in the back end. Oh, big parry coming out, but the bow shot interrupting the punish from Frostivus to the backside. griefing just a little bit, but we see that ultimate getting forced out anyways on the side of XXY. Pace on the top end. Looks like he might just go for that capture the flag, as that is a viable option for him to do. XXY is going to take the flag, bringing it over. Oh, but it's in zone. Oh my goodness, no. XXY is going to be in a lot of trouble. He armor swaps to a gray armor, but there's no armor left in it. No durability in the armor at all. XXY has now put himself on a huge debuff. He's not able to go cleanse off of the back of that flag, and now he's got a huge beacon letting everybody know where he is. And it looks like Frostman is going to pick up the elimination. Who gets the cleanse? Pace
didn't.
No, he didn't do it. He's still got the Yang completion here. As we're going to see, Frostman is just going to go for that F ability to try and back out. Armor Pierce coming out from Pace into the goalie stance. We're going to see the Red Sword Tome coming out. Red Greatsword Tome. Frostman is taking so much damage. Shenyuan going to pick up that elimination, putting himself on 3. Who gets the bloom? Pace finally gets the cleanse off, and now it's the fight between Pace and Shen Yuan. This is going to be a crazy matchup for the final fight.
Yeah, he's got the staff ready. Combo break comes out immediately. Pace no ultimate, though, means Januan with the health and armor advantage probably has this one in the bag, as Pace is just getting microwaved down here, trying to play evasion away from him using this pillar, but gets caught mid-air, gets a whole heap of damage thrown into him. Does still have that, well, did just use the F, and that's the end of Pace. Januan puts his stamp on game number 1 of the lobby. I'm going to say it, these guys were way too passive. That is not the way you qualify for the finals. That is also, I'm just going to say, if you play like that in the finals, the top 6 players are absolutely going to stamp you out. You're not going to be able to stand up versus Mike, Spider, Edward, all of those lot standing at the top of the ladder right now. Honestly, these guys need to go into game 2 a little bit more hungry for it. It was good to see Frostivus jumped out from 7th place. He ended that game in 3rd, I believe, overall in the standings. So jumped up quite a lot in the standings off the back of that one. Has now got himself in a qualification spot, but he needs to continue to hold it for another 5 games. And yeah, I think it boils down to a lot of these players were too nervous about the whole qualification side of things, and they just need to treat this like any other regular day. Get as many points as possible, play properly, because if you play passive for the next 5 games, that will be the last 5 games you play this year.
100%. Yeah, we do still have the CN Cup qualifiers where some of these players are going to get the chance to compete for the J Cup spots, but it will be the end. It will be the end of their NBPL run if they do end up placing in that bottom 6. But it has to happen. We have to eliminate 6 people. If we'd have an 18-player lobby, we could. If we could do that, we would. But Immortal War,
no, 16.
16. Immortal War is going to only allow us to have 12 players now. So they switch the game mode up, and it allows for a more competitive lobby. I do like that there's only 12 players, right? When you have let's say you have 16 players, it does make it a lot more difficult. Especially, imagine if we had 16 with the amount of unique heroes. 16 unique heroes. I don't even think there's 16 heroes in the game. You'd be forcing some players onto Monk, which would be ultimately super unfair.
Well, we got a question for you guys at home here. What player chose Syra in game 1? Was it XXY, Chen, MTF, or Zhang Yuan? Honestly, this is a very easy question because it was a bit of an upset for them to first pick it. That's my clue. If you remember who was first, you'll know the answer to this question. A, B, C, or D. Check that Twitch chat. Check your Xbox. That's all you'll be notified. Here are overall standings at the end of this game. Zhang Yuan walks away with 7.8 points and then 5.5 points for Frosty, 5 for Pace, and it starts to peter off a little bit into some lower numbers off the back of that one. So yeah, if I'm playing this game, I'm not happy walking away with 1 or 2 points. You need a lot more than 1 or 2 points to make it through to those finals coming up on the weekend. So yeah, time to get locked in if I was these lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what they're going to be needing to do right now is they need to lock themselves in, and they need to get themselves up higher in these scoreboards, because right now Chuzheng, HM, and Lipo are looking really, really weak on that bottom side. Star, not too bad of a game, but losing that Yang in it just inadvertently ruined his whole flow, and he wasn't able to get himself that cleanse. Action as well with the 1.5 not looking too great. MTF as well, only the 0.5 placement points for himself. XXY got himself to 3.5, so he wasn't doing too bad. He's climbed himself up into that 6th place spot. Shen Yuan at the 14.7 now total points is going to be sitting on that top side. Frostivus at 9.1 in 2nd. Pace is going to be at 8.9 in 3rd. Chen going to be at 8.1 in 4th, and then 7.2 will be Arano in that 5th place position. Like you can see, the placement points are saving a lot of these players here. Arano 6.2, only gets 1, is still in that top 6.
Yeah, we're seeing a couple of replays from this game. Honestly, it's not going to be too many replays. It was such a tame game. Nothing really happened. I'm happy to see a Yoto actually have a good game, because last week on the game me and Moxie covered, the games me and Moxie covered last Thursday, like some of the bigger kind of characters actually were struggling a little bit. Like the likes of a Yoto, didn't really see all that many great games coming out from Yotos. Didn't see any particularly great games coming out from Sheol's either. It was only towards the tail end of the day when we saw like even Alani get an MVP. It was a very bizarre day where a lot of the more personality picks were actually popping off. But this game definitely kind of a bit of a return to the normal. Ended with the Lani and the Syra going toe-to-toe. See, Zhang Yuan was able to pull it out here on the Syra, find himself that victory. But yeah, it's been very interesting, because I feel like the meta is so much more loose in that sense, where you can kind of play whatever you like. I totally forgot the red token was popped there, the Star Soul Jade. There's a lot of work there, but
we saw Frostivus with the red tome, and it was really like a great play for him to pull out there. He got hit with the red tome from Shen Yuan, and the armor-piercing musket into the red tome, like forcing that F ability out and then making sure he's not able to heal inside that F ability. They did a really good job of sharking that away. He healed his armor, but that while he took away his HP. And now we're seeing the Syra MVP. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your answer for the answer for treasures. Going to be Shen Yuan, who was on Syra. 8 times MVP this bi-weekly, this Pro League fall split, as we're seeing 15,000 damage, 4 eliminations. Flying Knives doing most of his damage with Staff and Musket, bringing up 2nd and 3rd. Armor Pierce, Soothing Boot, Alchemy, Cyan Fang, Tuna, and then a damage reduction Jade to top it all off. In a pretty stacked loadout. That Armor Pierce definitely putting in work for him in that final fight against Frostivus. It really, really helped him out there.
He's definitely one of those players as well coming into today's games who's probably one of the favorites going through for the day. You know, this is still, unfortunately, the kind of like bottom half of our grand final players, but Zhang Yuan definitely a player capable of having a potentially deep run a little bit further in. If he's capable of winning finals is obviously a whole other question and a whole other matter. We'll have to see, but players are getting ready to go back onto the stage, and we're actually gearing up to jump straight to Horror pretty much. So once these players are sat down and ready, we'll be getting into our second game of the day. And it's weird. For me, we're still really early in the morning, so we are, well, not as early as it is in the morning for you. But it's weird because normally we have the 1v1s. So for me, I feel like we're really ahead of schedule at the moment on what games we've got coming up. So the fact we're on to game 2 already is kind of crazy for me. I'm excited to see it though, because I hope that game 1 lit a fire under them. If I was a coach backstage right now, I'd have the belt off. I'd be fuming. There's just nothing happened. They just sat back and did nothing, man. Like, you need to get points on the board, and you can't get points on the board running away from fights. So at some point, I expect something to happen, and I'm hoping it's this next game where the players realize, like, oh, I'm in like bottom 6 and quite a significant distance away from catching up the front runners. I should probably just pull the trigger and jump in. Like, if you went hard in that game and you got like 4 or 5 kills and went out early, you still would have tied with the top players. That's how passive that game was. So, you know, it's one of those ones where you have to put the points on the board, you have to get the kills, you get a free revive at the beginning of the game, and potentially later if you get a Vermilion Bird's Bite. So yeah, send it, guys. Don't play passive, because that was a snooze fest for one, and also you're not going to make it a finals, and you're not going to survive finals if that's your play going into them.
I think all of the players in the lobby saw that it was starting to slow down, and they just adapted to that. I think in a faster paced lobby, these players do have the ability to change in to a faster pace. But I think dictating that game flow is a strength that some of these players have. Frostivus and Shen Yuan able to slow it down so that even if they're not getting a lot of kills, they slow the pace of the entire game down and make sure that nobody else is claiming kills while they're not able to find any. And there was not a lot of mid-game fights. I feel like they've started to figure out the way to play these games as we started off really explosive on these last couple of patches with the Yang depletion changes and everything coming through. But now it's started to kind of simmer down from that level, and it's now created this different area of the game that really, it's really just flat out slowed everything down. It feels like our OG season 1 of NBPL mid-game lulls that we used to see.
Well, here we are having a look once again at our players as they're getting ready to go in to the second game, into the second hero select. Obviously, things will be changing in the order. Are they going to be changing in the attitude towards how to approach the game? Genuine obviously walking away with the first place after that last game. I want to be keeping that up. I mean, if he has 2 more good games, and one of them is a particularly good game, he pretty much just guarantees that he qualifies for finals. Especially if the rest of the lobby plays passive like this. Like, that first game, he walks away with the most points, and no one else really earned all that many points other than Frosty. And Frosty started the day way lower down in the standings to him. So, you know, great job for Frosty to jump up those standings. And that was his opportunity to kind of make up for his low starting spot, just because no one earned any points. So the points he earned versus the points everyone else earned, there's a pretty big deficit there. If you look at like the average, at least anyway. So great start for him, bad start for others. I'm going to shut up on now on this point because I've kind of rambled on about my thoughts on it.
Yeah,
I will be interested as well to see if this whole Sheol business is a sign of the rest of the day, or if that was just like a bit of a weird flash in the pan. Because I can kind of understand when Sheol doesn't get picked up in 3rd or 4th. And then I think it was MTF and HM because we all move up 1 spot. So why they didn't pick the Sheol was because they're going, wait, I'm going to have to pick Sheol in the next game if I'm like HM, let's say, because Liam's going to most likely go into 3rd pick. And it messes up your game plan when someone doesn't pick something you were expecting, or like someone takes your Yoto as a 2nd pick or a 3rd pick instead of a like a Sheol. It really does change the whole game up for you. So yeah, interesting to see. But as we're getting ourselves loaded and ready to go into game number 2, we'll have our overall standing. Well, not overall standings. We'll have our hero select coming up fairly soon. In what these guys have got cooked up for this game, I expect it to probably be what they've been cooking all season, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's definitely like a playstyle that these players have started to use, where they just start to throw off what people have been doing because they want to try and mess up the flow of the gameplay. So Arano going to be going for that first pick, Lonnie. Frostivus taking that Syra. Liam and Sheol expected to be taken. But look at that. Frostivus disrupted the flow of the game, taking the wrong pick with the Yoto. The traditionally wrong pick, let's say. It turned out to be the right pick for him because he did end up winning himself a lot of points off of that, playing Yoto. As you're going to see, MTF is actually going to... Yoto has just become her, I guess. I
mean, we saw kind of why she's so popular at the moment. Like, her ultimate goes through walls, goes through pillars, and there's a big tech when it comes to the... when it comes to the Realm of Yangs, where you just, when someone ults, you sit on the other side of the pillar and just evade them. Like, that's what people do with Syra, what they do with Sheol. But Yoto just slices through. It doesn't matter. She'll still connect with you. Very, very solid. She has some bad matchups, though, in the Realm of Yang. Syra and Justina are genuinely miserable experiences for a Yoto to go up versus. You get hit by the Dazzle, you get stagger locked and locked down. I mean, also Liam can do all right, but Liam is pretty much great to everyone in a 1v1. His big issue is his multi-way fights. But yeah, it looks like Sheol has definitely dropped down in value and priority for these players in favor of the Yoto, at least here in these players playing today. There's Akos and the Sheol getting locked in here for Chen and XY. start. Now, obviously, things like the Temi, the Justina, open and available. We saw a lot of preference on the Ainur, very earlier pickup in our previous game. Typically, he doesn't show up until towards the lower end of the hero select. See what Lipo's got.
I think Wu Chen is seemed to have sort of lost his footing into the meta, which is
some people are still playing it.
Yeah,
I think he's not picked every game, but he is still getting played.
There are still a few people who are wanting to opt for that Wu Chen pick, but I think more or less he has started to drop down in pick order. He's always been close to the bottom, but yeah. I think right now people are really just not going for that pick, which I mean, I think it's fair enough.
I think last week he had like a 50% pick rate.
Okay.
Maybe 45, but it's not as low as you think. I think some players prefer the Justina, not the Justina, sorry, the Feria, and others go the Feria sucks. Also, Ainur is a bit of a wild card because he's been starting to rise in like pick order. I think he's probably sitting at like a 65% pick rate, like total, from the last bi-weekly. So he's started to come up a little bit, which is where Wu Chen would typically sit if they didn't play like an Ainur. And then some people still pick the Feria, so she occasionally shows up and then takes it away. As there you go, Zhang Yuan, a winner of our last lobby, not falling for the Feria trap, locks in the Wu Chen, lock that one down, and then paste. Temi's been picked. Who else is? Oh, Valda. How do I keep forgetting Valda? She's my main. What's wrong with me?
I guess we do get to see the Wu Chen coming out here for this game. I'm excited to see how this is going to go.
It's still pretty good. It's, the problem is he's obviously not as consistent as some of the other characters. I think he has a similar issue to Sheol, where multi-ways are not particularly his suit, but he's definitely okay if he's third partying, but if someone comes in and first parties him, he can be a little bit cooked. We did see some variants on the ultimates as well. We saw the teleport behind you variant last Thursday as well, which was a very bizarre pick in my opinion, but did still see some love. It actually did work relatively well. Very interesting, but we are getting ourselves loaded up and ready to go in to this game number 2 here on Holoroth.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see if they're going to decide to pick up the pace or if they're going to go for a little bit of a slower playthrough like they have in the past. Because I definitely think that it's worth it for them to try and go slower here. I think that for what is on the line, I think going slower does help them out. But I do believe that it is, it is unfortunate for the viewer. But for the player themselves, I think it is definitely a...
Wait. Sorry to interrupt. Is Lipo already on his second pick of Temi?
Yeah, Temi doubled back-to-back,
wow.
I guess.
Fair play. He uses his double pick early. I mean, I guess he's low down on the pick order. So for the rest of the day, he kind of almost falls back into that kind of formal meta that they've got on that front.
Yeah, I definitely think that it is a viable option for him to attempt to do this because, like I said, Temi, being a very strong hero, and if he's super comfortable on that, getting his first 2 games out of the way with his comfort pick, it could be something that could set him apart from the rest of the crew. But the only thing I think about that is that if he does mess up this game, because the first game went so bad, he could have a bit of extra trouble coming into these next couple of games.
These final circles, these drop circles have actually been quite cruel to the players. No one's going to be able to get the puzzle, so no early golden weapon. Like both the times we've had a drop circle, it's been a little bit kind of cruel to the players playing that denial, but they'll be all happy. No golden loot area around Imperial as well, which is quite interesting. Typically, that's pretty consistently won, but it looks like right now not going to be the case. So our players all dropping down. You got Plumed, obviously a bit of a common hot drop area, and then a couple of clusters. I think this is now spaced out enough for it to be a bit more of a bloodbath. Well, I think last time there were just so many people in the same area that it was a bit too dangerous to lose. You could just go in for a fight and then the whole lobby would just take you down. So I think we're now hot dropped enough, but not overly hot dropped, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense here. As everybody has their clusters, but not the entire lobby right next to each other. These players are going to start to
My word, MTF.
get their
Purple
loot
armor
in.
off the bat.
Yeah, I mean that's really nice to see here. He's got that purple armor. Only the gray weapon so far. I think he does have that blue pole sword in the back pocket. So if he needs the pole sword,
Purple
he
soldier.
is.
I don't know what it was, but he just got one.
And he's doing a really good job of getting some really good loot right off the rip here. He could be running a little bit of luck on that glyph tree, as we're not going to be seeing a bunch of these players. Look at how slow this is going. Nobody's getting aggressive here. Everybody's just jumping around, keeping their distance. What is this gameplay, guys?
I'm losing my mind, man.
Yeah,
what I love
this
about
is really
solos
slow.
is how high tempo it is, how aggressive it is right now. But honestly, these players are so scared of losing their spot at finals that it might not even matter. Like, you can't play like this in finals. And I know you say, you know, the tempo of the lobby is kind of like dictates how the players play. But someone has to be the one to initiate. Someone has to be the one to start that aggression in the lobby. It feels like everyone's just grabbing whatever loot they can. As finally, we're going to see MTF here with that purple armor and now switched out to a golden katana. It's just going to get some extra dirt work here done onto Jin. Able to strip through his armor. Jin's playing defensive here. Looks for the clan. Catches him with the F here. Jin losing a fair amount of HP here. Throws down the freeze. It's just going to break away as MTF keeps the pressure up, knowing that he has that massive armor advantage over him. Gets himself the focus off as well. Armor swap comes out and immediately that armor is stripped from him. MTF is just going to heal up his purple armor. Gets a second pot off as well as Pace has jumped into the fray. Bell gets rung to make sure that there's nobody else in the area as they're putting the pressure up onto Jin. He's using the tents, using the terrain to break around and play the escape game here. He's actually been able to swap himself into purple armor, and Jin, that might have just bought him the safety net he needed to break away.
Yeah, the purple armor swap going to be super lucrative for him there as MTF now basically on an even playing field. Paced in the back end, gray armor, but he has that purple weapon advantage over top of his opponents here. But that gray armor is going to make him the one that's going to get targeted out here, even though he has that weapon advantage. We are going to see, big catch from action into the grapple bump, but he lets it go because he sees MTF coming in on the back end. He knows he's going to be able to get that heal pot off. Goes for the heal. Pace could have been dead here, but we don't see the kill come through. Action. He went for the safe play here, and this is what everybody seems to be going for. Big musket shot from Action as well onto Pace. Going to be able to deal a little bit of extra damage. Pace looking for an armor swap in these little loot piles here. He's just going to get grappled onto. He has that ult available, so now we're going to see that come out. Now, big dodge. Oh, no. Action going to get caught up, taking away a lot of his health. As we are going to see, does he get the weapon? No, MTF manages to steal it. Pace, though, has a purple katana in the back pocket that he is able to use if he needs. Now we're going to see Action popping that Justina ultimate. He has that available. He's going to try and go for the throw here. He's looking for the double dash, and he doesn't do it in time. He's playing too safe. MTF's going to be able to get both of these eliminations here. Big parry going to come through. Steals those flying knives. He still has two dashes available, so you could use these to kite out, or he could use these to go for some engage. We are going to see one dash coming through, but the ult from, oh my goodness. What a misplay from Action here. He's playing this a little bit
Too passive.
I'm not going to lie. Too passive, and he falls for it. MTF picking up two.
Way too passive, these players right now. It's a little disheartening to see, to be honest. Finally, we've seen Arano and Chuz get himself into a fight. Nunchucks versus Fan. Arano uses the combo breaker, but Chuz keeps that pressure up, able to finish him up, get himself the kill. But we're in a lobby again where Roma Yang spawns, and this time there's even been less kills than last game. There's 3 kills on the board. I'm flabbergasted. I was really excited to watch some to wake up this morning and watch some solos, but I don't know if I'm watching solos at all right now. I feel like I'm just watching people just run around the map and play explore, as XXY is going to go down. So at least we are on par with the previous game. It's going to be 4 kills over XXY. It's just going to take the one last clip. There it is with the pistol. Chen's able to secure that one. So at least when Roma Yang spawns, we're back on 4 kills like we were last game. But genuinely surprising how chill these players are being right now. There's not a lot of kills on the board. Seeing that golden dagger there onto Star as that Lightboat throws down the F, tries to break away, looks to try and catch out. He's caught here by the staff. HM keeping the pressure up onto him, has to swap out, gets another throw down onto him, caught inside the balls. HM caught throws him away, knocks him down. So much work into the terrain. HM, that was gorgeous. Catches the catch onto Chen as well. Looks to throw him out as the sandstorm fades. Been a bit of a nuisance on the tail end of that one, but HM, that was absolutely stunning with the ball.
Yeah, he's going to be able to throw him into the chandelier, which is going to stun him out. So unfortunate for that to happen to him there. It's the classic Liam ball play. You get him, you throw him into a sign, you throw him into the chandelier, you throw him into a fire cage, and you just watch them get stunned and burned while you take the rest of their HP bar away. You're going to see now Yang starting to spawn on up. There is still 12 players alive. Nobody has been fully eliminated. We've got 11 players and 1 person who is still in that soul form. And as we saw there, MTF came in for the third party there. He was trying to make something happen. But, sorry, GG's Chen came in on the third party onto HM. HM is incredibly low right now. 1 HP in a dream. He needs to die quick. Otherwise, rebirths are going to go away. Oh, big ball catch. And GG's Chen is going to go out, but he gets his soul. If he holds him in the ball for a couple more seconds, I do believe he can make it so GG's Chen doesn't have that respawn. But they are going to make him come back into this game. But right as revives end. So his game 2 is not over just yet. As we have Rama Yang's going to be dropping in about 4 seconds. Everybody going to start the feeding frenzy to enter these Rama Yang portals. As Shen Yuan going to wait to go in. Doesn't go in first off. As everybody else is going for... I believe that's Spirit Well on the backside there. Yeah, as we're going to see now, SS1 versus HM. That's going to be a fun fight. Action versus HM. Arano versus Frostavis. MTF versus Star. Ooh, Yodo Kylan. Both of the Sword Slash ultimates fighting face to face. And then Shen Yuan going to take that last Rama Yang. And he could get this for free very well. But I do think he's going to get contested. Right now, kicking things off. Star going to take to the skies. MTF in the back end on the fan. Going to try and see if he can get some extra chip damage in. I do think that MTF has some good HP, or good weapons, but he did end up losing those early on because he did end up losing his life, I believe. So here's the 1-2 coming out into the 3. Big parry going to come out here. Steals those halberds. Switches over. Oh, he does have those purple weapons available still, so he's going to switch over to those flying knives now. We are going to see big ultimate coming out from Star. Golden ult, as he must have solved puzzle, been able to get that here. Is now taking so much damage coming through. MTF going to fall.
They buffed the damage multiplier on Kylin on this patch, so he is doing so much more work as we see, as he's using the power of the Wu Shen here. Still got one more charge of those swords. Going to rain them down any moment now. Catching out. But Chuz finds the execute off here with the Einor transform. Is able to do a lot of work here. Zhang Yuan, can he play this nice and safe? Both of them on incredibly similar HP. Looks for the scale rush. Doesn't make the connection. Another scale rush comes out just to reposition and finds himself a pot. Armor pot used. Zhang Yuan's getting a full reset in here. Chuz, similar situation. Now the X has been thrown out here from Zhang Yuan. He can throw these out. It's just going to get a little bit of damage here on the Chuz. Again, though, more swords going to heal him back up. The wind walls go up to recover some of that armor. Zhang Yuan, once again, looking for a pot. He's actually going to be given the opportunity to use it. So Chuz now on the back foot as far as the HP situation is going. Looks for the scale rush, only connects it on to a clang, not the full parry. Chuz with that fan trying to find another connection off, looking again for those parries, but they're fishing for them. Switches out for the actual slap, catches him with the uppercut here with the fist weapons, and Chuz goes down. Zhang Yuan takes the kill.
Zhang Yuan, wow, he's really coming in to his gameplay here. You know, he started out, start of the day, he was first place, so he's just going to try and hold that for as long as possible. As we're going to take a look. BBE's Frostavis winning his Rama Yang as well. Got himself a gold spear. We're going to actually get to see the replay of that. As he does get himself parried right off the rip. Tries to go for that blue focus opener. It doesn't end up coming through. Now he's got weapon swap available. That's Katana, dual blades coming out for him as he goes for the 1-2. Tries to go for the overhold, gets the 1-2 a second time here. Then we're going to see the overhold coming through again. Gets the weapon swap away, but the ball release is going to come through from Lonnie. Sire Ultimate is going to come out now here as the Microwave Beam starts to deal so much chip damage off onto Arano. Goalie stance going to come through, dodging out that goalie stance. Frost is doing a really good job. Gets the dazzle, as we're going to see here, dealing a lot of extra damage to come through. The roll is going to come out Frostivus able to just hold on. He gets that into the weapon swap, but the F ability comes through. Good counters. Big parry coming through, and Arano gets absolutely decimated by Frostivus.
And now he's in more danger.
Oh, yeah.
The Birdsmite players are around. He's only got grey armor. He's trying to heal up, but he is being hunted by Frostivus, the man who has doomed him in this game. The ball makes the connection. The combo breaker comes out, and Arano plays escape, but the Sharks are going to hunt him down. He's caught in the trap. It's slowed his advance. He's going to be able to jump through the tent, but Frosty will see a line of sight onto him, and that will be enough. Once again, the microwave beam of Frostivus secures himself the kill. Frosty still has his F. His combo breaker is available. Jin looks to try and get the freeze off on. Throws down the ultimate, but he's being caught by Wu Shen ults and everything. Frosty's Birdsmite is popped. Down he goes. Caught just way too much crowd control, unfortunately. Made him pay a pretty steep price as Jin. Now playing the escape game, but it looks like Zhang Yuan is going to be hunting on to Jin here. Jin trying his hardest to try and not get caught out in response, as he is playing the escape game. Does not have a revive available to him, where Zhang Yuan does. Actually paints him into the bear trap there. Gets a nice little trade off once again. Looks to set another bear trap. He's just setting traps left, right, and center while Zhang Yuan struggles to actually advance forwards into these fights. There we go. Knocks him back. Looks to catch him in the trap. Is able to do so. Zhang Yuan losing half of his armor, but all Jin's going to do if he gets the kill here is reset the timer. This is not going to be a cleanse on to his debuff, because Zhang Yuan has the Birdsmite, and Jin, the fight is turning rough for him right now. We're seeing a Realm of Yang open up and everything as well. Jin going incredibly low, but Zhang Yuan also going low in response. Looks to try and finish up the kill. He's going to look to be able to find the reset onto the timer. Zhang Yuan heals up, finds himself the uppercut. How did he find that turnaround? In comes HM. The Soul Bloom will heal Zhang Yuan up, refresh his ultimate, as HM now hunting for the kill onto Zhang Yuan. He will finally lose the Birdsmite buff, but that was unbelievable as MTF, 9 seconds left on the clock. He's just giving Chen the kill here. Chen is not going to be losing his life today, and down goes our Yotohime from the lobby.
A couple of kills have been given away like that, as we saw XXY was able to pick up his first elimination of game number 1 that way. Now we're going to be seeing Chu Zhang on the Enor. Gonna try and see if he can find the pick on at 2XXY, who's dropped himself down into that 9th place position after not picking up many eliminations this game. Look at HM though. He has made it a bit of a faster game. We haven't seen too much of his gameplay so far, but he has managed to pick himself up 5 eliminations onto the board. Shen Yuan with 3, Frost with 2, Chen with 2. This is getting a bit back to that fast-paced nature that we've seen in the past, and now Chu Zhang is going to be in a lot of trouble. With only 37 seconds left, he needs to get this elimination off onto XXY. XXY is doing nothing but kiting at this point, though. We could see a little bit of aggression coming into the backside if he's able to get a catch-off. Buttery Rock's going to almost cause a movement error there. Chu Zhang trying to keep up chase, but the tech with this weapon, the scale rush ability to be able to just jump out of the way so quickly with that fan is just so big. HM now picking off against BB's Frostivus. Frostivus gonna get himself uppercutted into the fan 1.0, and that's the elimination onto him. That's Frostivus' first time losing a Realm of Yang all day. Unfortunate to see, but Bauda is actually gonna go down. XXY gets the elimination.
Well, here we are though. Outside of that, inside the Realm of Yang, Star and Pace going toe-to-toe. Fan opens up a little bit because he started losing half of his armor. It's going to catch him here with the Staff. Pace losing all of his armor actually off the back of that one. Staff doing so much work here. Pace trying to play the escape way from him. Golden Staff doing so much work to Pace's health bar. Catches him once again. It's going to catch him with the Dreadful Whale. Star loses so much HP off the back of that. Both of them on similar HP situations now. Low HP, but Star, with the buffed Kylin ultimate, will be able to really do a lot of work here. Pace once again looks onto him. Parry comes in, looks to get a whole heap of damage off onto Pace. Pace throws down the F, but I don't think this ult is even going to be necessary from Star. Pace is forced to commit the ultimate. Has that Dreadful Well. Remember, if he lands a spear, it may just be enough. Misses the spear. Star plays escape. Looks to try and find the cut onto him. He needs to find this next spear here with the Valda. It goes wide. Pace, I think he's going to be timed out, as Star's going to be forced to commit the ultimate onto Pace. Pace ultimate times out. Misses the 3rd and final spear, and he can't tap dodge all of those. Star will take this Realm of Yang.
Yeah, looking really good from Star to come out here as JL's HM picks up his 6th elimination in game number 2. We're only 2 games in. There's 6 players left in the lobby. 6 players have been fully eliminated. I want to get a replay on what happened to XXY earlier in the game, because we saw XXY facing off against Baoda's Chuzheng. I want to know which one is still alive. It looks like actually both of them died. Oh, we might get to see it here. This is going to actually be Star versus Star getting himself eliminated here. And then we're going to see HM goes into the ice. Windy Trinity
second time he's done that.
The 1.0 and takes out both players like that. That's insane. Putting him on 6 total eliminations. He's got himself some gold fist blades and a gold fan, and then he's got 2 purple ranged and then 2 purple backup weapons. He's also got Moonshard Storm available for him as a gold jade. If he wants to pull those purple flying knives out, he's going to be able to zone off a lot of damage. We'll definitely be seeing that in the future. Frostivus looking desperately for a kill right now.
It's actually crazy because that's the second time we've seen him on the Liam throw people into like terrain traps to then secure the kill. He has been so consistent, HM, on this Liam. Really, really good to see. We'll see. Got 2 players running around with those Romyang debuffs on. If they don't find each other, we'll go down to 4 players in this lobby. Typically, we've actually, for most of our regular days, we've been seeing solos games actually ending or going down to the final 3 by 7 minutes. So this should really show you, actually, with 3 minutes left on that timer, and we still got 50% of that up in the lobby. It should show you actually how fast-paced we are moving. But like I said, 2 players with Romyang debuff on could find themselves getting a little bit scrappy in the next few moments. Is Paced with the debuff on, trying to time out maybe Frostivus. Maybe you managed to get a good count on when Frosty died, knowing that he actually has the advantage here. So we see HM very tactically place himself some purple armor off in the corner of this building in case he's going to need to do an armor swap later on. Very, very smart. You see a lot of players pull tech out like this. And it looks like Frostivus and Pace are going to find each other. See if they can get themselves into a little bit of a scrap. Pace right now is going to open up onto Frosty. Frosty turns around, does get hit there by the F, but Pace is losing half of his armor. Pace is getting absolutely cut to ribbons by Frostivus here. Gonna have to play complete defense here. That spear doing so much work as Pace play an evasion once again. Clan comes down. If he can find that opener here for him, Frosty gets himself caught by the parry, is going to potentially drop his golden staff, forces the ultimate out here as Frosty is also going to commit his ultimate, catches a bit of work onto Pace, but you have given up your golden spear for this, Frosty. It better be worth it. Just full sending it, looking for the dazzle onto Pace. He's looking for the spear, isn't going to make that connection. He's been missing those left, right, and center, unfortunately, today. One more dazzle is going to go a little bit wide there from Frosty, who's now switched back to the flying knives from earlier. Gets caught again. Parry goes onto Frosty. Onto Pace, sorry. Frosty is very low right now. He's looking to heal up. Is going to get some of that armor swap off as Pace going to just get forced into the zone. Frosty looks to find the cap, but HM goes in for the ball. Is going to be able to secure the kill. Who gets the Soul Bloom is the question. Frosty desperately looking for it. HM catches him in the ball. Frosty bleeding out here. 29 seconds. Denied the Soul Bloom. Denied any hope of surviving this one. Down he goes. HM's Liam is absolutely cracked.
Yeah, HM with the huge ball catch onto Frostivus there, putting him on 8 eliminations with only 4 players left in the lobby. We've got nobody on Yang depletion, but we do have this Spirit Well that is about to come through. This could be devastating, as this lobby has started to go a lot quicker than our previous one. HM is just off to an absolute tear, though. He has put up so many points already, putting him into that 2nd place position. He's got Moonshards available for him now that he took off of Frostivus' body. I do believe they're going to be seeing that come through, unless he was the one that had them earlier into the game. So we do see him with those. Paced and Frostivus both have been eliminated here. Chen and Star are next 2 competitors who are down on the bottom side of the leaderboard so far. Chen in 4th, Star in 6th. He really needs to get at least 1 elimination going into this final circle if he wants to get himself climbing just a little bit higher, give himself a good threshold of points to get into. Big ultimate from the Wu Chen here onto HM. We could see his run end really quickly as we're now, oh my goodness, the recast onto HM. He's going to be losing a lot of HP. Sends the ball throws out. That's a completely burned ultimate and absolutely no pressure now that HM is going to be able to send through. GG's Chen looking to go for this kill. We're going to see the roar coming through. Yang Depletion gets brought on him. FunPlus Phoenix's Star now has that ultimate fully invested. He does have buff as well available for him. HM's run could come to a complete close at the moment here. We're seeing Star now coming out of ult. He still has that second ultimate available for him. Who's going to be able to claim this elimination? Oh my goodness, a purple armor swap available for him here. We're going to see him tap dodge away from the roar. Yeah, we're going to see that come through. Now, if he's able to get the kite off for a decent amount of time, people might try and find a different target. Oh, but the back end shots from that F ability invested now. We're going to see him just scale rush away. Beautiful kiting coming out from him here, but the whole lobby has eyes on him right now. F ability's coming in. He's just going to bring himself into the zone. Does he die here? Yes, he does. Star picks up the elimination, though. Chen going to be able to use that bloom to cleanse. GG's Chen. Now, no Yang Depletion, and we go to 3 players in the final circle. Oh,
and that
my goodness.
is the problem with Liam. Liam, unfortunately, a character who struggles in those multi-way scenarios, heavily bullied out, taking down that beautiful use of that armor that he placed down, because you could see that HM knew that eventually there was going to be a moment where he gets lobbied by everybody, so he just played it smart, put some armor down, prepped himself for those final moments of the game. Ultimately, though, it was a bit of a fruitless endeavor for him, and 5 minutes left on the lobby, 3 players left in the game. Again, still moving at a much slower tempo than we have seen on previous weeks, but Star right now actually gatekeeping the flag. I think it's only Chen who's got the debuff on now. No one's got the debuff on now, so the flag's completely pointless. Okay, ignore me. Everyone is cleansed. Jiang Juan almost taking a Bane's breath there. Again, just surfing around the edge of it. The problem is right now is no one wants to be the one to start the fight, because typically what we have been seeing a lot of is if a player starts that fight and wins it, whoever wins the first 1v1 loses that final 1v1, because they go in with less resources, combo breakers on cooldown, potentially even ultimates on cooldown, less armor, less health. So you just want to be the last guy to jump into that fight. And honestly, it's really anybody's game right now. HM getting those 8 points could still give him the MVP for the game, but if you get enough points here, if you're Star or Jiang Yuan, that's 5 kills plus multipliers plus 4 placement points. Yeah, that'll be enough. So 2 players could definitely guarantee themselves the victory here. But it is a very, very tempered couple of moments.
Yeah, it's getting slowed down here. Buffs are all going to go away. We are going to see all of these players just sort of starting to fight this out really quickly. There's only 2 minutes left in the game. We are seeing Chen going to go for that F here. FunPlus Phoenix Star actually going to start to take a lot of damage. And big Moonshard's going to be coming out here from Shen Yuan in the back end. He's just going to try and use this to get zoning and see if he can get some extra chip damage in the back end. FunPlus Phoenix Star going to be holding here. Gold Focus going to come out, seeing if he can get some damage through. As it looks like it's not going to be connecting too much. Star going to be able to kite this out.
Yeah, playing it a little bit chill right now. But it's an incredibly bizarre day to see the point where, like, we actually might see a final circle close. Like, I don't know what's going on. I know they're obviously all nervous about making it and qualifying for those bi-weekly finals, but this to me is incredibly bizarre to see the players playing this passively, this almost this nervous. 'Cause it is a real kind of just real waiting game to see these guys kind of come to a close. I think we are now in a position where the players are going to play full passive, full wait until the final circle does come in for that close, and it's going to be the big 1v1 to end it. An ACOS versus a Kylin versus a Yuetian. All of them have plenty of stagger. I think Zhang Yuan's kind of big stagger from the swords could be major, but also we've seen how much damage Kylin is now doing with the changes to him. They've nerfed him in some aspects, but then also buffed him in others. The Star jumping forwards, that Moonshard being a real pain though. If anyone steps close to that, Zhang Yuan will absolutely rip them apart. Star just waiting, using the staff. So buying himself a lot of space, Zhang Yuan on top of the rocks. Shen's not even throwing anything out. He's just holding his rock, waiting for the circle to close. And in honestly the most passive day I think I've ever seen. Zhang Yuan was looking for the Moonshard there onto Shen. It's just going to force him to move. Shen has himself the tuner. Both the players just throwing up their Soul Jades into one another. Zhang Yuan, again, throwing those Moonshards up. Star throwing out the staff shots. Trying to make these connections onto one another and just kind of threatening it, letting each other know what they've got to work with and not to step into their space. 1 minute left. Zone's going to start to close in the next 5 seconds. And then it is all to go for. Star just crouching on the other side of that rock, evading, not getting hit by those Moonshard throwouts coming in from Zhao and his Chen. Almost just watching the two of them go toe-to-toe as the zone has finally started to move. And now the players are going to be forced into a position where they have to go up versus one another. Zhang Yuan's trying to catch out of the sky onto Chen, but Chen not giving it to him. As now Zhang Yuan actually does find himself getting briefly caught here by Star with the staff. Looking to put a bit of extra damage down. The wind wall was thrown down and Zhang Yuan battered into the zone. Star's going to be the one to hold it as Chen continues just to play the high ground. The both of them are looking to weaken one another down. Zhang Yuan incredibly low. Star is going to get himself somewhat caught out here by the spears. And again, Zhang Yuan will fall. Star ultimate has been used as he's chasing up the Chen, but Chen throws down the Tiger, looking to catch up the Star. Both of them are incredibly low. This is such a tight end to this game. Star secures the kill and it's the last man standing.
Wow, what a good finish coming out from the Kylin. Oh my goodness, looking amazing. But HM still going to be the winner of the lobby with those 8 eliminations on the board. The amount of points that he's put up is more than anybody could possibly make up to and get themselves onto that level in that allotted time with the amount of players that were left in the circle. So we're going to see HM taking the MVP no matter who got the first place finish. It's going to go to JL's HM.
Exactly. This is what I'm talking about. Play well. You don't need to make it a final circle. He was knocked out of that lobby way earlier than everyone else. But he got enough kills to secure himself MVP for game number 2. I hope it's a bit of a wake-up call because, again, it is a remarkably passive lobby today. And now 4 games are left in the day. And you know, some of these guys are looking at a point where they've got a lot of extra work to do before they can do any more. Sorry, words were very hard for me, apparently.
All good, all good. Words are not coming to me at this moment in time as well. We're going to be seeing these players taking their walk-offs. JL's HM taking the victory. I mean, 8 kills. You just can't top that. You put 5 eliminations for first place finish. I still don't even think he'd take that because he got decent placement. It was just absolutely insane for them. And yeah, I mean, they did try to focus their energy on the Star there in the end circles, but I mean, it was just really difficult, especially from the positioning. You have one person going up high, vertical to try and avoid damage. Shen Yuan gets F'd out into the zone, and then we see no ult cast from the Wu Chen that actually managed to give too much value. Shen Yuan ends up going out. We see Star picking up that elimination, and then the last kill on a GG Chen, just absolutely super easy for him to be able to make that happen. How many kills, though, did JL's HM get in game number 2? It's our answer for treasures, ladies and gentlemen. Is it going to be A, 8, B, 9, C, 10, or D, 11? Answer in the Twitch chat, and if you're on YouTube, make sure you hop on over to Twitch, answer the question. You could get yourself some free goodies. I've managed to win 2 so far this fall split, so you know, get answering. You can't have
it's
me
rigged.
win all
Only
of them.
casters can win, apparently.
Yeah, it's the caster luck.
I've never entered, by the way. I'll keep. I'm letting the viewers win the prizes. By the way, just so we're 100% clear,
I want all of
it's
them.
not rigged. Anyway, here's the overall standings at the end of this game. HM walks away with 8 kills in that 9.5 performance from him. So again, Get kills. You don't need to play passive. Star does walk away with 9 points for himself. And then there's a pretty dramatic standing drop off in points there. 4.5 for Zhang Yuan. And these guys, honestly, if you are sitting like 2-3 points into a game, you genuinely need to pick up the pace. You need to do more going forwards because your spot at the grand finals are up for grabs. And right now, it's a little bit harder every time you have a pretty underwhelming performance. Just, mate, send it game 3, please. Just go hyper aggressive, get kills. Doesn't matter if you get knocked out early because you can't do worse than 2.5. At the top of the stats scoreboard, though, is Zhang Yuan with 19.2 points. Star hot on his heels behind him. HM also playing catch up. Frosty, I believe, dropped a space after that game. He did get knocked out quite early, unfortunately for him. And Paste with a 5 and a 2-point score to be in top 6 really tells you a lot about today's games.
Yeah, it is really crazy to see that the fact that he's still up on the top side of that. As we're going to take a look here at some of our replays brought to you by China Unicom. This is MTF, the start of the game. He managed to get this elimination on Action. It was so unfortunate to see that he gets the double kill. Action had the opportunity to steal that elimination away from MTF and get himself the win, but you know, it was unfortunate that it didn't end up happening, and we see MTF taking out Action there. And this is HM's reign of terror. It starts with the ball grab onto Lipo right here. He gets the grab, brings him out of the semicircle, throws him into the chandelier, takes him out. Then he manages to get himself a couple more eliminations as well. MTF had a really good game as well into that early game, but he does end up losing out here after he only gets himself those 2 eliminations. You do see Fun Plus Phoenix's Star on the Kylan ultimate, just putting in absolute work, breaking through that F ability like it's nobody's business, getting himself the follow-up dashes, and MTF definitely not too happy about that one.
Well, it's Zhang Yuan Jin fight here. Oh, this fight was unbelievably close. It was so hyped to watch. And you know, honestly, Final Circle, pretty disappointing. It's interesting to see a Kylan actually, you know, have a really solid show of it, because we've seen quite a lot of times recently where I actually think that Kylan wasn't particularly amazing into solos, and he got his buffs. They upped his multipliers. I believe, well, obviously it was a compensation buff for the fact that you can now block his dashes, but they're still very hard to block, to be completely honest with you. So even so, gonna see the HM here on the Liam get himself the MVP for this game number 2. 21,000 damage coming out from him. Moonshard, absolutely enormous performance coming in from the man. 10k from the fan as well.
Yeah, I mean, he had a really good showing out this game. 21k damage with 8 eliminations. Fan taking most of it. That slow shot definitely came into play as well. Engraving for the longsword. I don't think he did too much damage with the longsword, so I don't think we actually got to see too much coming off of that. We see soft step and gecko foot as well to Najee to give him that extra health HP and you know, that passive health buff, and the rest of it, you know, just history. 8 eliminations, the double Liam grabs coming through, just absolutely amazing to see. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got a quick break coming for you guys. We'll be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster Seb. I'm joined alongside Hiprain, and we have finished 2 of our 6 last chance qualifiers solo games for the day. We've got 4 more to come at you. Starting off with game number 3, we're going to be going back onto Morris Isle. This is going to be a very interesting game. So far, games 1 and 2 have been incredibly slow, but we hopefully are going to get to see a little bit of that speed starting to come back into these players' mindsets when it comes to these next couple of games, because they've only got themselves 4 games left, and this could be the end of the season for them.
Yeah, it's been a slow start to the day, and for me that's been a interesting one, because I think the players are. I'm just gonna restart this point. It's been a slow start to the day. And honestly, it's bad. is my TLDR of it. I think ultimately right now the players need to step up their game. They've been way too passive. And if you actually want to make it to finals, you can't sit on your laurels and just hope that you have a good game. You have to actively make a good game happen. And if you play like that anyway, and somehow you qualify for finals, you're going to get rolled. There are 6 players who've already pre-qualified. There are 6 players who have made it to every bi-weekly final, some of which have actually been bi-weekly final winners as well on the back of that. I think is it Spider who's taken 2 now, I believe? We've had,
Spider's taken 3.
Is it 3?
Yeah, Spider took 3 as well as the MSC, and then he was close to taking the last bi-weekly. He actually managed to get himself on the match point for game number 8. But GG's Chen ended up winning on points. So yeah, it could have gone to Spider all 4 bi-weeklies as well as EWC. Would have been insane, but he did end up losing that last one out. So we are going to be seeing Chen take that one, which did give him a decent standing because he had not had the best performance.
Yes, absolutely. I just feel like if you don't have a solid enough performance here, you're just going to get rolled in finals. I think Zhang Yuan's been pretty consistently decent today. I still think he's got a bit of a ways to go. And keep in mind, finals are on Saturday. So they are around the corner for these. Oh, it's next Saturday, aren't they? It's not this Saturday, it's the week after. So it's next Saturday is finals. And I do think he's going to struggle. I think there's some issues here. Yeah, I have my concerns, let's just say.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a little bit concerning how slow the pace of these games have been going. Like, I think that it's just so unfortunate that these players aren't. It feels like they're not really giving it their all at this point, and it is the last chance. So they are playing incredibly slow. Right? That I do believe that is kind of like the biggest thing that we're seeing is they're just playing as careful, as slow as possible because they do not want to lose. They do not want to lose out on their opportunity to play in the Nbpl Grand Finals. Last time we saw a players who, it was Star, I do believe, or no, was it Star or Arano who won the last Grand Finals?
It was Chen, wasn't it? Oh no, sorry, Grand Finals. Ew, wow, who won last finals?
We'll have to double check onto that one, but it was
checking right now, but I can't find it in my.
Yeah, last Grand Finals winner, I believe.
It was Verse.
It was Verse, WBG's Verse, yeah. Verse who ended up winning that. But we saw Frostibus, who managed to climb through the last chance qualifiers pretty easily, like he's doing here, and then get himself up. And he was so close to being able to make himself win that game out. It was within slivers. He had that match point threshold. He did get him and managed to get himself into second place, though. So it was nice to see that. A good second place finish for him. You know, he was so close to being able to take home the chip. But he's going to try and do the same thing again. He is 12th to pick in the band pick selections here. As we saw him first. He's now going down into the last pick as he's going to have to make his way back up through the rotation after this. But now he's going to be on these off-meta heroes. So he had a really good first 2 games. He might start to slow down game number 3, 4, 5. it's going to be a little bit slower as well for him. And then game number 6, he's going to be able to pick things up just a bit as he brings himself back up into the pick order. We're going to see Cyrillani getting picked out from MTF and HM. GG's Chen and XXY are next 2 players to go in this pick order. It's a very interesting pick order too, might I add. In no way has it reflected the leaderboard now. It reflected the leaderboard for the pre-post points is our pick order. But now we're having a crazy different order that's been coming through for these picks, specifically because these players have gotten so many more points and the order of the rankings has changed.
Yes, absolutely. Well, skipping through, there's the Shale a bit earlier in the pick order than we've seen across the rest of the day, to be honest. It's been a bizarre one on that front. I'm going to see now probably things like the Yoto, where she normally shows up is in that 5/6 spot. Kylin obviously being a very high priority pick as well on the day. Things like Temmie and Justina have definitely dropped down a little bit more in the standings. Justina was typically like a 7th, 8th pick kind of character, but returning to almost a normal rotation of picks and bans right now for this game number 3 back to Morris Isle, as there's the Kylin for Lipo. So if we're going like full normal or normalcy, I'm expecting like a Temmie plus maybe like a Justina here. But we've seen Aino actually getting played a lot higher up on the day for our players. Lipo is our player who's double picked Temmie throughout the day, so obviously can't pick that anymore. There's the ACOS here for Jin. I feel like people are getting the ACOS relearned, restudied, because you were talking at the beginning of the day, they have actually changed ACOS on live, which should be the patch we're playing Worlds on, if not a patch after. I don't know exactly where we're playing Worlds on. Those are the people are getting ready for the ACOS as a potential Worlds pick, because there's going to be the Valda picked up, moving down into the bottom end of the table. And the pick orders, expecting the likes of a Temmie here for Jian Yuan. Yet, obviously, we still got things like the Idol, which a lot of people have been putting attention on today, typically higher up in the pick order as well. Obviously got the Wuxia and the Justina available. So there's the Justina. This is honestly the most normal hero select I think I've seen all day.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty standard. Lots of the players who are down in the rankings don't like to play off meta. When you're a little bit higher up, like we don't see the Enor in here. When you're a little bit higher up, a lot of players, debate over those last couple of picks, right? So we see the first pick coming through and they're like, okay, this is what we're going to play. Some other players, they enjoy playing on Enor over a Justina or a Feria or a Wu Chen, so they go for that Enor pick a bit earlier, while other players like to leave it to the last bit because they're not as comfortable. So it really depends on who is playing what, in who is where in the pick orders. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to get yourself which hero you're trying to play. It's a hero that you enjoy playing, or is it a hero that's meta, is kind of what these players have to take a look at. And it's like, do I follow the pick order, do I go with my comfort? And at this point, it's definitely going for the comfort.
Yeah, absolutely. That is definitely the game plan for these guys, as they're currently getting themselves loaded up for our 3rd game of the day. It's been an interesting one because it's been relatively passive at the start of the day, which has, I feel like I've gone on about it a lot, but it is actually a fact of the day. It has been an incredibly passive day. So I'm excited to see, at what point do the players start to feel that pressure? At what point do they start to pick up the tempo a little bit more? And actually try and take fate into their own hands instead of just playing to the beat of everyone else's drum. Because if I am, XXY, Chuz, I think it's Jin as well, who's also relatively low. I know Star's I don't think Star did right in the end, but, we got a few players who are sitting very low in the lobby right now. And it's on them. It's on them to have a good performance here. It's on them to try and qualify for those grand finals. HM had an absolutely amazing game last time. He did exactly that. He took the game into his own hands. He took his fate into his own hands, and he made it work. And getting himself onto the Lani now, had an amazingly end performance. Now on arguably the best character on the patch, being this Lani. Let's see if he can put another good performance in like that. Because if he has another performance like that, he actually could overtake Zhang Yuan on the overall standings.
Yeah, there is opportunity for Shen Yuan to lose his top spot. As we're taking a look at the spawns, this is even more opportunity for him to lose that. He's got Sunwing all to himself, while the rest of the players are clustered in and around the gold zones right around Celestra. This is going to be the gold zone right up top. I believe that's Zest Winery closer to Shipwreck. Money is going to be taken over by Alliance and 521. Bauda, Wolves, JL, Fun Plus Phoenix, DRG, SS1, and GG all going to be in those gold zones just north of that Celestra area, where we see as well just to the west side, that is going to be WZ and BB's Frostbus in that Zest Winery area, going for a pretty quick off spawn. I believe that's also where we're seeing the secret cave on that side, underneath the waterfall. So that's where these players are going to try and go for some extra goodies when it comes to getting yourself into the fireflies in the cave. So I think that is an option for them too. I'm surprised that nobody went for fireflies up on the top side as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually. No one drops on Secret Tunnel, goes for any of the action. Again, they hot drop, but it is the most like tepid hot drop in the world. They drop on top of each other, swing their weapons a couple of times and go, actually that's a bit scary. I don't want to do this. It's I want to see some action, Chen. Put some points on the board, man. Nope,
yeah,
run away. I mean, he hasn't got a grey weapon. I'll give it to him. As we are going to see XX1's Jin. He doesn't mind. He's got blue weapon, grey armor. He's just going to go toe-to-toe. XXY armor swaps off there. Gets the parry into Jin's face. So catches him with the uppercut. The halberd's going to lock him down inside the building as well. As Jin, nowhere to go. Finds himself in real danger. Able to cut around the back here. Finds the uppercut onto XXY. Cuts through some of his HP. Switches back into grey armor. XXY wants to keep the pressure up. Goes for the scale rush forwards. Doesn't quite make the connection there in the aerial. The Jin playing escape right now. I think they know that there's a third party in the area. You can see that Star is hovering about. A couple of range shots make the connection onto XXY. He's just going to look for a scale rush, trying to see if he can swap into some better armor. No armor drops, unfortunately, from any of those troves. And they may just back off for now.
Yeah, it's starting really slow. The parry bait coming out here as Chu Zhang is going to end up getting himself an armor swap, negating most of that damage's attack, as we are going to see, or most of that attack's damage, sorry, as Wolves MTF going to be losing all of that blue armor, trying to see if he can scale out here. He's got a dagger in hand, favorite weapon available for him. Going to be able to get a little bit of recovery off of that F-ball. Not too much, though, as we are going to see him starting to back off more and more, trying to find himself a fabled armor swap. The Clink's going to come through. Ult is available, though. He does manage to get himself that ulti right at the end. The Dazzle's going to come out. Chu Zhang in a decent amount of trouble. He does manage to find himself a gray armor swap, though, as MTF still with 2 balls available. Going to try and see if he can catch the Dazzle. Now the ultimate's going to come out on his side. Dazzle tries to come through on that last bit. MTF, he gave him just a little bit of room, and now watch this. He's going to kite out. He's going to be gone. MTF breaking ankles. Oh, but the movement error for a second is going to cause him to falter. Chu Zhang now going to allow MTF to get a bit of a reset off. That is so unfortunate. Big parry going to come through, though. F ability does come out, but the punish damage is true. And there we go. MTF does manage to get himself eliminated. Chu Zhang now taking the third party fight against DRG's XXY. Tries to cancel the purple focus and go into a CLMB uppercut, but it doesn't manage to connect. We're going to see him backing up onto the other side. His weapon durability is getting incredibly low, so he's going to fix that. And now he does have the opportunity to re-engage onto XXY.
Right now. XXY caught by the grapple there. He's going to break away, like saying the Chuz. I guess the big problem with Chuz is only rocking the grey armor. If XXY finds a good turnaround opportunity, he is going to absolutely rip through Chuz. Very, very squishy. As you can see, one hit strips him down to half armor now as he gets caught by the uppercut into his normal health. Throws down the F here. Chuz having to play a little bit more on that defensive side. He's going to quickly swap back into a different set of grey armor, but again, easy to cut through that grey armor here. Chuz swaps out blue armor, picked up himself nice and safe, and it doesn't bode well, does it? Because Celestia is a area which is pretty famous for being able to kind of slow the tempo of the game down, because the players are very good at using movement throughout these entire areas. And yeah, I think it doesn't bode well for the fact that we are currently got most of our lobby in Celestia just kiting each other.
Yeah, it's playing incredibly slow, just like we've seen for the rest of the past couple of days. There's not too much fast stuff going around, but the big parry going to be coming up from GG's Chen. It feels like even the fights are being played out pretty slow here, as movement is going to start to speed up though from Pace. Pace going to try and dash around, seeing if he's able to get any damage. The 1-2's going to connect. He still has 2 dashes remaining. He does manage to get the dash into the shotgun burst. 1 HP and a dream for Chen. 1 dash available. The dash comes through, misses the ball throw. GG's Chen in a lot of trouble right now, but he does get the ball grab. Into the throw, into the basket shot, the 1 HP clutch from GG's Chen. Oh my goodness. How does he come back from all of these plays? It's absolutely insane, the survivability that Liam has.
That is literally the second, like, one-hit Liam I've seen, like, one-tap Liam turning it around and finding himself the victory in a fight. Crazy character. And, you know, one who, honestly, the attention hasn't been that high on him recently. He's definitely kind of dropped off a little bit due to some of his weaknesses, but players still making it work, especially, I guess, in a more passive lobby where the fights are typically just 1v1s. It definitely does help here. As Star being juggled around, and Janyuan should look to be able to finish him up here. Looks for throw the wisp, doesn't make the connection. Yes, he does. That's the end of Star taken down, forced onto revives, and right before Realma Yang, it slows down your scaling opportunities, as now Frosty, finding himself in danger, does try and summon up the mech. It's just going to play passively and run away from it. Again, jumping into that mech paints such a target on your head.
Lipo with the questionable target selection goes for DRG's XXY, allowing Frost to get completely out of the fight there. I do think Frost was the lower target, and he was trying to kite away from the mech, so I do think that Frostivus could have been the lower target. And now we're going to see him jump back into this. The F ability from the Kylan going to be able to prevent a little bit of damage. Both of these two players have gotten themselves very low. That's going to be XXY getting eliminated by Lipo, and now Frostivus is going to be going into the fight with this, trying to see if he can catch up onto this third party. Kylan ultimate is almost available. We could see, oh no, it's not going to happen. Frostivus able to claim all of that extra loot, gets himself the purple weapon, has ult back, and is able to take out 521's Lipo. What a beautiful play coming out here. And now we're going to be flipping over Realma Yang watch. Everybody's just playing. Look at how calm it is. There's nothing going on.
I'm happy with that. I mean, we actually did get to a point where the revives weren't burnt, so everyone is still in the lobby. Could have been a little dicey, but Frosty only a couple seconds off, as the revives have now timed out for everybody. But Realma Yang's opening up. Arano feeling confident, but not so confident he's going to immediately jump into the Realma Yang. Wants to play a little bit more safe, as Frosty's playing interrupt here onto MCF potentially. That's got the pillar, but I think he's a little bit late for that Spirit Well. Oh wait, no. Oh, what are you doing, Frosty? Nah, he's gonna call it. Right. Back to Realma Yang. Janyuan versus Arano. This is the Wushen versus a Temi. Going toe-to-toe with one another. Arano then around the pillar. Just jumps up. Both of them going aerial to open up with. Another catch there. Doesn't actually quite catch with the grapple. Looks for a pistol shot. Is able to get one little connection off. Nothing too major. It's going to strip through Janyuan's HP. Combo break is still available onto both of these players. Finds himself the parry. Goes in for the follow-up. Is able to make the connection. Strips through that armor. Gets a parry in return, though. They trade out versus one another, but quickly throws down the F as a bit of a combo breaker angle. The ultimate was actually thrown down as a combo breaker angle here. Looks to try and get himself the extra chunks of damage off here. Dodging away over the sandstorm right now and the wisps, but Janyuan able to make a nice amount of work happen here onto Arano, who's just evading away from getting caught by the wisp. Sandstorm will be fading out fairly soon, but those swords gonna interrupt any healing potential here that Arano could, but Zhang Yuan could look to throw out here on the Temi. Goes for the scale rush off the pillar, was able to make the connection. Arano still keeping this one going, has his F up, one more sword to use, but he is being juggled around by Zhang Yuan. Is going to look to try and throw that sword down, get himself a bit more armor. Scale rush goes out, doesn't actually look to aim it at Arano, Zhang Yuan, sorry, who throws the wisp forward. Going for the pot angle, is going to play interrupt. Actually, does let Zhang Yuan get a pot off, but doesn't get a pot off in return. And that was his fatal mistake there. Zhang Yuan takes the Roma Yang.
What a play from Shen Yuan to end up winning himself out. He's going to get himself some purple armor and a gold weapon, plus that Vermilion Bird Bite buff, the thing everybody covets so dearly in this game. So we're going to be seeing our other Roma Yangs. This is GG Chen versus JL's HM. I don't know how well HM's been doing, but Chen looking incredibly stacked right now. He's got himself some very big damage coming out from that Palm Lightning if he's able to get a hit connecting off. HM just kiting out for as long as possible. Looks like is HM trying to time this out here? Why are we not fighting? I'm so very confused right now. What is going on? You're really not going to give the elimination off.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, okay.
What is this lobby? Honestly, this lobby is so bizarre to me.
This is
too passive again.
A little interesting, yeah.
I mean, we're about to lose a lot of players. We've now got 5 players running around with the Roma Yang debuff on. Like, obviously they'll hopefully find each other, but if none of them are able to find each other, or they find each other and someone else takes the Soul Balloon, we'll lose 5 players in this little Roma Yang section, which is going to be quite brutal as MTF swaps out for a Hung Sword. So a replay of MTF and Paste inside there, Roma Yang. Justina versus the Syra. Really a lot of stagger between the pair of them. Quick freeze comes out from Pace. Breaks it, tries to get some damage off onto MTF here. Looks for the dazzle, looks for the freeze angle. MTF's just going to answer with his own ultimate. Looks to chase onto Pace. Dodging away on getting caught there by the freeze. Dazzles don't quite make the connection, and Pace playing the evasion game here, using those pillars very effectively. Is not going to get caught by any of those dazzles. There it is. Dazzle makes the connection. Into a quick freeze here from Pace. Basically, both of them just kited each other's ultimates out, but Pace is on a significantly lower health situation.
Oh, no!
MTF is able to take it. As now, actually, it looks like MTF and Pace have found one another again. This could be heartbreaking here for Pace, forcing him to use the freeze. Both have ultimates available. Pace losing a fair amount of HP as MTF half armor right now, but Pace also half armor. Quick pot comes down, looks for the interrupt, does let Pace get his armor pot off, but MTF should be able to cut through that armor nice and quick, especially with that parry connecting into a quick freeze. Looks to try and find the follow-up on. Pace losing all of his armor as MTF on the back end here, forced to use the ultimate. MTF looking to try and play evasion onto this, goes for the dazzle, doesn't quite make the connection, but the freeze goes wide too. MTF playing this one passively now, waiting for that ultimate to time out here from Pace, who's able to get himself the armor use coming in. Freeze goes wide. That's one more charge available though for Pace. Is able to make the connection onto MTF. MTF losing some of this armor, gets caught here by the uppercut, throws down that dazzle, is going to get a little bit of extra help off from that one. Does have his own ultimate to work with though, as Pace is looking to turn this one around. He's about to actually lose his Vermilion Bird's Might buff. This could be so dicey here for MTF. Finally gets popped. Pace will extend the duration of his debuff, but he still needs to find a Soul Bloom to get the cleanse.
Yeah, and if you saw, he didn't take that Soul Bloom right away. He's going to wait until the very last possible second. Either the Yang depletion timer or the Soul Bloom timer is about to run out, and then he's going to click it to be able to get that full value off of the extension. As we are going to see now, huge multi-way fight going to be coming through. Oh, he misses. He shoots it further past them, and then Arano's going to end up getting hit with that Palm Lightning on his back end. This is going to be taking so much damage. Gigi Chang going to be sending that Palm Lightning out. Chi Zhang now taking a hit from it. Arano is in a very tough spot here, so he's going to be trying to back off, get himself a heal, but he's only got 27 seconds left on this Yang depletion. A couple of these players have a little bit better of a chance, as Gigi Chen, I believe he has a few extra seconds available for him. As we are going to be seeing go front into the fight here, as Gigi Chen taking a decent amount of damage though, as we're going to see the ball throw come through. Arano needs this elimination. Is he going to be able to get it? He gets hit in the ball. goes out, and there's going to be the elimination on him. GG Shen picking up that kill, manages to grab the bloom as well. HM and Paste still needing to find the cleanse. We're now going to see HM does get himself eliminated. Chu Zhang takes the soul bloom. Paste still on Yang.
Alrighty, well, right now, Chuz. Ultimate burning away. Paste is looking here for Lipo in the fight. Lipo not sitting there with the debuff on, so Paste happy to take that to get himself cleansed up. Down to 8 players as Roman Yang spawn back up. Zhang Yuan and MTF going to find themselves in a 1v1. Zhang Yuan here on the Temi versus MTF on that Syra. Nice little aerial connection there from MTF, both just looking to catch each other out a little bit, get a little bit of early hits in. Zhang Yuan actually losing a little bit earlier than maybe he would like to. Dazzle was forced out there though, has been forced to use his own F as well for the combo break. Looking to see if he can now find himself a wisp, make a connection, but MTF just answers with his ultimate and is looking to play chase here onto Zhang Yuan. Dazzle balls could be coming down and he's slowly getting caught by the microwave, dashing forwards as Zhang Yuan just playing full runaway right now, but this is getting really dicey for him. Throws down the sandstorm, looks for the wisp here onto MTF, doesn't quite make a connection on, but he was absolutely cooked away by that one. It's going to pop back up as MTF going to cling to the pillar, pot himself up. Actually decides not to. Zhang Yuan's getting a full reset in, and MTF was fishing for a kill, wasn't able to make the connection. It is going to be able to get the pot back up, and both of them back to full HP. 50 seconds left inside this Realm of Yang. Scale Rush is looking to get charged up here. He's going to be able to get himself the aerial parry off onto MTF. Gets a nice amount of damage out pro now, but it looks like MTF is able to answer back. But Zhang Yuan comes in with the spear. Quick switch to the bow. Try and get a cheeky headshot off. Doesn't make the connection. But Zhang Yuan has the upper hand and takes yet another Realm of Yang.
And they're playing it really smart. Shen Yuan, instead of just trying to blitz down that kill and getting the clank, he waits for the space, he anticipates the dodge, and he catches the dodge, the beautiful jump LMB. Picking himself up a gold longsword, gold armor. I think he's got a spear jade there. I'm not 100% sure. It is a spear jade. He's got Heartstopper kick available for him here, I do believe. We're going to see it as soon as he charges it off. It's either going to be... yeah, it's hard. He's got Heartstopper kick. We're going to be seeing MTF now. Only one with Yang depletion here, as he's got 5 minutes left to cleanse this, and it looks like Paste did manage to find the cleanse. I'm a little bit confused. I think somebody might have gotten a free Yang here, because or maybe it was only Shen Yuan who went into the Yang against MTF.
I think so, yeah. There's only one person with a buff, so I'm going to assume that is what happened here. Is MTF finds Star. It's just going to open up immediately onto him. The Yoto, potentially in a little bit of danger. Half HP. MTF dashes forwards. The F's thrown out by Star. He's just trying to play interrupt the grapples to stop Star from potting, but Star was able to get the pot, recover some of that armor. So he just scale rushes up. MTF desperately hunting for this kill though. Wants to find that soul bloom and get that cleanse in. But Star not giving him the window, not giving him the opportunity. It's early days, though, for MTF. He sent it. It didn't work. He's still got 4 minutes left. Right, time will tick down real quick, especially when the whole lobby is playing evasion on you. 8 players. So there's only 7 people for him to find.
Yeah, it is definitely difficult trying to locate players in this stage of the game. You're trying to find a player who's either burnt ult already or has an ultimate that you're easily able to counter with your own ult. So a player like Liam could be good for the Syra. Fighting in Valda. Shile, maybe not the best option, but it looks like XXY has ult burnt. So this actually could be a very good fight for him to go to. Engraving is going to connect. Goes for the one into the jump LMB. Tries to go for the parry. Overhold is going to connect. His XXY is going to be able to get himself a lot of distance off, and that purple fan just going to be helping so much. MTF trying his best to regain connection. We almost see it happen there. The engraving a second time. He gets the one into the jump LMB, tries to go for the engraving, gets countered. Engraving again is going to connect through. Triple jump LMB going to be coming up from him. We're going to see the ult proc come through one time. Ultimate is now invested. Dazzle's going to come through, but the dodges are coming out. XXY incredibly low. There he goes. Completely eliminated, and the bloom claimed.
I'm glad he actually went for the trail, because actually, Liam is a horrendous matchup for Syra. It's actually when Liam was higher and kind of came back and was actually sitting a lot higher in the priority. It's because Syra was so good and Liam actually handled her. Like, she had ult and it just cap her. And then it actually cancelled the ult. It was a really, really brutal little matchup, actually. So, yep, I think the Shire was a pretty solid pick there for MTF. Gets himself cleansed, knocks it down to 7 players. And it is really all to play for right now. Everyone is just hunting and waiting in those wings.
And nobody really wanting to get too aggressive at this point. Spirit Wells are just about to drop. There's 7 players left. They're all getting themselves into a good spot. Oh my goodness. Baiting the gold weapons out here as we are going to see. It looks like we're going to see a little bit of engage coming through from Shenyuan. He's got himself Heartstopper. I believe that's Varja's grip available for him as well. Then he's got Engraving. And then I believe that's Juggernaut. But it's on level 0. Now, Shenyuan has managed to pick up 3 kills, but he only managed to find Juggernaut after the fact. Unfortunate to see that, but he could get himself some extra attack going through. It's always a great shade to have in your back pocket, especially if you start keeping on at picking up kills. It's honestly a good motivator as well. It's like, oh, I'm not going to pick up Juggernaut. I don't have any eliminations, or I won't get any more kills. It's your motivator to get more kills. You got to power up the Juggernaut.
Alrighty, well, 7 minutes left. 7 players left. This is probably one of the more busy final circles we've seen in all day, actually, to be honest. Lots of people kicking about. Holding it down as Januan looking to see if he can maybe snipe a little bow shot off. Hasn't been able to do so, but he's just going to hold it down on the Spirit Well. It looks like the whole lobby, though, want to play contest on this one. Pace stepping forwards. Shen going to force everybody away from it right now. He does not want to be giving it over. Chen throwing out the palm lightning, but it's just going to back off. What is going on? Just do something, guys. Commit. It just gives Zhang Yuan the buff. Okay, I'm losing my mind. I'm honestly losing my mind today. They're so passive.
Yeah, it's so weird how slow they're playing this. I don't understand what the value is. Like, you need points, you need to get yourself these eliminations, and it seems like it's just not going anybody's way.
If I'm MTF, if I'm Chuz, I know I'm currently in 7th and 8th. And I know I'm actually, there's a relatively significant gap between qualifying and actually being in a comfortable qualifying spot. And, like, MTF especially, on one of the kind of, like, top characters of the patch, it's just playing way too passive. 2 kills over to themselves, not really doing much of anything. Yeah, I have to admit, this is a disappointingly passive day. We're halfway through, and these guys are honestly looking a little bit too on the lackluster side here. As Frosty trying to find the cap here, but is going to be able to get himself fully healed up, and he gets out to safety, and immediately everyone else backs off as the Bane's breath starts to come down. But if we see another final circle where we actually see it close, I'll be so shocked. Solos never see circles close anymore, but looks like that could potentially have been on the cards to Zhang Yuan. Just going to grab himself a cheeky pot off as the Bane's breath he was knocked back into. Everyone else is desperately trying to find themselves those last couple of kills before they're knocked out. Nice little parry comes in onto MTF here. Pace is going to continue to put the pressure forwards. MTF gets himself inside the building where he can pot up, play safe, and Pace, for whatever reason, decides he's not going to push. He's going to play it safe, and Frosty is slowly going down. That's going to be Zhang Yuan securing the kill onto him. We even see Star go down as well. Zhang Yuan securing all of the kills, doing all of the work to make sure that he is comfortably making it to qualifying. And honestly, with the way everyone else has been playing, I think he might just be qualifying because no one's having a big enough day to overtake him at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Like, they really need to start putting in some momentum here. And what they're doing right now at this moment is they're trying to get out all of the heroes that get any sort of buff when it comes to Final Circle. So those are all of your characters like Valda, Syra, and Feria going to be the biggest one that you don't want to see in that end circle. starting to get focused out. That's why we see Frostivus getting taken out. Pace was trying to focus onto MTF, but ended up getting extremely low. So now the lobby trying to force out this Justina. Ult is almost available, but it's not going to connect. Ultimate is going... Bloom is going to go to the way of MTF as well as the elimination. Big parry for the side of GG's Chen. Cancel's going to come through. MTF picking up his 4th elimination, dropping him over top of Pace and Frostivus. And now we're seeing 3 players left. Now this is where it's going to start to slow down here. We're going to see the heal up coming through in the zone from Baudas Chuzheng. If that Wisp hits, oh my goodness, just leaves him in the zone. And there he goes. It's a 1v1. MTF has just picked up 5 eliminations in the 3 eliminations in the past couple of seconds, tying himself with Shenyuan, and now we have a 1v1, and the outcome of this actually really does matter. Shenyuan going to hit the engraving, goes for the 1-2, is going to be able to connect off of that. The 3 is going to clank off, though. You're going to see Fan Windwall coming through, is able to get the 1-2 into the uppercut, but the F ability does get released just a little bit quicker. Now we're seeing the scale rush from the pole sword, going to be doing a lot of damage. Shenyuan forced to heal up off of that. We have the Wisp throw available. Focus follow-up almost connects. MTF is on blue armor. That's the only issue that's going to be coming out here. Shenyuan absolutely stacked on his favorite hero. No ult available for him, though. 55% on the ulti. MTF could just ult right here, and it would be cooked for him. So we are going to see Scale Rush coming through. Full sword Scale Rush. Going to be very dangerous, as blue armor is going to get fully reset, as well as Shenyuan's gold armor. This is not looking too good for MTF, I can't lie. Big bow shots coming through, trying to push him out into the zone as much as possible. F ability going to come through again. Focus Scale Rush going to come through, going to connect, but the ultimate from MTF going to come out. Tries to get him out, and if the ult goes down before Shenyuan does, it is going to be absolutely cooked.
I think if he finds one dazzle, that's going to be the difference maker here. Finally gets close, but it's just about dodged away. Able to cut through the armor. The Sandstorm's now available. Catches him, takes him out with the longsword. And there it is. Shenyuan secures yet another kill. But MTF had a good game. And that shot him up the standings a little bit more, making it ever closer towards making it to the qualifying stages. But I will say, I am starting to be a little bit nervous about some of these other players. I think there's a lot of people playing way too passive today. And with 3 games left, it could just be the season over for them without it.
Here we go. It's looking like a couple of these players are, starting to fade further and further out, and it's just not their day. And this is, of all days, they really needed to have today be their day.
Yeah, 100%. They really needed a...
Yeah, we're going to be jumping in. We've still got a whole bunch of games coming out here. We've got 3 more games, so these players are going to have to put it all on the line. They're going to start to need to get a lot more aggressive, because the passive gameplay is not working for some of these players. No. We need to see some rundowns coming through. Where's the W keys? Where's the salty reses? Where's the crazy 11-kill first place finish game from an underdog player who's in 10th place in game number 6, who just barely scrapes by to qualify? We need some of that energy coming out right now from some of our bottom level players. That's going to be XXY, Arano, Lipo. Arano's done amazing all year. And now coming to the LCQ, he's just underperforming, getting eliminated almost at the bottom every single time with only 1 or 2 eliminations. It's really hard to see that happening here.
I think the big problem right now is, if you're in the bottom, you got 3 games to make it work. And the one good news is the lobby is actually played slow, so the points haven't really shifted dramatically and that far away from you. But the top end of the table are pretty much cementing their spot. So the amount of spots in the top 6 is getting lower and lower. Because, like, if you're right now, if you're, XXY, for example, or Arano, like, Shenyuan just got another 10-pointer. He's had a bunch of really solid games today, and you're not taking that spot from him. No one's going to unheave Shenyuan. So now we're down to, like, 5 spots in the top 6 that are going to actually be available for grabs. Well, MTF just had a pretty good game. We've seen the likes of, I can't remember who else is at the top of my head now. HM also had a pretty solid game, but, like, he's been a little bit inconsistent. But I feel like right now, there's 2 spots at the top of the standings. So we'll see the overall standings right now because HM's actually slipped back down because he's had 2 goose eggs because he's done nothing for 2 games. You hear my tilt with my voice a little bit here. Like, if you're Jin, you've done 1.5 points. That's all you've earned today. You've now got to catch up with a 13-point Frosty, Pace on 13 points, NTS on 15 points. Like, no one's going to catch Yang Yuan from the bottom end of the table. There's no way that's happening. So you're looking at like potentially 5 spots at the top of the table. But by the end of the next game, if anyone on these top players other than Yang Yuan has a pop-off performance, then it's only like 4 spots that are going to actually be feasibly possible to overtake. So every game we go through now, it gets harder and harder and less likely that you're going to be able to play catch-up with the top end of the lobby. And if you just played aggressive from the start of the day, that actually could potentially be more feasible. There's an angle where you actually could have played catch-up at this point. Ooh. So, you know, I think it's done for some of our players who are, you know, our goose egg. Like, 1.5 points across 3 games is incredibly disappointing, especially when we are in an era of NARAKA where our players are actually performing way better than they have in previous years. Like, the quality has gone up across the board. So for you to be 3 games deep and only about 1.5 points is a pretty shoddy performance.
Wow, taking a look at some of these highlights, it's crazy to see how well. Look at this. This is MTM's kill run here. He goes on to 3. He gets the bloom, cleanses, gets up here, gets the kill on the GG Chen. Gonna get himself up to 4 eliminations. Oh, Chen just went for the early parry. Thought the release was coming quicker. And then he gets the parry on a Chu Zhang, switches over to the gold full sword, finishes off that elimination. Almost able to bring it back here. And then we're going to see Shen Yuan trying to kite out the situation. He manages to do so. And the Katana Tome going to take him out, finishing the play there. And look at that. You can see MTF just giving him a hard time at the end. Hey, come on, man. You could have given me that win there. You're already so high up in the scoreboard. Here we go.
Not going to be the case. Here we are. MVP, though. 20,000 damage from Yang Yuan. This is his 9th MVP now. He's had 2 today already. Heart stopper kick. You mentioned that earlier. I think also mentioned the engraving as well there. Really nice stuff coming in from Yang Yuan. Another solid performance from him as we loop back around. We do this crazy circuit one more time. Heading back to Midoriya for game number 4. This guy has all but cemented his spot at those grand finals. Don't think anyone's going to be able to deny that from him anymore.
No.
Especially with how passive it's been today. And yeah, you know, I feel like people at home probably can sense a little bit of the frustration in my voice right now. Because I think Solos has been so good all year long. And then we get to these last chance qualifiers and the players just play like they haven't been practicing. They play like this is their first time playing on stage. Obviously, I understand there's some pressure about making it to those grand finals. And that's probably weighing on them. But you can't let the pressure of the situation affect your performance. Otherwise, how are you going to do the World Championship? How are you actually going to be able to perform at a particularly high level? Anyway, for you guys at home, there are some goodies to grab. What player chose Kylin in game number 3? Was it MCF, Yang Yuan, Frostivus, or Lipo? I actually don't know the answer to that question. It's A, B, C, or D into Twitch chat. And check your box because that's where you'll be giving your goodies. That's a hard question. Anyway, we're going to throw ourselves over to a quick break and we're back with 2 more games after this. So we'll see you in a moment. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our second half of the day of these last chance qualifiers. It has been a passive day. Players have been playing a little bit more slow than we're used to in solos, which is typically a very, very aggressive game mode. We normally see, you know, the final 3 by 7 minutes left in the lobby, but this time around, we had a couple of circles go, well, we had one circle go all the way to close, and a lot of people making it into later portions of the game than we're used to. I do think, and I've talked about it in the before we went to break, I'm going to not try and be as tilted about it this time, but I do think those at the bottom of the table, like, if they don't actually make this game go their way, or at least get like a decent score in this game, I actually think it's just over for them, unless they have like a record-breaking final game. I think, unfortunately, they've played too passive throughout the first half of the day that now it is really last chance saloon for them. On the other hand, Zheng Yuan, if I'm going to go to a positive spin here, Zheng Yuan has had a terrific day. With everyone else kind of scoring nothing, he's been consistently scoring pretty decent score across the board. Like, it's not been what we see in a normal solos day worth of points, but like, he's still putting decent points on the board. And with everyone else scoring so little, he's growing a chasm between him and them, where a lot of people aren't really scoring much, while he's scoring a consistently decent score. And, you know, at this point, I think Zheng Yuan is all but guaranteed to go into last chance qualifier. I think even if he goose eggs his next 3 games, he's pretty much locked in. That's how much work he's done in these first 3 games, and how little work everyone else has done, to be honest.
Yeah, I definitely think that he's got a very, very good chance of getting himself into that top. He's gonna hold. I don't know if he's gonna hold first. If he triple donuts, he doesn't hold first, but he still is almost a guaranteed shoo-in for the qualifications and getting himself into those grand finals. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we usually have a pre-final. So the last chance qualifiers happen, and then we have a pre-final. After this, we are going straight into our bi-weekly finals. I don't know if they're going to be pre-post points. They might take the pre-post points from all the bi-weeklies, like the pre-post points that determined whether you already qualified or you were stuck in the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah.
So we are going to be seeing that here.
I have no idea, actually, as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
It'd be kind of cool if we go to finals completely clear, right? Like 0 points across the board. Everyone just goes fresh, and it's like your performance on that day is what matters, whether or not you win or not. That'd be a hype way to do it. Regardless,
if we go fresh though, then we have to do the 1v1s beforehand, and I doubt they're gonna do 1v1s and then an 8-game match point. It would be a very long game.
Good point. Yeah. Oh, I guess you can still do it based on your placement of like how many points you would have had going in or something. Regardless, doesn't matter. We can see our hero select was just flashed up on screen. We're getting into the real meat of it fairly soon. See what these guys are going to be locking in. I mean, we've had an interesting day on hero select. The last game was probably the most standard in terms of like what heroes are getting picked where. We obviously Sheol jumped quite a lot down the priority as Chen going to get their hands on to the Syra to start us off. Means XXY is probably going to play in that Lani. Yep, as expected. Now, this is where it's been interesting, because Liam has definitely been a 3rd or 4th pick all day long. But what we have seen is the other player getting picked up here. Sometimes the Yoto, sometimes the Sheol, only once actually the Sheol. So interesting to see that there has been a little bit of a change in priority on hero select here. So I assume Lipo, are they going Sheol, or are they going to go for that Yoto Hime here? It's going to be the Sheol. So again, sticking to a more traditional order of how we have our heroes picked.
Yeah, well, Lipo locked in the Kylan last game, so I think that going straight for the Yoto pick, I think he might have already locked it in. Would have been his. No, he locked in the Temi for the double pick in games 1 and 2, then Kylan. So he did have the opportunity to go Yoto there, but I definitely think that Shael, just because of his problems. Oh,
zipping
actions, pulling a mic, ladies and gentlemen, down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Will he be able to climb with zipping? Yoto Hime for Chuzhang. XY and Based have the opportunity to blow this wide open. The crazy pick here. Aiko's going to be coming through.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I actually
All
don't
good.
mind the zip. Because of how passive everyone's been playing, I actually think that suits zipping.
Oh, 100%.
She's great when people aren't like just full sending every fight. When she can kind of run off, let her heals do the work. I'm kind of on board with it. I think this is actually a fairly solid pick here for Jin. As we're going to cut back over now towards the bottom end of the table. Still got things like the Iron Ore thrown up, the Valda, obviously, the Wu Shen. Seen, you know, Rano played really, really well on. Justina still up and available as well. So if Frosty wants to go back, let's lock that one in. Very, very bizarre pick so far, though. What is Frosty going to do?
Oh, Frostivus. Oh, does he go? Okay, he played Feria, and now he's gonna. Okay, Justina. I think that Frostivus is gonna have a good game. I want to see Frost pull out the hottie again. I think he should do it. I think it's an amazing idea for Frostivus to pull out the hottie. We saw a couple of hottie plays coming out in the bi-weekly finals, so maybe we get to see a bit of bi-weekly finals action coming through with the hottie picks coming out from some of these players. But I strongly doubt it's going to be MTF going for that. Yeah, he's going for the Emor.
Obviously, one of the issues of it, you know, and one that we've seen a lot of people have with him is the lack of a combo break. Also, when you're transformed, you're unable to pick up the soul blooms. So if you do lose a Realm of Yang, I think I know more than anyone, well, not more than anyone, but more as much as any other transformer struggles to get himself cleansed, because you want to commit ultimate to secure the kill, but if there's a third party about, by the time you de-transformed, you haven't been able to pick up the soul bloom, and suddenly you're ultless and very, very exposed and easy to take out. So he does have his weaknesses in solos. I still love him. I think he's great fun to watch. But for now, people are still liking and prioritizing him here. He's had a fairly high pick rate today. We got ourselves loaded up to head over to Midoriya for game number 4 of the day. It is time to turn the heat up. It has been a cold, slow day. But for some of these players, if this game doesn't go well, their time at the Nbpl is donezo.
Yeah, and everybody in the Nbpl roster, alongside a bunch of other players, are going to have an opportunity to compete in the J-Cup qualifier, which is separate from Nbpl. I do believe they're going to be playing it at a LAN event, though. I think they have done like some online CN qualifiers previously, just for like some preliminary stages. But there are so many people in China who will be wanting to try and compete that they're going to offer like I think 1 or 2 spots to non-Nbpl players in CN, or I'm not 100% sure about how they're going to be doing that. But the CN qualifiers are going to be starting next week. They're going to have solos and trio qualifiers for CN, and it's going to be I think it's just going to be 12 games, six per day, solos, trios, and then we're going to see who's going to be qualifying for our World J Cup, which is going to be coming in late November, early December. It's gonna be super fun to watch. You can see it here. Taking a look at our spawns. Oh my goodness. The clusters are gonna be Imperium down at the bottom. That's gonna be Arano, MTF, Fong, DRG's XXY. There's gonna be SS1's Action, Baoda's Chuzhang, and Alliance's Paste. And then up on the top side, we're gonna see HM, Shen Yuan, Frostivus, Chen, and Star. This is going to be a very aggressive off spawn, I do believe. But there is so much kiting potential in all the places where everybody spawns. So we're going to see what happens, but we're locking it in. Game number 3, or we're 4. Game number 4 kicking us off. We've only got 2 games left after this, and some of these players have only managed to put up 3 to 5 points.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna break about it again. Otherwise, I'm just gonna sound like a broken record, a broken man. What I will say, it's nice that we got Volpine Essence potentially unlocked. Well, will be unlocked. Someone's grabbing it, but we will be dropping in an area where you can see JL, GG, and FEX in the area. HM, Chen, and I am so sorry, FEX's player. I can't remember your name.
XXY. Oh, Star.
XX. Well, I mean, he's at the bottom of the lobby, so forgettable.
Damn.
What can I say, man? We're gonna see Star. Oh no, it's Star from FBX.
Yeah.
Not even XXY. Anyway, still forgettable. Juan is looking to finish him up here. Star losing half of his health. He's gone so low.
Second place.
Oh, he is. Oh, well done, Star. Well, I forgot about you. Hey, first, second ain't first, is it? I remember Yuan. Absolutely start crushing it off the bat.
Oh my goodness. GG's Chen now going to be fighting off against JL's HM. Chen has the armor and health advantage. It looks like he is just going to get himself comboed up here. Dual Blade's going to be doing so much damage. Chen in a very tough spot right now. Tries to release the 1.0. Clank is going to come through. Gets the armor swap, but gets sharked out almost immediately. Tries to go for the next armor swap. 1 HP in a dream right now, and HM is going to track that down, completing the elimination. As now we're going to see Lipo with the 2-1-1 is going to connect into the 1.0 focus attack. Releases the meter dump off of the trigger. Oh, tries to go for the shift parry there. Doesn't connect on it. Big parry going to come out. Doesn't connect. F ability released to prevent any follow-up damage, but now he's caught. 1F is going to come through. Oh, what a dodge from Lipo into the armor swap. MTF following up onto this, trying to see if he can get this elimination. But Lipo doing an amazing job of kiting this out. We're going to see the one uppercut coming out here. Raw uppercut release is not going to connect. Lipo forced to go back top side, tries to go back around, and he's using this area very, very nicely for the kite.
Yeah, really, really nice there, but backing off. It's only 2 kills so far, though, as HM is being hunted by Yuan. Yuan with the grey armor, absolute psycho energy. He knows he's in a pretty comfortable position. Already got himself that kill, is now just chasing onto HM, is going to burst through. HM hiding behind the wall. Can he see him? Looks like the answer is no. Just going to back off. Yuan's still being hunted. Frosty looking to see if he can actually get the damage off here. It's just going to take a little bit of hurt here from those nunchucks. Yuan is actually melting through Frostivus's blue armor there. Yuan, no armor. Finally spots his original prey. HM able to dash away. Somehow HM has walked out of the situation with the most HP. As Yuan's being juggled around. Frosty, he is in the bottom 6. Needs to get this kill. That'll jump him up into the top 6. Nice little pick up there for Frosty. He was honestly on a knife's edge for his chance at finals.
Yeah, it's looking really close. Frostivus had a very good game number 1. He was able to climb himself into 2nd place, but look at the point difference between 7th place to 2nd is less than 3 points. Oh my goodness, what a parry. Lipo's going to end up getting himself the elimination onto action, but gets parried. No follow-up, no extra loot going to come from him. He's going to have to kite out this situation now. It looks like he's going to get the back off for free. Arano going down to the top side, heading back over to the Imperium area. We have XXY waiting in the wings as well, while Frostivus is going to be trying to see if he can take out HM. He's got himself purple armor now, as well as purple cannon, purple spear.
And the Vulpine
completely
Essence
stacked
on
up.
HM.
And, oh no, HM has got the Vulpine Essence. He was waiting for that. We're going to be seeing it coming out a Star, taking a lot of damage now, going into that armor swap. Now we're going to see the Enor ultimate getting brought out here. Star is going to get executed on. Lightning Strike's going to come through. The connection is big, but Arano jumps in with the Fist Blade, takes out Star. Star fully eliminated from this game. This is going to give his opponents a chance to catch up because he put no points on the board at all. Granted, he is still in that top place position at 16.7 points. D-ult's going to come through. MTF now is just going to catapult out of here as fast as possible. This is the correct play to make, right? Your ult's going to drop down. You're just going to scout things out here. You're going to go for Yang. You're not going to try and do too many more fancy things. Rano taking to the other side here. Looks like he is going for a different Yang portal. Finding himself in between 2 portals and a right by house. So he's got an opportunity if one of them is captured. Now we're going to be seeing MTF against HM. But MTF not wanting the smoke here. He's just going to back off.
Well, MTF continuing to just back off for now. Obviously, you got the Roma Yang spawning up in 1 minute's time. So nobody really wants to go for a full fight. I don't know. If I'm Ainur, it's rough because that character needs to get scaling. Like all Transformers, a lot of their kind of like health and the damage is all based on rarity of weapon and armor. But the cost of losing a Roma Yang is so hard to recover from as an Ainur, or as any Transformer really, but Ainur really struggles with it. That I don't even know how worth it is for the Ainur, because I don't know how good these like individual 1v1 matchups are versus certain characters.
Sorry? When...
Well, no, I was just saying I don't know how good his Ainur's 1v1s are, but looks like Frosty. Did he get the key? No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Okay. He tried to scale rush in and snipe it. Didn't get it. Paste was the one to pick it up. Just backing off. Oh, no. It was HM who got it.
Well, Pace had it originally, but Pace just left the zone completely uncontested there as HM was chasing through. And that's why I don't understand this. HM just the Temi presence came through and said, all right, you're going to back away here now. And Pace just backs away. He knows that he's 0.1 points ahead of him. He doesn't want to give any opportunity for an elimination. But you have F, you have ults. You should be able to do this. You're a professional player. Just hold your ground.
Yeah, I mean, they don't know the overall score, to be fair. Like, they don't have like a live feed of the score like we do. But if I'm Pace, I'm like, man, I know I'm either in or out by a very, very small margin going into this game. And I have 0 kills right now. So if I'm Paced, I'm not content just walking away. You know, go down in a blaze of glory. Don't just fade away. Wolves is MTF, just gonna step off. We're gonna save Chen. It's Dark Tide coins in here, so he's gonna get himself a whole bunch of goodies. Gets himself the Mora's Blessing as well, and any goodies that are inside that. Big Dark Tide coin drop here.
He's got himself 2 purple jades for his nunchucks. He also has a gold jade. I'm not 100% sure which weapon it's for. It is going to be an attack gold jade if he needs to drop that out. Frostivus is going to be going for the heavy aggro right away. This isn't the greatest matchup for him. Justina into Akos. You're going to see the parry is going to come out here into the 1-2, into the uppercut, into the carousel. Oh my goodness. He's no combo break available into the pistol shot. Shen Yuan, dude. Don't do that. Oh my goodness.
You didn't get to play.
He F'd once, gets caught, and then is done. 1.0 is going to come through, is going to connect. HM going to try and keep up the pressure. He's got a lot
he got
to
it.
prove here. We're going to see the Duchess come through, but he misses off of the attack. He catches the first spear throw, but is unable to connect on the end of that. So we're going to see HM now on the backside going for the scales. You see Irano does end up getting attacked. Wisp's going to come through. It doesn't connect. Jump LMB into the aerial RMB into the grapple attack is going to connect. The 1-2 successful. Tries to go for the 3. Cancels. Grapple cancels into the grapple attack. You aren't going to see the grapple attack connecting either. Big Clank going to come through into the uppercut, but the F ability is off of cooldown. Fastest cooldown in the game is going to be that semi-F. We throw the Wisp, cannon shots coming through. Arano is 1 HP in a dream right now. Very difficult for him to be able to come away from this. The parry's going to come through into the 1.0, and HM takes the win.
Man, the ult duration timers actually killed Valder, in my opinion. They need to walk her once back. Like, very rarely do you see a Valder even get time to use their 3rd spear. Like, it's really, really hard to play Valder with these changes. Is Frosty being hunted here. Still obviously has that debuff he needs to get the cleanse off onto. Currently hunting onto XXY. No more dashes available to him. Just going to look to put the cannon fire down. See if he can find himself a little bit of extra damage. As you can see, XXY trying his hardest to hold his life here. As you can see, Pace charging forwards. Both of these players looking desperately to get it. As that's the kill. Pace gets it. Gets the Soul Bloom as well. So Frosty has been denied. No ultimate available, and he's got to win this versus Pace, who also, to be fair, doesn't have the ultimate, but got that Soul Bloom, so has some extra rage to work with. Frosty's just going to scale rush into a more favorable terrain, see if he can find this opening here versus Pace in the 1v1. Pace laying right on the edge of the Buttery Rocks, but Frosty able to put some distance between him. 2 minutes 20 for Frosty, and he just decides he doesn't want the heat, he doesn't want to overcommit. And it's dangerous for him because right now he's dropped again back into 7th place. Like, him qualifying really rests on his performance over these next couple of games. It's very, very hard. As Genuine looks to try and find himself some extra damage there. Doesn't make the connection onto Chuz. Chuz keeps the pressure up though. Genuine has obviously got that buff. the Vermilion Bird Smite, so he has the free revive. As the whole lobby is looking to hunt him down. Pace keeping that pressure up on to the side of Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan holding fast for a second, but there it is. Frosty's able to get the kill, but Frosty may all he would have been able to do there was extend the duration of his debuff, but that's going to be one kill for Lipo. Frosty did get caught as well there. Double catch up for that turtle stance from Lipo into the next one. That's going to be the kill after Frosty. He's evicted from the game. And now we're down to the final two with the Roma Yang debuff being Chuz and Arano.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Frostivus there. He had such a good line onto XXY in that fight, but it just looks like it didn't end up working out too well for him. Oh my goodness, we're gonna see the dual blade just doing so much damage. GG Chen gonna pick up that elimination. Doesn't have Yang depletion, so it was more of just trying to aggress heavily. Lipo is gonna end up getting fully eliminated for that one. Oh, actually, I do believe Lipo might have had Vermilion, so he might still be coming back into this game, but Xu Zhang definitely doesn't. We're going to see Shen Yuan going to be able to pick up that elimination with the F2 roar, yelling at him. Xu Zhang does get fully eliminated from this game. Lipo back in it already, as we're going to be seeing him with 2 eliminations on the board. MTF and Shen Yuan absolutely killing this lobby right now with 3. MTF in a lot of trouble though. No Vermilion, no ability to heal, no ultimate available. Just going to send himself into the zone here. Chen, find him. Find him, Chen. Your elimination awaits you. No way. No way. Ankle's broken. No, he doesn't find him. He doesn't find him.
That's crazy. Arano, 1 minute left. 1 spear down. Looks for the second spear. Doesn't hit it. And that's what I'm saying. Valdor's never get to use their 3rd spear. Like, you only get 2 spears on Valdor with her ult. This change is actually brutal to her. But it doesn't look like Arano's not out of this quite yet. He's got 40 seconds. Xiaonan, though, has committed the ultimate. Looks to try and find the catch onto him. Arano's able to play evasion away and dodge off onto the other side. Looking to break away. The Tiger does catch that one to Arano. That's able to get through the last of the armor off Arano, who's going for the scale rush. 27 seconds. He can't let Zhang Yuan heal. That was the demise of Arano. He has absolutely cooked it here. 20 seconds. I say that. The potential turnaround comes through. Zhang Yuan. Is he going to be able to stay alive? Is he going to be able to hold? No, the lobby leader goes down. And Arano, with single digits of seconds left, is able to cleanse himself.
Yeah, that's a crazy finish there, as it looks like Alliance's Pace, the only one to have entered the Rama Yang so far. They're going to wait until everybody else has started to jump in. HM going to be the first one to go through, and Lipo and Action going to be taking it up in the other side, Rama Yang. HM, ooh, gold flying knives, Bullpine Essence available. Pace going to be going up against him here, as we are seeing coming through. As gets the 1, does gain prio, tries to go into the slap. The slap gets tap dodged away. We're going to see coming out. Will he be able to get the connect off into prio again, even after both F abilities have been used? Oh my goodness, Pace with the shoulder shatter into the uppercut grapple bomb with the 1.0, forcing HM to sort of back off of this. He's very low in HP right now, going to be able to get himself 1 heal pot off. Tries to go for the scale rush in, isn't going to be able to connect off of it, goes for the cannon shot into Pace. Needs to be able to get some sort of scale rush damage through here, because he did so much damage earlier, but now Pace has ult available. He can make any crazy play he wants. Oh my goodness, he almost able to catch that into an uppercut combo here. The 1.0 is going to come through. He switched over to that gold weapon for a reason. Oh, we're seeing the scales come through. Is he going to be able to connect off of this? 47 seconds left. HM is going to be getting hit with the scale rush into the jump LMB. Jump LMB coming through. Kylan ultimate to finish it off. It's 1 HP and a dream for HM. F ability is going to be released. Tries to get the slash. Volpine Essence coming out for HM now. Now that he's got that burned, it's anybody's game still, but it looks like Pace has the upper hand with this Kylan ultimate. Oh, beautiful weaves.
If he lands the wisp,
gonna catch the wisp off, tries to go for the shotgun burst, and now both on the very similar in HP. Will he be able to come back? Jump LMB. Oh my goodness.
That was crazy.
Pace coming through with the victory, and also Lipo taking out. Oh my goodness. Action is just having the worst day ever.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to say about that one. We'll have a look at the fight once again. It's the Sheol versus the Zip. I mean, is Zip famed for her ability to 1v1 in the realm of Yang? I feel like that's not really her strong suit, as Lipo had ultimate ready available, had the golden weapon as well. The golden Hunsword versus purple Hunsword already makes this easier, as Lipo connects on with a lot of extra damage, goes in for the cheeky slap, strips through the armor of Xian, who, you know, obviously has some sustain as a Zip, but just caught in the uppercut, doesn't have that combo break available, throws down a bit of the healing, but Lipo, with the F, with the ultimate, just makes this absolutely impossible for Xian, who tries to scale rush away. And yeah, Lipo, solid control of the situation, really. Also just, you know, better hero wins, I guess.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate when you're going up against, especially a Sheol. It's one of those ults that it's a lot harder to tank. You're not able to gain prio. You're not able to combo off and stall out that ultimate time. She is basically completely invulnerable to any sort of melee attack that you are going to be throwing out. Virtually complete. But Xian now, needing to get himself an elimination, finds HMs. This is both players who are on Yang depletion. We're going to see if they're going to be able to get themselves some sort of extra elimination going through. As double charge going to come through. No, he doesn't throw the double charge. We're going to see them just scale rushing the side of this pit here. As Circle is going to be closing in on them pretty soon. We are going to see a third party joining them to try and see if they can pick up any extra sort of eliminations off of this. Xian going to try and make the play, goes for the focus follow-up, doesn't connect with it. The 1-2 into the, oh my goodness, the 1-2 into the Cyan Fang 3 going to connect, forcing HM to armor swap onto the blue armor. Now he's fully low, armor is completely melted. We're going to see the gray armor coming out, Universe Slash coming through, HM 1 HP in a tree, forcing himself to go back into the zone. He's got to avoid those jellyfish here, because if he gets connected to on one of those... Paste! What are you doing? Oh my goodness, how did we not see HM?
There's 7 players left, actually. 9 minutes. Definitely a faster tempo. I think you can feel that, like, some people are starting to feel the heat after what has been way too passive of a couple of games. Is Jin here on the Zip trying to get some extra healing in, but we're trying to get the extra damage in. They've got 2 minutes left to go. As Chen, but then just going to get knocked back here briefly. Pace able to get the kill onto Chen there. Now Jin is in their sights. Still got a couple of dashes available here on the Kai Lin. Keeping pressure up. Everyone else is just going to have to scatter to the wind. There's going to be the dash out, knocking HM miles into the zone. He goes for the grapple. I don't know if he's going to get the opportunity to get the heal, because HM's going to jump down into him. Was able to get a single pot off. No ultimate available here for Pace. There's a couple of cheeky shots coming in. And this Kylin, not this Kylin, this Temmie, being hunted by the lobby, is able to get yet another pot off. Throws down the F, but doesn't make a connection with it. Gets caught here by the fan. Clang's coming out, and everyone is looking for the kill onto the Temmie. He's going down. Pace took a fair amount of damage on the tail out there from the flying knives, but I don't think anyone spotted it. So Pace is able to peace out.
Yeah, and then Wolves MTF actually able to pick up that elimination on the JL's HM. HM managed to get himself into qualifying by 0.2 points right now. So we've got 2 games left to keep up that point score. It's still very close in range for the likes of Arano and Lipo as well. If they manage to have big games here, 3 kills on the board each, they have a very good opportunity to put some extra points in. But it's looking pretty cooked for Xian. Unless he gets back-to-back MVPs with 5+ kills, he is not going to be qualifying for the grand finals here. As Arano, oh my goodness, look at how much good loot Arano has. We're going to be seeing here now. Alliance is paced with that Soul Shatter. Going to be doing a bit of damage onto 521's Lipo, but the F ability was invested to prevent any extra damage coming through. Now we're going to see these Spirit Wells starting to spawn. Lipo facing off. Oh my goodness, look at where the Spirit Well
weird spot.
That is so unfortunate to see that spawning there.
It's fortunate for, you know, for whoever gets it, because it's so easy to defend. It's one doorway which has a shield in front of it.
And now we're going to see everybody on Yang depletion. Now that other buff doesn't really matter as much anymore, because we're going to see Arano going to come in. He could claim the Spirit Well if he really wanted to. Yeah, that's what he's going to do here. Look at this. He's just going to go climb next Spirit Well. Boom.
Yeah, grab some goodies. It gives you a free armor swap as well, because for a fair amount of time, that gold armor is untouchable for the rest of the lobby. So it makes sense that they kind of play around that angle.
Rest of the lobby on Yang depletion. That's going to be unfortunate, as we're going to see Urano claiming both buffs. He's got himself a gold armor swap. I think he has got 2 gold armor swaps. He's got the one on the Yang Spirit Well, and he's got the one on the regular Spirit Well. And he's got gold armor on him as well. We see the gold weapons coming through. He is completely stacked to be into this game. So we're going to be seeing here, look at this. He's got both gold dual blades things. He's got Cavalry Bloom, and then I think he's also got Sap on his side there. So we're going to see Universe Slash coming out from MTF. He's also got that Octa Slash and the Cavalry Bloom. He is going to be incredibly stacked up on those dual blades. If he's able to get one singular connect, it could chain off into a huge combo. We're going to be seeing MTF, Paste, Lipo, Action, and Urano. Everyone except... Oh, Action managed to capture the flag, so he's off Yang depletion. But Lipo, Paste, and MTF still in desperate need of a cleanse.
Alrighty, well, for now, just playing chill for now. See Pace chasing here onto MTF. Just playing cheeky bit of evasion. Nice parry. Well, Clan comes in, didn't actually go into the full parry, but Pace has lost most of his armor and he's getting absolutely shredded here. Cannon fire, all of the rains coming in, and that Kylin has just painted a juicy target on his head. Tried to dash to safety, but there was a Bane's Breath. He had to do a 180, and Pace is going incredibly low. Only 1 more dash is available to him. Down he goes. MTF takes the kill, jumps into second place, but MTF himself is incredibly low right now. He now needs to play evasion. Kite him into a Bane's Breath, get the healing off, looks to try and find onto Lipo, catches him with the uppercut here, but Lyco throws down that combo breaker to get away. MTF, no combo breaker, no ultimate, caught by the parry, caught on the buttery rocks as Urano steals the kill away, down to the last 3. No one wants a full commit. Urano just grabs those dual swords and backs off.
And it's a crazy play from Urano to be able to come out with that and do so much. And now we're going to be seeing Urano and Lipo, 4 kills to 3 Action, the only one with no standing to be able to get that MVP. 2 kills in a first place finish is not going to be enough when your opponents have the amount of kills that they do. As Lipo going to be trying to see if he can make some sort of play into this. If Action... No, Urano will MVP if Action wins here, because he's got more eliminations than Lipo. It really depends on placement, but it's going to go either to Lipo or Urano, depending on who decides to engage first. But we are going to have a very slow endgame coming through. We've got 3 minutes and 35 seconds left. Circle 6 closing on to Circle 7 in about a minute. And all these players are going to have to start engaging. And look at this. Lipo has found himself a spot inside the cave where he's just going to chill out. He's completely protected from everybody in this area. Urano doesn't have ult, though. This could be an issue for him.
Well, right now, Urano, we can see. But I think it's just a waiting moment. I think they're just playing it chill for now before the final fights break out. It's just a bit of downtime. I can't believe we're going to see another final circle fully close.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be a final circle kind of game. As we're seeing down in the cave, we've got Lipo holding his own. No Fireflies in there anymore. Those have all been claimed up, but he's going to use that area. Do you think the fight's going to end? Yeah, they are all in the final circle, so that's going to be a really fun circle to play. They're playing up and around the cave, so it really depends on how much damage gets dealt, but the survivability of the zipping right now could come into handy, because Urano doesn't have ult and is only at 58%, so it's 24 seconds left to be using that tome. I'd send the tome out. Just drop down and send the tome before the timer runs out. He's probably going to make the smart play and let it expire. Lipo might get himself trapped under here if he does try and escape, he is going to be losing a lot of HP. Look at this final circle. This is beautiful. Imagine if there was 5 players in here.
Yeah, I mean, that would be very, very tight right now if there was 5 players. Luckily, only the 3. I am surprised how slow tempo these guys are playing, as Lipo gives up his hole in the ground and backs off to play on this flat ground here in the area. Jin still clinging to a rule. It's coming down to this last minute. It's going to come down to the realm, the zone closing, and who's got the best tools available now. Arano on that Valda. Very, very set up right now. Obviously has the ultimate as well, which is incredibly impactful in those final circles. But Jin on the zip also could be a bit of a problem. You do obviously get a bit of a healing cut if you are inside the zone taking corruption damage. As the zone's closing over, Jin did think about staying in the hole for this final circle, but he's getting caught by the staff right now, battered back into the zone. Arano happy just to stick to his rooftop until the last possible moment. Jin continues to take more damage, but that staff is just gatekeeping any opening. There's the parry onto the staff, though. He's going to quickly pick it all back up as the Valda jumps in, looks for the spears off, makes the connection onto both of the players, gets a massive chunk out of both of them. Once again, another spear looks to go down. Can he make the connections onto that one? Yes, he can. Into the aerials. One more spear available, but he's going to get interrupted before he can throw it down. He just fires the cannon shots up, and Arano is able to take the kills and the last man standing.
There we go. Arano winning game number 4. This should put him up into a very good position for qualifying. I don't know if he's reached the top 6 just yet, but I think he's almost there. Really nice to see that happening there. Arano, always a hardworking player. He's got the gamer tape ready to go. Always taped up with that. Arano was the pioneer of the gamer tape. He was one of the people to first start playing with it, and he's winning games. The gamer tape's working.
Yeah. No, really, really solid performance coming in there from Arano. Able to secure himself that MVP for the last game. On the Valda. That's what it's all about, but 2 more games to go and very few chances for our last couple of players to qualify and hold their spot. My eyes right now is on Frostimus. I think he is in a very hairy situation. He is jumping between 6th and 7th place, and 6th is qualified, 7th isn't. He is balancing on a knife's edge right now.
Yeah, they're all very close in proximity to each other. I'm really hoping Frostimus gets the claw, as Arano managing to claim himself 1 more elimination, putting him up to 14.7, and then he's getting the placements, the multiplier. We're going to have to take a look at this in just a second. We're going to get to see our scoreboards and everything. But that was game number 4, so we're going to be jumping back-to-back into our next couple of games as we're going to be continuing on here. Game 4 was pretty slow at the start as well, and we're starting to see a little bit of a pattern coming through with these games. But ladies and gentlemen, first off, an answer for treasure. Which player got the first kill in game number 4?
That's a hard
question. I don't know. Was it ASE Shen Yuan? Was it B, Fun Plus Phoenix's Star? Was it C, WZ's Arano? Was it D, Alliance's Pace? Make sure you answer in the Twitch chat, and 1 lucky winner who places the correct answer in the chat will be selected to get themselves a summer or fall split. We're in fall. Fall split random gift. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We're a little bit cooked. I don't go outside much anymore. So I'm kidding. We touch grass here in NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. But ladies and gentlemen,
I don't know. I live in England.
5.
It's always raining. I'm not going outside.
Fair enough. Canada's pretty rainy too, I'm not gonna lie. West Coast.
You get a lot of snow though
coast
as well, which is like pretty rain.
Yeah, but I'm on the west side of Canada, which is like more warm and less snow.
Oh.
Yeah. Hey, we get snow occasionally, but the eastern Canada.
I've never been to Canada, and all I think of when I think of Canada is like snow bears and like maple leaves. That's all I've got.
We have a little bit more than that. There's a lot of snow bears.
I know you got very, very pretty like terrain and stuff, like really nice like lakes and mountain ranges and stuff. I know it's pretty over there. I'll
show you all the architecture, all the beautiful nature if you ever decide to come this way. But taking a look at our scoreboard, 9 game score for Arano. It's It's going to be a big game for him. Lipo with a 6, 5.5 for MTF, 5 for Pace, 3.5 for Shenyuan, 3 for HM. I believe that's 2 for Frostivus there. So now we're going to take a look at the scoreboard. HM going to be in 15.8 in 7th. Frostivus is going to be at 15.6 in 8th place. And then we're going to be seeing Star at 16.7, Arano at 17.2, Chen at 18.1, Pace at 18.9, and MTF at 21.1. And then, oh my goodness, Shenyuan at 32.9. The big 10.2 game really put him over the top.
There it is, 32 points. Genuine, even with a pretty lackluster game, is still in an incredibly comfortable position right now. Have a look at our replays from our previous game. Arano on the Valor. I'm happy. I'm happy to see a Valor victory. I do also think we had a much more high-tempo game. It's still not as high-tempo as what we've been seeing in the regular bi-weeklies. And maybe just been lacking those kind of like top 6 players is what's causing so much of a slowdown in the tempo for today's games. Or maybe it's just the nerves. It's the knowing that, you know, if you fail here, you're kind of in trouble.
Yeah, you can see Shenyuan there, super upset with himself after losing that elimination out. He was so close to being able to kite that out. He needed to wait 10 more seconds, and Yang Depletion would have gone down, and he would have won that fight out either way. So it was unfortunate to see him lose that. You can see him beating himself up about it a little bit, and then we're seeing Lipo getting that elimination in the back end onto Action. Now we're going to be seeing Face getting taken out by Wolves MTF here. This is a beautiful finish on this elimination. Manages to knock everybody out the way and take them out. Everybody's just slapping themselves today. Crazy. These highlights, as always, are brought to you by China Unicom. Rano, he had a beautiful play in this endgame. He managed to hold them out into the zone for a really long time, especially with this ult here. He gets Lipo, he gets the burn tick damage with his cannon, switches over to a blue cannon, sends some shots in on the top side, tries to get that last elimination. Action finishes with no kills. And then Arano does end up taking the victory. And that's going to be Evalda getting the MVP. He must be happy.
I'm very happy. I love me some Valda. I mean, like 16k damage, not the most, like the highest damage overall, but just played that final circle really well. And honestly, just very good at kind of snapping away and sniping away a couple of extra kills. I don't know what 40100183 is. Some kind of weapon. But that was what we saw coming out from them. They did 1500 damage with that one. 6,000 damage with the fist blades. No, like, major, kind of, like, weapon jades or like weapon damage coming out. I mean, obviously Phoenix Blast is big, but no like high damage coming out from them. Just played it well. As we got one more game to go before we throw ourselves to a break, so back-to-back action for these players.
Yeah, we're gonna be getting right back into it with game number 5, and then we've got one last game coming your way for the LCQ, as we're going to be jumping in and seeing which one of these players, which 6 of these players actually are going to be coming away with the qualification for the grand finals, and which 6 players are going to be ending their NBPL run for the fall split of 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, it is coming to that time where NARAKA is starting to come to an end. Our season is very long, and it feels like just yesterday we started that fall split. It feels like a couple weeks ago we just went to Saudi. It's been a fast season. It feels like it's been a fast season. It's been a long amount of time. It's been
a fast year, to be honest, mate.
Yeah,
I can't believe we're at the end of the second split, our autumn split. I can't believe like Jacob's around the corner. I can't actually remember the dates of Jacob, but like it's all coming up. Like,
yeah, Jacob dates not specified yet, unfortunately.
Oh, we haven't gotten specified. Okay, well,
it's going to be sometime late November, early December, like it usually is. They haven't specified exactly when we're going to be doing it, but I'm pretty sure they have the dates locked down. They just have yet to announce everything going forward. Still a lot of planning to do. We still got to figure out who's going to be qualifying on the CN side. We've got our EU qualifiers. finished. We have our SEA qualifiers finished. Now we are doing our NA qualifiers this coming weekend. I know that we were supposed to do them this weekend, but the new patch changed everything out. So the last weekend that just happened. So now we're going to be getting our NA qualifiers finished up. Our CN qualifiers are going to be finished up after the fact. And then we are going to be all ready to go for the end. It is so close, wrapping up to that final couple of days before we hit J-Cup. And I'm super excited for J-Cup this year. It's going to be really good. I think that solos-wise, when it comes to NA and EU, we have a real chance on the global side to actually put some points up and maybe get ourselves a finals. Because I believe that our best solos competitor has been Tryhard over the past couple of years for the global scene. He's been, I think his top placement was 4th in finals. So, we haven't gotten to see a win from global yet. And I really hope we get to see a J-Cup win from global sometime.
I mean, of course, that it's been however many years. I do think, and it has been a critique I've had of J-Cup for a while, ever since we actually started. Since I did my first J-Cup anyway, is I do think, right now, because it's not really a critique of J-Cup in itself, I think it's just an issue with the overall kind of way that NARAKA globally works, because like the EU and the NA and like Southeast Asian scenes are all a little bit more kind of like lower down in like scope and size and quality. But right now we do fill up a lot of the J-Cup spots with mainland China players. So, the goal and the ultimate dream, and I'd absolutely love it, is if, we had a proper EU league and it wasn't just kind of like scrims that led to points that led to a finals. We had like a proper NA league, because I remember a while ago there was talks of it. And NA, more than EU, has, it has a cachet of sorts of talent. There are people there who are capable and can go toe-to-toe with some of these players. If you give a good environment, you will see more of the NA and EU players kind of slowly rise up and become good enough to go toe-to-toe with these guys. Because yes, I do think the Nbpl players are a cut above at the moment and have been for a while, but that's partly because they have the infrastructure to support their growth. And right now, I think NA and EU are a little bit lacking in that. So, I'd like over the next few years for us to give some love, give some growth over to these scenes. And then you might see more players then joining and a more even split of players from all of the different regions. And then you might have a really, really hyped J-Cup where it's anybody's.
Yeah, it's just the skill ceiling when it comes to NA or global versus CN. There is so much opportunity for players to reach a higher skill ceiling in CN. There's so many basic issues because of that I won't get into, but that's why we see a higher influx of CN players coming out. But there's definitely opportunity for them to build that back into a little bit more of an infrastructure in NA and EU and SEA and AS, all the global regions. But I do think for now, just with how dominant CN is, I think it is a fair opportunity to give them more slots. But yeah, that's a discussion for another time. We're going into our draft in just a second, ladies and gentlemen. Hero picks are going to be coming out. Star with the first pick, Lipo, then Xshin, then Chuzheng, then XY, then Pace, then Arano, then Frostivus, then MTF, then HM, then Chen, then XXY. So yeah, Frostivus going to be getting 8th and 7th, I believe, for his last picks of the day. So he's really going to need to lock in on those.
It's really all to play for. This is the game where I think if you are at the bottom of the table and you have a bad game, you might as well just not walk out for the game number 6. That's how cooked it is for you, unfortunately. Again, passive start today. It does feel like the tempo has been picked up and the players are starting to make some level of a recovery. But yeah, we are getting there. We're seeing the Lani getting locked in here for Star. Lipo probably going to be taking that Syra then, because it's always been a Syra Lani rotation with a one-time Yoto pick. I think that was Frosty actually who did that. And we're going to see Jin and Chuz going for probably the Liam and the Sheol.
Yeah, that's a good opportunity for Action to go for the Shael pick. I think that's a really smart option for him to go for here. But Yodo is actually going to come out for Chu Zhang. I like that pick coming through here. We've seen this come out multiple times in that early round, and Frostbus was able to make it happen. So let's see if any of these other players are going to be able to do so. Shen Yuan Paste for the next picks coming out. That's going to be interesting play coming out here from Shen Yuan. He's going to be dropping out the Akos and 6 for Paste.
What? I can't believe it.
Liam is 6th?
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, how is Liam so low down in the standing? I looked away for like 2 seconds and it's like, oh, we just put Liam in 6th. There's the Kylin. Obviously, the Yoto preference on the 4th pick, I believe that was. Just so prevalent right now. I assume for Frosty, this is like a Temi or something, or a Justine. I mean, Valder, we did see in Valder MVP. To be fair, I think if we do keep seeing circles close like that, suddenly Valder and Feria shoot up in priority. Normally, I think Valder can hold her own a little bit better than like a Feria can, but like typically my issue with Feria is you never make it to final circle closing, so what's the point in picking her? But we've seen like most our lobbies have a circle closed today.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something to consider when you're looking at this. Is like, okay, we've seen circle being closed a couple of times today, so maybe it's time to take a look at and maybe consider the fact that we need to start, putting heavy prio on eliminating those heroes that do really well in those end circle scenarios.
All right, there you go. This might be one of the only times I'm like, yeah, I don't actually mind the Feria. Still got things like the Wu Chen available. Justine's obviously picked up. Who am I missing? I feel like I'm missing a hero here. Oh, there's the Ainur. There's the Wu Chen. Am I being a complete moron? Or have I got everyone right?
No, I think you've got everybody. I think
it was the Zip in the last game really threw a wrench in the span and like a wrench in the works.
Yeah, 100%. I think the fact that we saw Zip was, really like it was a big game changer. It didn't do anything at all in the game, sadly. Unfortunate to see that happen, but we are gonna get a little bit of value coming out from the play because they got the good placement points, and that's kind of like the main thing that they're looking for was just good placement. They don't need the win, they just need the placement points, and they managed to do so pretty well. I'd say.
Alrighty, well, here we go. Getting ourselves ready for our game number 5, all to play for here. If you are at the bottom of the table, this better be a good game. If you are XXY and you walk out with 1 or 2 kills at the end of this game and knocked out early, it's done. There is no hope in hell of you making it to the grand finals. The stress is on. Can they do it?
Yo. Chu Zhang with the double pick, Shen Yuan with the double pick as well. Everybody else, this is their first time playing this hero. Shen Yuan is going to be going for the Akos double pick, which is interesting because he usually goes for Temi. It's the only thing I'm questioning about that. It's like, wow, you're not going for the Temi pick here. But the Temi double pick, the Akos double pick, interesting to see. F2 Roar.
I actually think it is because what we've been seeing is more and more of the players have been looking at this Akos today due to the fact that, like we were talking about at the beginning of the day, Akos obviously having some changes. On live, they're live right now, obviously, but they're not live into this patch. I'm assuming we're staying on this patch for grand finals in 2 weeks' time. I don't know the qualifiers are going to be on patch-wise. So there's a world where, like, the world's qualifiers, ACOS might jump up the ladder a little bit more. So I can see, I think it's people kind of just get used to certain aspects of him. And maybe a bit of practice.
I think getting back into the flow of like remembering like, okay, this is how we play ACOS, this is how everything works. But I find it very interesting that these players are running ACOS in such a high priority pre-buff.
Yeah.
Because I think it's definitely worth playing post buff. And once that does end up coming out, like it is going to be something that is worthwhile.
I mean, it'd definitely be up by worlds. So yeah, I think it'd be very fun.
I think Jacob will be played on the newest patch because I mean we're playing NA qualifiers are the.
We should have a new hero
ones
before worlds, right? Typically we have a new hero for worlds.
The new heroes. I don't think we're gonna get the. I think Enor was our new hero.
I thought there was another one coming.
We might get something new. I'm not.
I don't know. I can't remember who told me something. Not. By the way, just for anyone at home, this isn't me having inside information. I have no inside information. I know nothing. I just remember another caster was talking to me about it, and I can't remember who it was now. But regardless, here we are back into game. Pace being hunted here by MTF. Forces the freeze out nice and early. It's closing in on having that ultimate. Also, one little thing to note was the circle once again cut puzzle off. So there is no puzzle today at all. Like no one's going to get any of the puzzle weapons, which is a bit of a pain for them because that's typically a staple for some of the players to start with a nice golden weapon. MTF throws out the freeze, just using those flying knives to keep Pace staggered up. Can he find that freeze connection onto Pace? As he's going to look for something, doesn't make the connection. Pace breaks away briefly. MTF just playing evasion. There's now just have to run. Those dashes will be used as a defensive tool here. MTF, you can. Oh no, he's not got the dashes. Oh, he's running a different version of the ult.
No, so the Justina rework that had happened is when you do that recast where you send the big pile of freeze on the ground, your next dash after that is going to be like the old V2 where you had less freezes but you had the guarantee freeze. It's only one, but it does give you that guaranteed freeze even if they're in focus. MTF though is looking extremely rough right now. Finds himself a blue armor swap. Really nice looking here. But he's going to get shotgun bursted completely low here. Everybody chasing, wanting this elimination. Both players chasing. Chu Zhang desperately needing this elimination, and he's going to be able to pick this up. Getting himself one extra point when it comes to qualifying. Going to be really nice to see him get that here. We're going to see the 1-2 coming out from the flying knives. F ability invested though. Pace can be able to back off. Dumpel and Beast can be coming through. Ult released now, and now Chu Zhang on the full offensive here as Pace. Oh my goodness, just getting absolutely melted.
I love Yoto.
Chu Zhang. Oh my goodness, 2 eliminations on the board for the boy. Lipo with 2 as well, and those are the only 2 players with eliminations right now.
Well, Jin being hunted here by Rano, who's got those dashes. Not timeout on those ones, unfortunately. And now Jin looks to try and get the advantage on our previous lobby's winner here, Rano. Gets a grey armor swap off. Jin with the flying knives going toe-to-toe. Throws down, looks for the catch with the turtle stance. That's going to be a nice chunk out, equalize out onto this fight here, Jin. I don't know if he actually has. He does have another charge! There's the kill. Gets himself the Soul Bloom for a heal. And now Frosty jumping into the fray here. Got himself the F up and available. No ultimate, but gets caught by another tarsal stance. That's the last one here from Jin. And Frosty gets the parry, catches him up. Gets a lot of work done there with the flying knives. You can see that Jin's trying to get his flying knives back, but Frosty is just juggling him about. The stagger lock is beautiful from Frosty.
Really nice to be able to get that uppercut combo into the 1-2-3, and then he opts to throw the LMB instead of the RMB there just to get that extra burst damage off. The terrain is what's going to allow him to do that there. He's able to pull off that elimination. Very splendid fashion there. Nice first kill on the board. Now he's 0.1 points away from qualifying. This 16.7 versus 16.6. Star and Frostivus are going to be fighting this out for that title. Jail's HM getting taken very low as GG Chen picks up his first kill of the game. And he manages to get that. Plume Castle going to be the next little hotspot of where players are starting to convene. Is everybody starting to put a few more eliminations up onto the board? Action with 1, Frostivus with 1, Chen with 1, the rest of the boys with 2. Lipo, 2 eliminations on the board for him. But he is getting chased down, getting brought pretty low in HP, trying to find himself an armor swap here, but it looks like there's none to be found. Ooh. Missing an armor. Oh, he finds one, though. It looks like he might be able to kite this out. We'll see. He does have ult available, so it's looking not too terrible for him.
Lipo on the run. Oh, nice. Quickly purchases the purple armor. That's a pretty intense armor swap now, and I think this fight just got a lot harder for XXY, jumping into a purple armor Lipo. He's still, for some reason, the one getting dogged by the lobby. Pace tried to find Lipo, but I think he realized quite quickly that Lipo is on a full reset, and it's going to be a lot harder to commit to a kill on. So Lipo is going to be able to survive. We got 1 minute left until the Realm of Yang spawn up, as Chen finds the parry onto XXY, catches him out briefly there, goes in for the old TP to safety, as XXY, I think you might be in a bit of danger, mate, because everyone is hunting you down. XXY gets himself briefly away, caught for a second, bleeding out. The dots from the corruption don't finish him up, but Chen is going to find him, and in jumps Pace to secure the kill. Down goes XXY. Still, no one has been fully eliminated from the lobby yet. We still got a bit of time left on those revives as well.
Yeah, and Pace able to get himself just a little bit higher in those kill scores. He got himself 19.9 points on the board. One elimination. Just going to put him that much further ahead. Now we're going to see these Realm of Yanks starting to spawn in. All these players dashing as fast as they can to try and claim that pass. Star going to be able to claim this first pass here. F2 going to get released. Ooh, Moshot going to connect off of that too. Star just going to hold up on the top side with his dual blades. Bottom end not going to be doing too much pressure here. He is just going to back off this. Shenyuan try to keep the chase going as he really wants this Yang pass. We're going to see the ultimate getting popped here. 30 seconds left, so he does have kiting ability available. It could have been a bit of a premature ult, so we're going to see the goalie stance come through so he doesn't lose that Yang pass. Getting right up to the sky. He's going to be able to get an aerial attack onto Shenyuan. Ult is going to come through to prevent any sort of stun from that F. Shenyuan might attempt to do something here, but he's just going to be able to kite this out in the air.
Shenyuan is holding down on the low ground. Frosty doing the this is what we do. I said earlier, but we see this quite a lot where some players will just jump into the caves, grab themselves some goodies. Oh, it's a Dartai coin one as Frosty. Is he going to give up Mora's blessing? I think he is. I think he just wants the Dartai coins. But Chen's playing into interruption onto him. Meanwhile, inside the Realm of Yangs, only one has been fully filled so far. Not too many people actually looking to jump in. Again, I think that's been a bit too passive for some of these guys. You give them free scaling over to some of the players. Star with the golden flying knives. Gonna be very, very scary. Only has blue armor though, so it's gonna be a little bit more squishy as he opens up onto Jianyuan. Jianyuan's ultimate has obviously been committed here. Star throws down the combo breaker. Just gonna play evasion, tries to avoid getting caught out by the tiger jump. Is gonna be able to do so, throws the ball down. Gonna quickly just play breakaway once again. A reposition comes out here from Star. Looking for the ball on to Jianyuan. Jianyuan catches him mid-air with the tiger stance. So much work comes out, throws the ball in though, and gets a whole heap of damage onto Jianyuan. Strips through the purple armor. Look at the damage coming out from Star. Next connection on the ball. Star played that beautifully.
What a combo. Shotgun burst into the ball bounce. He uses the amount of punch that comes from the ball bounce, knocking him up into the air. Uses that to get an RMB into another RMB into the 1-2-3 combo. Aerial 1-2-3 is going to connect. Beautiful finish from the flying knives. MTF with the dagger in hand. It's his bread and butter here is the butter knife for him. Being able to get that 1-2 up. Almost gets the 3. Not able to connect. Trying to see if he can prevent that grapple or that heal off. It looks like Chu Zhang going to get the upper hand into this. Both of them still have ult available. Tries to go for the parry. Doesn't connect. Scout Rush is coming through. Goes for the overhold. Doesn't connect on any sort of blue focus. Everyone just going for the charges here. 1-2 going to connect. Ultimate has been released now. Both ultimates coming out. Now we're going to see a big freeze. Doesn't connect on the first one. Has the opportunity to do another freeze here, but he's going to save it. Sends it out. Misses. Goes for the upper. Doesn't get the RMB focus. Tries to go for it again. Just using it to keep himself in the air this time. Has one last dash. Now we're going to see that seen ultimate available for him to throw one more. He has to cancel ult early to prevent any extra combo damage. Gets the 1-2. Uses that another step dash to dash away. Soul Break doesn't come in there. MTF going to go for the heal here. 14 seconds left. These guys are in trouble. 1-2 connects. 10 seconds. Who's going to be able to come away with it here? Oh, LMB is going to connect and Chuzhang goes down. No way. The LMB gets left to fly, and MTF with the dagger going to be taking out Bada's Chuzhang.
Well, Pace being hunted here. Has the Roma Yang debuff on. That is not a good sign for him. He's going to be able to get himself a single pot off, get some of his health back. Ooh, Zhang Yuan's found him. Pace gets the full reset, but with great armor, he is not going to be doing too hot here. Zhang Yuan with that Roma Yang debuff on wants this easy kill, wants this easy soul bloom. More grapple lots coming in as Pace trying his hardest just to play the escape, using the terrain, using the rocks. Only got 5 grapples left here for Pace. He's doing a fantastic job with the dagger movement to keep himself going as he looks to try and turn around, but another grapple makes the connection. He has run as far as he can go in a single line before hitting the wall. As you can see, multiple people closing in. Quick reposition comes out from Pace using that F, but he is still in real danger. Caught by the bear trap. The attack goes wide from Zhang Yuan. He misses onto Pace. Another pot comes out. It's not an armor, only a bit of extra health, but Zhang Yuan still keeping that pressure up here on the Pace, who finds him caught out. Once again, dashing through. Pace over the palisades, able to jump, gets himself over the rocks and back into the village as Xin now is the one keeping the chase up. Zhang Yuan desperate to find this kill. Didn't set the trap on his way through. Pace still being hunted. Finds the clang. Zhang Yuan in the area. It's so dicey here for Pace. He's got 1 minute and 40 to get the reset and a kill, but he can't find a bit of breathing room. Zhang Yuan finds another little connect onto him. Pace is continuing to being hounded by these 2 players as it is looking so doomed for him, and he just is keeping the run and going. It's Jin looking for the kill, who obviously at the bottom of the table is just desperate for kills. On the other side, Zhang Yuan, no kills for himself, but most crucially, that's going to be the kill for Jin onto Pace. Can Zhang Yuan get the soul bloom? I don't think he can. Zhang Yuan needs to reset and now find the kill versus Jin. Jin securing that kill has jumped him up a spot on the overall standings into 11th, but he needs a lot more work to do, and he's got to go toe-to-toe with the lobby leader if he wants any chance of making it later into this game. Now, there's only 40 seconds left for Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan does have ultimate. He's going to commit it here onto Jin. Jin with the nunchucks, trying his hardest to stay alive. Throws down the F there. Is just going to chase it on to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan continues to pressure forwards here. Jin doesn't have that ultimate available to him, so he's playing a little bit scared. Actually, Zhang Yuan hasn't thrown out the ultimate, but there's going to be the turtle stance connecting there from Jin onto Zhang Yuan. He's only got 15 seconds, and I think it might be a little cooked here for Zhang Yuan. He's allowed a goose egg. He's played bloody well today.
Oh yeah, 100%. If anybody is getting a 0-point game, it's going to be Shen Yuan, and it's going to be okay for that to happen here, as Shen Yuan does end up going out. He doesn't give the kill credit over, which is nice to see, as Action did need that elimination to try and climb a little bit higher up, but it's unfortunate to see that that's happening. XXY going to get himself fully eliminated. Donut on his game as well in the kill points. Well, I think he might have gotten a 0.5 for placement in 9, but we're going to have to double check that and see, because Gigi Chen getting chased down. Bada's Chuzhang still in that Yang depletion knee. Oh, big through the wall hit on to his opponents, but I don't think it was the right one he connected with, as he's now still working on taking out Gigi Chen, who's extremely low in HP right now, trying to get himself out of this situation. F is available, I do believe. We're going to see the full reset coming in here. He is down to gray armor, though. Chuzhang now, 1 HP. Very low in health. Going to be backing off, going for a bit of a heal, as well as Star. Try and reconvene onto this. We're going to jump in over to our Realm of Yang, and that's MTF versus Arana.
They're keeping the pressure up here briefly. Seeing if they can chase for the kill. Arana keeping the run on from the moment. Finds himself in the uppercut here briefly. MTF goes for a freeze. Arano chasing forwards. MTF gets himself cheeky pot off there briefly. Has the freeze available to him. Rano, once again, comes in. Dagger work does a fair amount of work there. They do catch on to MTF. Catches him out. Freeze is forced out from MTF. Narano chasing forwards here. Looks to throw down the ultimate. Can he find the connection on to Arano? Dashes forwards. Is able to make it. Uppercut with the dagger once again. Huge from MTF. He has another freeze available to him, but he gets caught out by Arano. Arano catches him twice here. MTF can't move. Tries to throw the F down. Doesn't land the freeze. MTF keeps the pressure up. One more charge available here to MTF. Can he make the connection? Isn't able to. Yes, he is. MTF turns it around.
What a beautiful finish from MTF there. It was looking pretty cooked. That aerial dash jade on the hung sword was really, really strong. The double focused uppercut. Oh my goodness, GG's Chen has got Star in the infinite here. Wisp after wisp after wisp into one last jump LMB, and that's going to finish things off. GG's Chen picking up that elimination onto Fun Plus Phoenix's Star. Chen was 1 HP in a dream. Everybody was trying to get him eliminated. Bada's Chu Zhang ended up going down, and now Star got himself eliminated as GG's Chen keeps continuing to climb the ladder. Unfortunately, Frostivus dropped down to 9th place, his lowest placement today so far. Unfortunate to see that happening here. It's very, very heartbreaking to see one of our global champs, both of our global players, Lipo and Frostivus, not able to get that qualification just yet. They still got another game, and Lipo, with 3 eliminations on the board, is actually super... he's climbing.
Looks like Arano here has found Chen. Chen going a little bit low. Able to force him out. F comes down. Arano able to get a dash off. Catches him briefly here. Looks for the knockup. Able to get the ult off onto Chen. Chen losing a lot of HP here. Able to really rip through that armor. Arano only got one more charge with the dash available to him. He's going to be able to hit the connection there on to Chen. There's going to be Chen getting knocked back into the zone. Arano's got a lot of work done here onto him, and that is just going to be the end of Chen. Nice little pick up there for Arano. As again, he's jumping up the standings, getting himself into a more comfortable position and away from that bottom spot right now. Paste and Star, 2 players who are fighting for their life in top 5 and 6. They've got HM just behind them. Lipo's not too far off either, but every kill Arano gets puts himself in a more comfortable position for that final game.
And if you saw in the Soul Jades, we had an Aurora Burst for the side of Arano, so that's going to come in handy as he does have that hung sword available for him. Are going to see action, still in need of a cleanse here. HM and Lipo fighting it out for that spot, 6th place spot. And they have the opportunity to take Paste and Star out here because they have managed to survive. 7th and 8th place always seem to have to survive, and then they climb up in and then knock out 2 players. So it's been Frostivus and HM, and then Star, and then Paste. All of these players, extremely close in points to each other, have managed to keep relatively the same amount of score.
Just 5 players left. Definitely one of our faster tempo games so far here, Seb. It's been a lot more chill between the two, as Jin looking here for HM potentially. HM playing the back off right now. Jin just gonna let's chase up onto him, but I think everyone's gonna play safe. We got Spirit Worlds and stuff spawning up fairly soon.
And nobody's going to be playing aggressive at this point. Yeah. It's 5 players left. Second Yang is done. Spirit Wells are about to go up. This is not the time to be getting oogly, as Duncan says. It is the time to hang out and relax. Make sure that we don't necessarily play super aggressive right now. We play passive now, and then when we start to get into that final area, that's when we start to relax a little bit.
Well, right now they are just backing off. Jin.
Yeah, everybody just playing super passive right now. There's absolutely nothing going on.
It's been such a passive day on it. It's been such a passive day on it. Everyone's playing incredibly passive.
Chad, get your popcorn out and start munching. It's time for a snack break. Go to the bathroom for you got like 2 or 3 minutes before any big action starts to come through. Actually, we've got about 10-20 seconds before our spirit well is going to start to come up. So we do have the spirit well coming in very soon here, and once the spirit well drops, all these players are going to start to get super aggressive onto that. But it's going to be mainly range shots, and we've seen people just giving up spirit wells at this stage. Ooh, Lipo, they've spotted a Syra out, and they said, okay, we need to get this Syra gone here, as Action and Lipo starting to go at it. Spirit wells haven't even dropped yet. They're starting to get a little bit aggressive. Ooh, big Assassin's Lunge going to be coming in here. It's going to deal a lot of damage. Action now forcing the ult out. Gonna have to play ulti here if he wants any sort of success into this game, and he's looking like he's gonna be in a lot of trouble. I'm not gonna lie, this is not looking too good for him right here. Gonna throw, doesn't connect. Unfortunate. Lipo is just absolutely rolling him right now. Ooh, big catch coming through. Could be coming in on the backside, but Action is 1 HP in a dream. Oh my goodness, he's Yang depletion as well. HM's actually going to pick up that elimination. He gets the kill credit for that. You're going to see that coming through.
Well, Rano looking for Lipo here. Lipo is going to back off. Rano takes a shot. It's forced back briefly here. Grapple's coming in, HM. He's going to grab the flag, just get himself healed up. And back off for now. Lipo continues to chase forwards here as MTF is on the run. Lipo going to lose a fair chunk of armor here, briefly. HM gets himself out ever so slightly there. It's only Lipo, though, with the Ramayang debuff on, so he's desperately trying to find it. Dazzle gets thrown out, Mech gets summoned, and now HM, like I said, this is the problem with Feria. As soon as you transform, you can see everyone starts hounding onto that Mech, wants to cut through it, and the moment that Feria pops out of that Mech, they are going to absolutely look to chase it down. Once again, tries to get into the cannon, tries to take off, but that Mech is not going to be long for the world. Slowly but surely going out, looks for the cannon shot onto Lipo, doesn't make the connection, and now HM has a target on their back. Lipo only got 1 minute left to get the kill, so he knows that this Feria is going to be the easiest target to secure the kill onto. Able to cut them through, and HM is low. Lipo's in position to get himself the cleanse, quickly throws it up, doesn't get the Soul Bloom though there for Lipo, and it is absolutely over for them. They're just going to launch into the zone and leave us with a 1v1 to close this one out. Lipo's down, Arano secures the kill, and MTF is hunting for the kill onto them.
Here we go. Final 1v1 taking a place right now. Arano versus MTF. No ult available for Arano, so you're going to want to send this through quickly. Bane almost hitting both of these players. Clink going to come through. One of these players has the Bolt Rod. Oh, we're going to see the red tome coming through, and that's the dagger one. MTF's favorite. Doesn't manage to connect too much off of that, as we are going to see coming out here. MTF is trying to make something happen. Oh, shotgun burst in the backside. Arano taking a lot of damage. MTF gonna get hit with the clank off from the flying knives. Debuff, blue armor swap coming through here. Arano now taking a lot of damage. Bolt Rod gonna be in play for one of these players. MTF losing so much HP. Gets the catch. The light hypernova comes out in Nbpl. Oh my goodness. We're seeing Freeze Dash into RMB. Connects. F ability forced out here. As he does manage to cancel ult, as you see Kylan ultimate coming through here. It's going to be taking a lot of damage off. F ability invested, trying to go for that armor swap. He is going to be able to find it. Goes from a gold to a blue, back to the gold, and now he's just waiting to try and kite this ult out. He's got 60% on his ult charger, but this could have been a bit of a blunder canceling the ultimate here. He is just taking so much damage, is going to get himself comboed up, and Arano, with 6 eliminations, takes out MTF and claims the victory.
There we are. Rano gets a back-to-back win on the day. Really, really solid stuff coming in from him. Very nice to see. And only one more game to go. And honestly, some of these guys, I think, might just be donezo already. They've played too passively. Arano, though, I believe he actually started in a lower position today, and he's been able to find some seriously good games and has got himself into a position where I think Rano's pretty much locked in at this point. Like
100%.
Even if he goose eggs here, he's locked in for grand finals. 2 back-to-back victories today. Done him some wonders off the back of that one. You can see Shan Yuan in front of him as well, getting himself probably a little bit annoyed that he got knocked out so early in that previous game.
Yeah, but like you said, Shan Yuan could donut the next 3 games, and he hasn't played too well in the last 3. He's just taking his time. He's relaxing. He's got 32.9 points. He's going to be okay coming into this. They're all looking fine right now as of game number 5. We've got 1 game left to go, ladies and gentlemen. 1 final game to determine who is going to be our finalists for the NBPL 2025 fall split. This is going to be huge. This last game matters so much to these players. The bottom 6 are looking a little bit worse for wear right now. They really need to pull it together and get themselves into that top section. Lipo climbing so desperately up ever so slightly every single game. Paste, HM, and Star having a battle for that last spot, as well as Frostivus, who is in second place after game 1, getting knocked all the way down into 9th right now. It's unfortunate to see how far he's fallen, but hopefully we'll be able to see him climb in that last game. We need to bring his game 1 energy. And the only issue, the only reason Frostivus has been losing up on points is because he's been in the lower section of Hero Select. When he was on meta heroes, he was playing incredibly well. It's unfortunate to see that he's getting focused out. His game on Faria was really unfortunate. And you know, it just hasn't been able to pick that momentum back up of that game 1. So we're going to be seeing him come in. Arano with the 10.2, MTF with the 5, 4.5 for Lipo and HM, Action and Chen with the 3, 2.5 for Star and Shuzang, Pace and Frostivus with the 1, 0.5 for XY and Shen Yuan, or XXY and Shen Yuan with the 0.
Great performance coming in though. 1 more game left to go. XXY sitting at the bottom of the table. It's done. He's out. There's no way. He'd have to put on a monster performance. And, you know, 7th place is over 10 points ahead of him right now. And then you don't know where... Well, we'll see in a moment. We'll see where 6th is at on the table. It's 19.9, so almost 20 points for Pace. It is a hard ask for some of these players, unfortunately. And, you know, it all just goes back to those who played passively today. Unfortunately, weren't really able to do much. You saw Ron had a very slow start to the day, but as soon as he realized he was in danger zone, he picked it up, a 9-point game, a 10-point game, and that will put him in a position where, yes, technically he could still lose his spot at the top. But then, you know, everyone else is, I don't know. I think Arano realistically probably not going to lose in that spot at the top.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate that we're seeing that happen there, but we're gonna take a look at some of our replays brought to you by China Unicom, coming out here as Arano going to be the winner of the game, but Star with a beautiful TOD finisher there in the realm of Yang. We're gonna be seeing MTF just clutching it up with that dagger in hand. He's doing such a good job.
Yeah, really, really nice. MTF, I mean, you know, he was formerly known as one of the best dagger users in the game back all the way back in time when he had a different name. Fong. He was the dagger guy. And continuing that trend here, whipped it out, looks really solid on that one. And 1 more game to go. 1 more chance to qualify. Frostivus, he had a pretty good start to the day, but the tail end has been pretty rough for him, and he's been knocked out consistently from the lobby early and not being able to really put too many points on the board. So we've got a ways to go for him if he wants to make it, and he's only got 1 more game to really prove his worth, so it's going to have to be one hell of a game from Frosty and get number 6 if he wants to make it to those grand finals.
Yeah, it's really going to be whether or not he's able to pull through with a massive game, but it's MVP or nothing for the bottom 6. It's like if one of you wants to qualify, you're going to have to MVP this game. You're going to have to take everybody else out and upset the scales so hard that none of the top players get points. I mean, Shen Yuan has not been getting many points. Arano has been popping off the last 2 games, as well as MTF. But Chen, HM, and Pace, they have the opportunity to get knocked out. If Shen Yuan doesn't get too many points, if Arano, MTF, and Chen, it's basically if Pace, HM, and Chen don't get a lot of points, there is an opportunity for one of those 3 players to get knocked out. But Arano, 6 eliminations, 19,000 damage, Aurora Burst, Varsa's Grip, Aerial Dash, Slow Shot, Varsa's Grip, and just a blue attack Soul Jade. Ultimate's doing the most of his damage, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Kylan, since the changes to his... It's only like a minor number multiplier. It's like 0.2 was the increase to his damage on his ultimate, but like that 0.2 seems to apparently be actually quite substantial. What player killed XXY in game number 5? Was it Arano, MTF, HM, or Lipo? ABC or D in Twitch chat. Check that whisper box, and that's where you will be told whether or not you'll be getting your goodies. So make sure you do answer that question. But yeah, like I keep saying, only one more game to go today, and then some players are done with Nbpl for the year. There is still the qualifiers for Worlds, but we'll put that aside for now. It's do or die time. It's time to throw for a break. We'll be back in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster, Seb. I'm joined alongside HipRain, and today we have one last game for our last chance qualifiers. This is going to be a big one. We have 6 players at the end of the day who will be qualified for the 2025 Fall Split Grand Finals, and 6 players who are ending their NBPL run today for the Fall Split. They'll be back for the J-Cup quals. They'll be back for next season, but this is our last game of the day, so make sure you guys get your popcorn, strap in, and lock in, guys. This is our very last game.
Yeah, one more game to go. One more chance for someone to qualify. I think there's like 2 or 3 players who could shuffle around a little bit in the standings, and 4 players who, unfortunately, are pretty much cooked, in my opinion. And again, I hate to be mean, but you played too passive. You played too scared, and it came back to bite you. And honestly, straight up, just while I'm on the mean streak right now, I think, you know, if you're gonna play that passive and you're not gonna be that proactive in the game and in the lobby, like, what hope do you actually have at finals where you're playing with, you know, the most proactive, most capable players we've got in Nbpl? So it's unfortunately probably a little bit of an eye-opener for some of these players. You know, their season's going to end. They're going to have to look at, you know, next year. You know, for some of them, hopefully they'll stay on their teams, but others might be shuffling around, moving, even being replaced. It's a scary time, and this is your last opportunity to prove that actually, no, you are worth it. You are capable of being a, you know, a top player in the region.
Yeah, it's really, really close, because there's so many ways that this could go, so many different things that could be happening. Who is going to MVP? Who is going to win this game out? And who's going to clutch everything up for the victory here? As we're taking a look, FunPlus Phoenix's Star getting ready to lock in, Alliance's Pace doing his thing, getting the energy going for that last little bit of energy that he's jumping through, as he's going to be trying to see if he can get something going. Game 6 out of 6. All of these players locked in, ready to go. Look at that. Frostivus jumping up to 6th place in the selection here, so he's going to get himself a decently meta hero. We're going to see Xshin, Chuzheng, Shenyuan, Paste, Arano, Frostivus, MTF, HM, Chen, XXY, then Star, and the last, oh my goodness, Lipo needed a monster game, and he's on 12th place selection. That's actually so unfortunate to see. Here we go. Draft is starting off. These players are going to be picking their heroes. We're going to see what they're going to lock in. I'm excited to see who's going to be locking in what here, because Frostivus needs a monster game, and he needs a comfort pick right here. We're going to see any fun stuff coming out. Shenyuan could run Tarka. I'm just throwing it out there. He has the he's super high in points right now. He doesn't need to do anything. The Tarka play could come out here from him. Or what, Viper? We've seen Viper coming out from Shenyuan before.
I think right now it's going to be standard stuff off this first rotation.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the Paste got the opportunity to upset. We're going to see the Shio coming out there, though. Frostivus and Arano.
Pretty stock standard start on that one.
Yeah.
Nothing too out of the ordinary. Let's see. I assume, well, you know, your Yoto, your Kailin here. Justina very early, actually. Arano feeling comfortable on the Justina, decides to lock that one in. I don't remember what he's double picked today, but this gives Frosty the likes of the Yoto if he wants to go for it. I think that is a very solid shout for him. He picked, this is his double pick actually, because I swear he picked it at the beginning of the day. So
that was his first
Yoto. Yoto was one of his better performers as well today, so I guess that also makes sense. Frosty needs probably a good 4-5 kill game, and to make it somewhat late into the lobby, and hope the people around him don't have a particularly great game.
Yeah, he's really got to hope that Lipo has a bad game, that nobody in the bottom side griefs him out, that he gets a lot of eliminations right at the start. Like, he's got the opportunity to make stuff happen. We're gonna have to see. Oh, this is super interesting here. HM, are we getting picked out here? Chen for the 9th place position. Everything's been standard so far. Temi coming out from Chen. XXY.
Well, apart from the Justina quite early, but yeah.
Yeah, Justina early, but I mean, Justina can range. So once the first 4 pick, it'll switch up from 5th to 12th place of the pickings. XXY has an opportunity to go for something here. We're gonna see what's happening. What's he running? Volda for XXY, and then I think Star's gonna run Wu Chen. I think he goes for the Wu Chen pick here. Other than
I think Wu Chen Einol's fine. I
think Feria
again though, we saw Feria make it towards the final circle, but not to the final circle, and that's my issue with it. Actually, I think Einol is a perfectly fine pick here. You've got the Wu Chen, which I think Lipo could pull out. I'm trying to think if there's any, like, obviously, you know, there are the wacky picks like the Tarka and stuff still kicking back, and I know a few players have pulled out Tarka to mixed success, but I think we'll probably stay somewhat around the stock standard as far as the hero select goes. Let's see. Yeah, that's a Feria. Not a fan, but I think it's better on the stock standard than pulling out something like a Tarka.
Yeah, I would definitely say that that's the ideal situation for him to be in, because definitely not going to be wanting to jump the gun on that, because they're going to be seeing Action getting ready to lock everything in here. You know, Action's actually super tall. I didn't realize how tall Action and Arano were. Like they're both like well over 6 feet, and they don't seem that tall on the screen here. Meeting them at EWC, they're very tall.
Tall lads. Well, one more game to go as we're looking to wrap up our run here, our last chance qualifiers. This is where the game ends. This is where the year ends for some of these players. Let's see what these guys have got lined up for them. Apparently MTF isn't playing.
Yeah, MTF is no character picked for MTF.
Oh, there he
There
is.
you go. Hey, he goes jumping in.
He's back.
He's back. Wow. Statistics on the side. We're gonna see, is anybody running anything off meta? V1, V2.
I think it's pretty standard stuff across the board here.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw last game the Liam was running V1, but nothing else is going to be set differently. Okay. I like it. I like it.
We got a hot drop. We are still fairly Celestia boundish in a certain area, but you can see XXY is dropping down by Sunwing's Rest, which to me, seeing DRG drop at Sunwings is so classic. I don't remember if you remember the season. I don't know if you were around for that season, where J-Team always dropped Sunwing Rest, and this was like back in trios, and DRG always dropped. This is like when DRG first joined. They always just dropped on top of J-Team, but grief themselves or grief J-Team out of the lobby every time. It was so funny to watch.
I remember that.
The glory days.
The glory days of J-Team, man. I still have their jersey somewhere. Oh, my favorite team. And then Wushin 98 went from J-Team to DRG, and then I became a DRG fan. It's my 2 favorite teams in the league. Now there's only 1 in the league, but yeah, it's a pretty condensed drop. Everybody over by Money, Zest Winery is going to have a few players. Top side of Celestra is going to get Alliance's Pace. Shen, you want to MTF, taking the gold zone just north, and then yeah, XXY going to be all by himself at Sunwing's Rest. It's going to be a good one to see as we're kicking things off. It's game number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been your host and caster, Seb, and I've been joined alongside the Hip Brain. We've got one last game of energy to bring you guys, and then we are jumping through, and we will see who will be qualified. Star with the weapon swap potential already. He's got himself Hung Sword and dual halberds in hand. So we're going to see Shenyuan facing off against Pace early. They're trying to get that money, and it looks like Pace was a little bit of movement there. Shenyuan's just going to kite out the situation, head over towards Celestra, while Pace is going to find the rest of the loot in the money area here.
It's going to be destructive right now on Pace. Grab some goodies. Get some Dark Tide coins as well off the back of that. Nice little start. How has no one fought each other yet? What is wrong with this lobby, Seb? Like, everyone hot dropped on top of each other and no one has swung a weapon at each other. They've just walked past each other and said, not yet, I'm not ready. I want to peg gear. And we have some blue armor guys going up. MTF though, with the purple Hung Sword, or Katana actually, able to get a fair amount of damage off. Pace gets caught out here by the parry. Looks to try and find him out with that turtle stance as MTF is just playing the evasion game here, playing away from this Sheol, but Pace very low already off the bat. As MTF being hunted, you can see Star from FBX sniffing in the area to see if he can maybe jump in and secure himself a kill with Star. In 7th place right now. Pace gets caught here by MTF. MTF's able to get a nice charge out of him. Doesn't have any more Tiger Leaps to work with. Catches the aerial parry off. Really nice as Pace continues to get chased onto here. Wolves is MTF opens up on a Pace. Pace gets caught against the wall here. The terrain is going to work against him. The blitz of damage onto Pace as he is cut through. Star secures the kill, and he jumps one spot closer towards qualifying. He's in 6th place, overtaking Pace with a kill, as now MTF is on his sights, is looking to take him down, forces the F out. MTF is a juicy target for Star to finish up here. The grapple lock comes in. Star with the purple guitar, able to rip through these health bars. MTF goes in for the armor swap, but it's not going to mean diddly squat. Star looks to finish him up. The ultimate's been forced out here by MTF. One charge down. The whiffs are coming in, and Star desperate to secure this kill, but Chen steals it with the pistol. Star now transformed, looks for the execute here onto Chen. It's just constant aggression from this man into the execute onto Chen, ripping through more health bars as he keeps the pressure up. Chen goes in for the sandstorm to break away though. Star de-transformed and now has to play careful as the wisps will catch onto him. Chen continues to put the pressure up as Star finds himself in some serious danger right now. Scale rushing to safety. Star has been denied his kills, has been denied a chance to get a slight lead over Pace.
Yeah, MTF coming in on the salty res here as Star, 1 HP in a dream. Gonna be able to find himself a bit of a heal off. Oh my goodness, he does get the heal coming through. He's Chen on the backside. Oh, big purple armor buy here as well. Frostivus got himself an elimination, but has been sent back to the Soul Altar. Unfortunate for him. It's now DRG's XXY in the back end. He's trying to make something happen here. We're losing a lot of HP here, and Action going to be able to pick up that elimination. Now Action getting extremely low, has that ultimate available, he needs to pop it, goes for the overhold there, all popped. Double charge going to come through on the backside, goes for the ball throw, and the goalie stands right away. But Shenyuan going to pick up the kill from downtown with the bow shot, able to knock that through. Big Dazzle going to come in onto Shenyuan. Big Blast is going to come out with the blast damage. Doesn't actually do that much damage because of the F ability. Another Dazzle going to come through, gets the blast knockup this time. Now Shenyuan in Liam Ultimate going to be facing off against Baoda's Xu Zhang, who's incredibly low, but it looks like they've avoided him at the moment, and HM in the backside going to be going for this elimination. Misses the grab again. Now we're going to see Shenyuan extremely low, no ultimate available. HM going to try and see if he can claim this elimination. Doesn't look to be so. Who's going to get the kill? Last dash through, and HM takes it. He gets the bloom. Xu Zhang now facing off against HM in the zone.
Chell's a little bit low. Looks like HM's going to try and finish him up here. One Clank, whoever gets this kill, might just be able to survive. They're going to go down. Chell's gets the soul bloom. He's going to take over. The healing is not enough. Just goes down. Oh,
and HM gets the kill credit for it.
Kill as well.
Oh my goodness.
It's the anti-heal of the zone. You like, and if I remember correctly, does the anti-heal build up over time the longer you're in it?
Yes, and with it also becomes the anti-heal builds up over time, and then there's a line where you get absolutely no value off of your heals.
That's
and
what
then
we saw on Chuds there.
It starts to happen super fast. The anti-heal in zone 5 is almost instant. Like it just levels up immediately, but there is a bar. As we're gonna see now, Fun plus Phoenix's star waiting on the outside. Lipo manages to get himself all the way up to Sunwing's rest. He's got a bounty on him, so he's gonna be rotating around the map here, using the airwalk weapon swap to that ranged weapon there. So you're only allowed to do that 3 times in a row because some of these players have been able to stay in the air for indefinitely by doing that. So they don't change the rules for competitive integrity. Frostvus with 1 elimination on the board. He's got himself some nunchucks. It looks like he is going to be going for the realm of Yang. He needs to. He needs to win his Yangs. Otherwise, he's going to be absolutely cooked. But we're going to see, hopefully, a first place finish with the MVP of 7 kills from Frostvus to get himself qualified for these grand finals. Last grand finals, he almost won. So it'd be a shame to not see him there.
It would be a bit of a heartbreak, especially as he's he's kind of like a representative of 2 regions, being also from NA. So it'd be cool for, obviously, a lot of especially our NA casters, for you guys to have a representative there for you at the tournament. As Shan Yuan being chased down here by HM. Ultimate charge coming in. Oh my word, Shan Yuan is cut apart. The lobby leader knocked out of the lobby already by HM. JLs. HM doing some work here, making sure that qualification is going to be hit. So far, only 1 player has jumped into a Roma Yang. Lipo able to grab in, get himself some goodies. Has no one jumped into this Roma Yang yet? Like, Lipo could run over. I think MTF's going to be able to get it, though. Portal closes. Yep, there it is. So we got Roma Yang's filling up. People are a lot more hesitant to get in, and I'm excited to see this matchup, the Valda versus the Aino. Like I said, Aino, a character who, if he doesn't win the Roma Yang, is on a major back foot going forward, so not being able to pick up Soul Blooms easy while transformed. XXY looking to hunt onto him here, playing on the defensive for a brief second, just baiting away from the side of Star. Actually went for a potential pot there, didn't actually go for it, realizing that it was just going to give XXY an opportunity to go for it. Scale Rush comes down, makes the connection. Nice use of the F though from XXY. Star still got the ultimate, and you can see XXY is waiting, trying to bait out the Ainur ultimate before he goes for his own ultimate, but now he's going to go for the ult first. Looks for the response here from Star. Spear goes wide from XXY as he's just trying to bait out and play away from Star now. Doesn't want to get caught by the execute, but he is being absolutely rocketed as there it is. Massive amounts of damage coming into XXY. Does catch him though with the spear, and that is now the chase from the sky from Star. He's just trying to play evasion, well, trying to play connection, sorry, on to him. Not going to make any more connections. XXY was able to evade away the tail end of that transform, but Star exits with a major health advantage over XXY, and this Valder is now caught in place. Bubble comes out just to get a combo breaker, but that is going to have to be one hell of a turnaround, and it's not going to happen. Star takes the Roma Yang.
Yeah, dodge timing not going to work too well on that one. Wolves, MTF winning his Roma Yang as well. Star taking the victory in his gold spear for him. He's getting a Telluric Crystal to be able to upgrade his dual halberds to purple as well. It's going to give him a nice advantage. Getting himself that Vermilion's Bird Bite. And we only saw 3 Roma Yangs here. What happened to Frostivus? He had the Yang portal covered up, but it looks like he's not going to be going for that. Shen Yuan completely eliminated out of the game here. Now we're seeing Frostivus coming up against Lipo. We could see a big fight coming out here. Frostivus needs eliminations. There's 11 people alive. It looks like Shen Yuan has taken himself completely out of this game.
MTF hunting here onto Arano. Is going to be able to find him briefly here. Got the dual halberds. Nice parry comes in though. Out from Arano. Steals away those weapons as well. So fan versus fan off. Wafting at one another. MTF dodges out of the building. Just wants to play with a little bit more space to use. But losing his weapon is a real stinger there for him. Just going to have to play escape now as Arano now looking to hunt him with his own dual halberds. That's a real sad sight for MTF. MTF just going to escape away as that little froggy bounces to safety. Paste now in the area 2, seeing if he can find himself a Soul Bloom to get himself cleansed up, as XXY, also a player with a Soul Bloom deficit, is going to be looking to get himself cleansed up. You can see Arano also in the area. Only player here without the Realm Yang debuff on. It's just opening up onto XXY. Gets the F forced out here from XXY nice and early. Looks to continue to chase forwards. Has got the ultimate available. There's going to be the Valda ultimate. MTF making his way over with the White Tiger's prowess in his pocket. Buffed up and ready to throw that one down. But it is it's a game of kind of cat and mouse, because you don't want to be the one to full engage and full send it into someone else, but you want to jump in at the right time to A, secure the kill, and for some of the players here, secure the Soul Bloom. As XXY is going down, I don't think Pace got the cleanse there. He was denied from getting that cleanse off. Oh, he got it. Pace is out, but the problem is now Star's looking to hunt onto him. Pace is looking to hunt onto him. Star's still going to hunt on the Pace. There we go. I was right the first time. Pace just going to play the escape, jump onto the rocks, and get away from the action. 10 players left in the lobby.
As we're going to be seeing here, Pace has been spotted out on that blue armor, and if Pace dies, it's going to be his game, and he will not be high enough points to qualify. He lost his Realm Yang, forcing the ult out now. Everyone in the lobby chasing over him. Star going to go for that ulti here as well. Has managed to climb just a bit higher than Pace, putting himself at 21.2 points. Now we're seeing, look at this. This is the entire lobby, other than Frostivus. I don't know where Frostivus is at. But literally everybody else in the lobby converging onto Pace, all in the same moment. Trying to get this elimination is Star, and as soon as Star comes out of ult, Vermilion's is down now. He's going to be in a bit of trouble. Pace is still alive. Star needs to get the situation out. Nope. GG's Chen picks up that elimination.
Oh, does Jin get the cleanse? Yes, he did. Jin managed to get the cleanse as well.
Action does get the cleanse here, but now Star incredibly low in HP. It's going to be difficult for him here. As Pace now 100% not qualified. Star is trying to keep his lead up. He needs to stay alive here, but he does end up going down. Now there's a marker, 21.7 points. If Lipo, Frostivus, or Chuzhang are able to get 21.7 or higher, they will end up qualifying for the grand finals. As we're now going to see Spirit Wells coming up. Rumble Yangs are also popping through. Lipo, no eliminations on the board. Frostivus has only got the one. The Realm Yangs are open. Where is Frostivus? Oh my goodness. There he is. There he is.
He's got himself a nice safe Realm Yang. Now,
go
we have talked a lot about how Frosty on the Yoto. I mean, he looked great on the Yoto earlier on in the day. But what I love about Yoto right now in the meta is her ultimate. It's so good versus these wolves. Like when they go for a kind of a pillar play, Frostivus is going to be able to hide, stay on the other side, safe from MTF, but also hitting him, connecting with that ultimate. Right now, it's just playing for the high ground right now. Frosty gets knocked back here briefly by MTF, looks to try and get the blue focus off, doesn't make a full connection, as MTF being hunted here, hasn't been able to cut through most of the armor onto the side of Frosty. Frosty throws down the F, looks to try and get himself some healing off, but that repeating crossbow is just shredding him. Nice real reset comes out from Frosty. He's able to find himself a little bit, but now he connects the ultimate out. MTF answers in kind of his own ultimate and is looking to stagger him down with their sword, but there's so much damage coming out. He's going to look for the tiger jump, doesn't make the connection as Frosty is juggling MTF around, chunks through the health. A couple of slashes make the connection on the tail end here. He looks for the parry. Here comes the slice. MTF dodges it away, launches forwards onto him, catches onto Frosty with the tiger stance. The F comes out from Frosty. He looks for a cheeky pot. It's interrupted. He wants one more pot, but Frosty can't find it. MTF takes the Realm Yang.
Oh my goodness. It was so close, but the barb bolts and the venom tip just doing so much damage. The repeating crossbow coming out for him. He's able to make it purple as well. It's going to be super unfortunate to see that happen there. we're going to be seeing coming through a little bit of a replay of our last round of the game. It's going to be Chuzhang versus Action. Chuzhang does end up winning this here. So we're going to see a big parry on the side of Action. Be able to get himself his weapon back. I don't know why Action didn't take a purple Hung Sword. Action's playing with a blue longsword right now. And so we're seeing him try to make some sort of play into this. There's a minute left. Big scale rush coming through. Oh, is able to connect the scale rush into a 1.0, and then he gets the catch into the aerial dash, into the 1.0 again, into the pistol shots, and then the one RMB vertical attack. Yeah, vertical coming through and finishing off that elimination. Action.
Yeah, very nice.
Very nicely done. And he's still got a blue. Why is he running around with the blue? You get a
He's got a purple pole sword. He's just weapon swapping between the two. MTF looking to hunt here on to Jin. Jin doesn't actually swap back to that pole sword. Wants to use the kind of quick attack of the longsword, and also gives him this nice juggle here onto MTF. MTF is getting absolutely gigabullied here. Forced to throw down the F onto Jin. Jin's able to break away from it. Nice catch onto MTF as he's trying to clamber up the tree to safety. Jin still keeping the aggression up onto MTF. If he can get the kill here, he gets the cleanse and golden gear, it'd be a really good pickup for him. Jin is not letting MTF go for free. He finds the parry, looks for the charge attack off, steals away the golden halberds from MTF. Chuz is now in the area. MTF may find himself in some serious danger being hunted by his own weapons. Finds the knockback. Jin is not willing to give this one up as he continues to chase forwards. Multiple grapples now as the sharks smell the blood in the water, and MTF is looking like a juicy kill for anyone looking to qualify for that finals spot. Chuz looking now for Jin. Jin holding fast. He gets caught with the parry. Gets a lot of health off, but is able to get the combo breaker away from the follow-up damage. He's low. Swaps out to the grey armor. In comes a little bit more damage though from the side as multiple people collapsing in onto the area. You can see that Wolves, also MTF, has been able to find himself the reset. Jin tries to find the attention, tries to turn the attention around, but Wolves MTF is able to secure the kill as in comes Chuz, in comes everyone else. Chuz looks to get some damage here on the
he got the cleanse. Frostivus managed to get the cleanse.
It's so tight. Frosty right now needs Lipo and Chuz not to get any kills. That's what he needs. He also needs to see Chuz knocked out of the lobby fairly quick, but that's a tall ask with the fact that Chuz has won the Realm of Yang, golden armor, golden gear. He's pretty set up.
Yeah, Chuzhang's looking pretty good right now. Frostivus can be able to find himself a little bit of loot. I don't think they're going to try their hardest to take the Yodo out right now. Target selection-wise, Faria, Syra are still both alive in this lobby. So those are going to be the first two to go. But Frostivus technically does have the next most disruptive hero when it comes to those end circles. So it's probably going to be those three taken out first. Temi is an option for them to take out. If Frostivus manages to claim at least one of the two Spirit Wells, we should see a big change in his gameplay coming through. He needs a third-party elimination right now. That's exactly what he needs to do. But he found the bloom, which is really nice to see. He's at 18.1. He needs 3 points to get to 21.1, which would give him... There's top 7 right now. If he gets another 1 point of placement, if he finishes top 2, top 3, he might be able to make it happen, but he needs at least 2 more eliminations to go. 2 eliminations with a 3rd place finish, 3 eliminations with a 4th place finish, I think. 4 eliminations. We'll see what's going on here. But let's just hope he's able to get himself some more kills.
I just avoid it as much as possible on broadcast. You see MTF looking very scary right now. No one wants to go near this ACOS. There's a world where maybe the lobby look to deal with the ACOS. He's another kind of fairly easy person to deal with if the lobby groups up on him. But it is a very, very slow end to this game. Everyone knows how much is on the line to be at the 7-minute mark left in the game with 7 players in the lobby. We have over half our players here in this final couple of moments of the game. Spirit Wolves will obviously be spawning up soon, and that will change the tempo of the game. MTF looks to be the one to play contest. Looks like multiple people are coming in. MTF going to lose a fair amount of HP there. It's a couple of couple of those palm lightnings, throws down the F himself in response, as people are actually looking to jump onto him. He looks like, again, a juicy target to take out here. Frosty playing off on the side, waiting for a good opportunity to see if he can even think about securing the kill. Everyone just backs off as Chuz has committed ultimate. Wolves jumps forwards, trying to see if he can maybe make a connection onto Frosty here on the Yoto, but Frosty trying to play evasion away from him, throws out the MTF, getting the armor pots off. Is going to get a couple of shots thrown into him, though. And this Akos, who's looking oh so scary, is now the one being hunted by the lobby as the Roma Yang corruption spreads across the lobby and only Chuz remains without it. As Frosty looking to see if this Akos is a good target. If he can get it, again, golden armor, golden gear, it's just a bunch more goodies. MTF finds himself pinned on the wrong side of the wall inside the corruption as it's starting to add up. Lipo's in the area. Frosty makes the connection on. MTF is so chunked out. The palm lightning is low. Who's going to get the kill? It's going to be Chuz who secures it. That's a denial from Frostivus. He isn't even able to get the cleanse off. Chuz one step closer to getting in to those grand finals, to denying and knocking Frosty out.
Oh my goodness. Chuzhang claiming both buffs, getting all the armor resets, denying any sort of value from anybody else in this lobby. Oh, big Bane coming through. So much damage onto GG's Chen. Frostivus needs to spot this out here. He's going to be able to find the armor swap, though. Big F coming through from Zale's HM. Semi-ultimate out now in the corner. Frostivus knows this is all happening here. Chuzhang in the backside. Frostivus actually going for the reset on the back end of the corner. Pops that F ability just to be able to get some extra pop value coming through. Lipo in the backside trying to see if they can make anything happen. Also on Yang depletion. Everybody here very close to that Yang depletion mark. 1 minute and 27 seconds left as they are going for the chase. Frostivus has now become the target of the lobby. Ultimate has been popped for him here. And this is the only problem is Yoto into these multi-way fights. Not the greatest here. Finds HM in the backside. Knows he doesn't have that ultimate available. Is going to end up just going into the zone. HM knows he's qualified. He might just take his life into Storm here. Looks like he is trying to make his run back. Will Frostivus be able to find the elimination? Does anybody get the kill on HM? He's 1 HP in a dream right now.
HM's able to reset.
Oh my goodness. HM gets full reset here. And
That
everybody's
is
targeting
absolutely
Frostivus.
bonkers.
Everyone's targeting Frostivus. This is so
With the
unfortunate.
Yoto. It's going to get the pot off, gets one armor pot off, but again, time is really of the essence. 38 seconds left for a lot of these players, might I add. Looking to just hold it on as Frostivus is trying to turn the attention around, but he's going to get caught out by Chuz, and that is it. Frostivus's heart, his hopes, his dreams cut away. Lipo is able to secure the kill, and he is one step closer to taking Star's spot at the top as Arano is in his line of sight. Chuz secures the kills onto him. Lipo still just shy of qualifying as Chuz is incredibly low, looking to secure the kill onto him, but Lipo trying his hardest, forces Chuz's ultimate out. The microwave beam will finish him up, and Lipo finishes just short too. Chuz is jumping towards qualification. He is so close to locking it down into the top two. Even with the multipliers, this may just be it here for Chuz. He might have qualified in a heroic turnaround. Last moments available to him. He has the red token available. He looks for the knockback on the Chen. He gets caught out by the parry, but the follow-up comes in. Quickly followed up by the F for the combo breaker as Chuz swaps out for the golden armor. Jumping into the zone here with the nunchucks. Can he find the kill here on to Chen? Can he make the miracle play happen here and qualify for the grand finals? The resets are not going to be given over for free. He's closing in on having enough rage to get that ultimate back up. 91% as Chen aggresses forwards here on to Chuz. Chuz switches out for the pistol into the nunchucks, slowly building up the rage necessary to be able to throw an ultimate in Chen's face. He has it. He has the combo breaker. Chuz looking for a potential parry opportunity, not being given it here from Chuz. Chuz is going to look for the turnaround here with the nunchucks, forces the F out of Chuz. He's going to have to break away, looks for a dazzle potentially. The sandstorm is going to get committed, and Chuz is going to answer in kind of his own ultimate. He's not giving Chen the opportunity opportunity to get a pot off. He's not giving him the opportunity to turn this fight around. That Sandstorm is not going to do enough here. And Chuz is looking for a spot at the grand finals. There it is. Chuz, what a miracle comeback.
What a play from Baldas Chuzhang to win the last game, get himself the MVP, and then create the biggest win for him to then come through and capture that last spot in qualification, knocking out Star. Oh my goodness, Star must be absolutely fuming right now. I don't know if he knows.
Heartbreaking.
It's so unfortunate.
Absolutely heartbreaking for Star. But there he is, the man of the hour. Someone who sat at the bottom of the table all day. And in the end, he finds one massive, massive end in game number 6 on Morris Isle. And I think with multipliers, with placement points, he will have done it. He'll be into the grand finals coming up in 2 weeks' time on the weekend. 25th of October. And
wow,
there's a world where, like, yeah, incredibly hype, incredibly cool. Great job by Chuz. I think he did exactly what I feel like a lot of people needed to do today, and just take accountability, step up, get aggressive, get the points on the board, and, you know, be the decider of your own fate. Don't let other people do that for you. But there's a lot of people who didn't qualify today, and honestly, it's on them and no one else. They played too passively. They weren't able to score the points necessary, and now their NBPL season has ended. They do obviously have the qualifiers coming up for the World Championship, and
well, I believe...
you know, I think some of these players are capable of qualifying, but I do think, you know, if you're struggling here, you've then got to play versus even better players to get into the J Cup. And even if you somehow make it a J Cup, you know, there's time to improve and practice, and that's what I think the bottom 6 players are going to have to do. Is they're going to have to go off and just get some rehearsal and get some practice and get ready.
Yeah, one cool thing is our global players who are competing in the NBPL, I believe they have already qualified in the SEA qualifiers for J Cup. So we will be seeing Frostivus at J Cup, which is nice to see.
Oh, is he going with SEA?
Yeah, he's going through. He is SEA. He's not a CNT.
Yeah, I know he is. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I didn't know because he played in NBPL if he was able to
NBPL and J Cup are completely separated from each other. So Frostivus, yeah, with the 2 points. Baldas Chuzhang with the big highest scoring game today. 7 kills with the first place finish, 11.4. MTF with the 5.5. HM with the 4. Chen with the 4. 3.5 for Arano. 2.5 for Star and Lipo. 2 for Frostivus. 1.5 for Action. 1 for Shen Yuan. Paste in XXY, both the donuts on the day, on the game. Unfortunate to see that happening there. But wow, what a crazy finish.
Yeah, but absolutely crazy end to the run. Our scoreboard, obviously, you know, Chuz, who has not been anywhere near the top end, walking away with that 11 points is absolutely massive. And XXY, unfortunately, has kind of been the tail for him today. Man is collecting goose eggs. Not been the greatest showing. What a performance at the end there. Yeah, I think Chen Yuan lost a bit of steam towards the tail end of the day. I think he got to a position where he knew he'd qualified, and he just took it to chill. And Star, again, you know, that goose egg is the difference maker. That game 4 didn't do anything, and that'll be what did it. Also, that 1 point game, you have a 2 point game. Like, you know, you have one good game, it's not enough. Sure, game 2 was 9 points, but you need more than one good game to be able to make it nowadays. There's too many good players popping off with too many good games. And Chuz, yeah,
needed to make it happen.
So his average is actually probably slightly higher than Star, and then a massive ender to there with 11.4.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that end game coming through. 24.2 points total, 24.3 for HM, 25.1 for Chen, 30.9 for Rano, MTF 31.6, and 33.9 for Shen Yuan. He didn't even need to score. He could have scored a donut in game 6, and he still would have placed in first. It was, yeah, absolutely amazing. 30 3.9. China Unicom is going to be taking it away with some of our highlights here as we're going to get to see. Look at this kill. The star Frostivus had it in the bag. Unfortunately, the match didn't go his way. Just getting targeted out in that end circle was really unfortunate to see. He manages to get the cleanse off of the Realm of Yang loss too. We see Shen Yuan taking a lot of damage here. And
it was honestly I mean, I think we saw probably the most kind of like dynamic fights we've seen for a while in the, well, I say for a while, all of today. I think the players, you know, they were warmed up, they felt that pressure, and I think it was the good pressure, the kind where they want to keep that, it inspires them to play harder. As you go, MTF laughing at the end of that one, getting caught out the venom tip barbs, start adding up and slowly just finishing them up. Chuz, MVP here, doing so much work with that Hong Sword. And it was crazy because, like, there were 7 people left. And that number just instantly changed here with this play. Chuz went from not having a hope in hell of qualifying to just making one miracle play happen. And refusing to let Chen here, like, get the reset was definitely the big difference maker. I think if Chen had got a full reset off, this could have been a dramatically different final circle. Even had the tokens he used as well, which he did throw one out, but he didn't get to use it again. There it is, Chuz.
Yeah, he actually had a misplay with the Greatsword Tome. He allowed GG's Chen to get a heal off when they were going for that. It was kind of funny to see there, though. We're going to see, taking a look at our MVP board, is going to be Baoda Zhizheng with... This is his first MVP, the entire split in the LCQ. Wow. Yeah. 7 kills, 14,000 damage, 12,000 healing. Not a lot. All of his weapons having about 3k damage shared between them. And then we're going to see Meteor, Aerial Dash, Juggernaut, Sap, Quick Charge Thundercall, and the damage reduction Soul Jade to round out his lineup. Doing such a good job here. Melee weapons. Like, he did 9k with melee, and then the rest of his damage came from his ult skills and ranged. So he's doing such a good job. And it's crazy to see. That was the insane comeback I was looking for all day. I was really hoping we get to see the Frost comeback. But yeah.
I mean, you're biased on that, so
I'm biased on
that.
Of
course you want that. Of course you want that. But yeah, I mean, you know, Chuz, it's been a pretty underwhelming season from him, unfortunately, so far. His first MVP. Right in the last chance qualifier, literally the last chance as well, final game. But he played it well. I think he's going to have a little bit of work to do before we get over to those finals. But for now, we're going to pass it over for an interview to talk about that game and today's games in total.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and I'm standing here with our player. Let him say hello to our audience. 欢迎世杰来到我们赛后采访，这么远干嘛？来过来一点，有请有请。来，先跟我们的观众朋友们打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是成都积极的陈世杰。
欢迎世杰来到我们的赛后采访。And congratulations, because you are the grand final. You are the bi-weekly final championship. 那首先要恭喜一下世杰，也是夺得了我们这个周冠的冠军之后来到我们这个赛后采访。不过拿完了周冠之后，感觉今天的状态是有一点浮动的。So after that championship, most of the people think maybe you had the hand feelings really well, but I think today, so how you comment on yourself, your status? 那我特别想先问一下世杰，对于今天的这个复活赛，自己给自己的一个评价的话是怎么样的呢？
感觉一般吧，压力太大了。
Okay, I think so. For me today, it's just so because I have too much pressure today. 我可以看得出，就是说这个压力太大了，甚至比这个周决的压力还大嘛。看得出来，我们这个复活赛的含金量还是非常高的。那么接下来也让我们来看一下我们今天的题目是什么。Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so now we can see the question is, which hero did GG Chen use in Game 6? 这道题目呢是世杰刚才在第6把当中用到的是哪个英雄 ？So let's back to the matches, and I would like to know so for like just the day before yesterday. 那我们也是前天刚 进行了我们这个周决的比赛嘛。So I would like to know, as the one who passed the match point for like just 2 games, I would like to know how you're thinking about the bi-weekly final that day. And before you came here today, that day, so did you like imagine that you will get the championship? 特别想问一下，其实那天是怎么可以在2把之内快速的打开了赛点，以及在来之前有没有想过说，哎，我那一天有可能会拿下我们本个赛季的最后一个周决冠军呢？
没有想过，因为之前采访我也就说了，就是干，就是开个赛点就好了。不用去想那么多，就是打到哪步算哪步。
哎，其实这个心态非常好，反而是抛掉了这么多的包袱，反而会有个很好的发挥，对不对 ？So to be honest, I think before I came here that day, I didn't expect that I will get the bi-weekly final championship. And for me, the only word in my mind is just fight and just pass the match point for me. And I don't have too much pressure. That's why I can get the championship. 好的，我觉得世杰应该准备好给我们送出福利了。那接下来先让我们用英文进入一个倒计时，好不好？来，有请。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 有请世杰给我们公布一下正确答案是哪个？
答案是 C.
Yeah, the correct answer is C. And congratulations. Pay attention, because if you're the lucky guy, so you maybe will be whispered. Okay, a lot. Going to prepare for this grand final, because it's your first time to qualify for the grand final in the season. 那我也想知道一下，其实作为世杰，也是我们第一个赛季来到 NBPL， 马上就要迎来属于你的第一个我们整个赛季的一个冠军争夺了。那么对于这个球决，自己会去做哪些准备？最近会做哪些特别调整呢？
多练练英雄吧，然后在球决上正常打就好了。
也希望就像你说的那样，可以抛下自己的包袱。For me, I think I still need to like practice in the game, especially practice the more character in the game. And for me, just myself, try my best in the grand final, and wish I can get a good point. 那再一次感谢世杰来到我们的赛后采访，也是恭喜进入到了我们的秋决当中。那接下来就祝你在秋决当中好运了，我们秋决再见。Okay, see you later and good luck to you. Thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once more to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster, Seb. I'm joined alongside HipRain, and today we have decided our finalists for our grand finals. This is going to be absolutely amazing to check it out. And oh, my camera's glitching a little bit there, but wow, we've had such a crazy day. You know, a little bit of heartbreak coming through here.
No, hold on. Have we had a crazy day? We had a crazy ending.
Okay,
but
we had
it's
a
been
crazy
actually
ending.
a pretty lukewarm day, actually.
Yes.
And I'm saying this because, I mean, I'm going to come in and kind of lay into these guys a little bit. I love solos. I've been an avid trios guy for like, how long have we been doing this now? Like, we're coming up on like year 4 or something, right? Like
4 years, yeah.
Been a long old time. And for the vast majority of that time, I've always been a fanboy of trios. I've always thought solos is fun, but like not something I want to consume regularly. Until this split, when we made all the changes, I fell in love with it. It was a very aggressive, very fast tempo. This is the solos I don't like, where it's a bunch of people just walking around not sure what to do. And, you know, I think it shows a lot actually how like our current like top 6 players genuinely dictate the tempo of a lobby and make people play more aggressively. It's genuinely a lot more interesting to see that. I will say, we definitely warmed up towards the end of the day when we really hit that kind of last chance saloon performance from the guys. But yeah, it was a bizarrely quiet day for the first like 4 games of the day. So it's nice to see that, you know, we did see some acceleration towards the end. But yeah, I think these guys are definitely gonna have to go and get themselves a little bit more kind of like scrims and practice ready before we get to those actual big finals coming up, because man, we are coming to the end of it all. Like the year ends well soon. We got finals in 2 weeks on the 25th and 26th for solos and trios. Then we got like qualifiers for worlds, and then we're into worlds. I don't know how this year's gone so quick for Nbpl. It's really bizarre, but I love it. I'm glad we've been able to get so much action in, but it's been a crazy year.
I think life has just sped up.
Yeah.
There's just been something about this year, 2025 as a whole. Like it was January, like a couple months ago. In my
I
head,
feel
mentally.
like I was having my Christmas dinner not that long ago, to be honest, mate. But here is our overall standings at the end of the day. These are the 6 players who will not be going to those grand finals. Star, Lipo, Pace, Frostivus, Jin, and XXY all fell short. But the top end of the table, our top 6, these are the guys who will have made it to those grand finals. Zhanyuan, MTF, Arano, Chen, HM, and Chuz, or Chuzeng, as he used to be known, but I like to call him Chuz. Chuz, honestly, huge ender for him. He had a pretty lackluster day, and, you know, had the rest of the lobby played more aggressive throughout the day, I don't think that performance at the end would have been enough from him, but he just about made it. These are the guys who will have, well, these are the teams and the players who will be performing at the finals, the grand finals, coming up in 2 weekends' time. Obviously, you got Mike and Spider, Verse, TT25, Wufong, Edward, Zhanyuan, NTF, Arano, Chen, HM, and Chuz. These are our 12 players who will be playing for keeps.
Yeah, everybody is putting it on the line, and get your predictions in while you can, ladies and gentlemen. These teams are going to be going into a huge head-to-head battle. We're going to get to see the mirror matches coming through for our LCQ is going to be Kylan Monk and Kylan Zip. Or, sorry, Kylan Monk and Takeda Monk. Oh my
It's
goodness.
all right.
We're cooked, ladies and gentlemen. It's
Been a long day. A long day of not a lot of action, so the energy was low for a lot of it.
A little bit low energy today, unfortunately, but we are going to be seeing this for our last chance qualifier tomorrow, so make sure you guys get ready for some more NARAKA action coming your way, because ladies and gentlemen, this has been the most amazing season of NBPL that we've seen in a very long time. The fall split has been absolutely wonderful. This LCQ was a little bit disappointing, but other than that, everything has been amazing. The
I'm
whole
inclined to
2025
agree, to be
NBPL.
honest. I think they've done some really, really solid changes to both the game modes. They've kept it live. You know, I think one of the issues that, I mean, all esports fall into when you have like unique heroes is you can get to a point of almost monotony and kind of like the same thing being picked and played. But like NARAKA does a good job of shaking things up, and I think the hero select changes, which have probably been needed to be done for a little bit, I think they absolutely nailed it, especially in solos. I'm not 100% sure on the mirror matchup right now in trios. That's probably one thing I would maybe adjust a tad. But, you know, I think outside of that, trios and solos are probably in the most fun space they've ever been. I think the meta is incredibly fast-paced and not kind of a bit of a snooze fest waiting. It is always something going on. Yeah, you are right. These last chance qualifiers were definitely a bit of a break from the norm on that front, and were a lot more slow tempo. But yeah, it's been honestly an incredible season, and I'm so excited to see how the finals shape out and then how that snowballs into qualifiers and worlds. But for us, that is us done for the day. Thank you very much. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. That is our last game in NARAKA for this week. It will be the trios qualifiers. Until then, we'll see you later. Goodbye.
三脚猫的本事。